Reborn in this life, I want to spoil my adopted wife to death. Huo Che leaned against the sofa, his whole body burning hot, countless red rashes spreading across his skin. His eyes were moist and burning with pain. His tie had been torn off, several buttons of his shirt popped open, both desperate and disheveled. Qianqian. Qianqian shook off Huo Che's hand and stepped back like avoiding a plague. Disgusting. Huo Che showed a painful expression. I feel terrible, I'm not lying to you. Qianqian glanced at the cup of water placed nearby with even more disdain. Huo Che, I never thought you'd stoop to such despicable means just to possess me. You're truly cruel and vicious. She grit her teeth and said. If you want to give me money, give it. If not, forget it. I'm not responsible for sleeping with you. She was about to leave. Wait. Qianqian turned and saw Huo Che holding a check. Her expression softened a little. She stepped forward to take the check, but Huo Che didn't let go. He looked at Qianqian with deep affection. You know, I only love you. For 9 whole years, he devoted himself to Qianqian, loving her obsessively and passionately. Perverted love is worthless. Qianqian pulled back the check. I owe you my life, but you also caused the death of the man I loved most. You owe me all this. She put away the check and left without looking back. Huo Che weakly sank onto the sofa, his whole body burning uncomfortably as if about to explode. Years ago, he had a car accident while speeding. The car flipped and he lost consciousness. It was Qianqian who happened to pass by and dragged him out of the car. The car leaked fuel and caught fire, exploding into pieces. If not for Qianqian saving him, he would have been crushed with the car. She was so beautiful, kind-hearted, spoke softly, and was academically excellent. With the blessing of her life-saving favor, he fell in love with this bright girl. But Qianqian did not love him. Even though he helped her rise smoothly, removed obstacles, and was there whenever she needed help, she simply did not love him. Huo Che thought time would prove everything. But at the engagement banquet, Qianqian fled. When Su Zizhou died, Qianqian blamed him. When Xia's family business faltered, she thought he pressured them. Qianqian did not believe he loved her. Huo Che also thought about ending this one-sided love. But love is poison. He was unwilling to let go, unwilling to accept the silence in return, so the 9-year one-man show continued. He firmly believed Qianqian had even a little feeling for him. So he drugged himself, gambling on Qianqian's slightest affection. It was a total failure. It was time to face reality. To let go of himself, and to let go of Qianqian. Because of the drug's intensity, Huo Che was tortured half the night in the hospital. This time, he truly wanted to let go. Afterwards, Huo Che never contacted Qianqian first, nor did he check her social media. He filled his life with work. Even when his family arranged a business marriage for him, he agreed, met the match, and had dinner. The match asked. Second young master, after marriage, are you sure you want to keep ties with Miss Xia? Everyone in the city knew Huo Che loved Qianqian. Although it was a business marriage and the past love or affairs could be ignored, after marriage it was different. Huo Che answered without hesitation. Of course not. I have some pride. The conversation was pleasant, and both families quickly set a wedding date. The gossip circle said the young master's love brain was finally cured. Huo Che just smiled upon hearing this. That night, during dinner with the match, the atmosphere was excellent. Suddenly, the match stood up, came beside Huo Che, and hooked her finger under his chin. How about we stay out tonight? That's not really appropriate, Huo Che instinctively resisted. The match smiled. The wedding is already being planned. It's a done deal. Young Master 1T still wait to stay pure for her, will he? Huo Che took a step back. I'm quite conservative and traditional. I'd rather wait until after marriage. What are you doing? She tried to kiss him, but Huo Che quickly pushed her away. The match frowned. Huo Che, are you really ready to marry me or not? Huo Che's expression darkened, his words harsh. If you keep acting so frivolous, then I do have to reconsider marrying you. HMPH, do you take me for a fool? Before she could finish, Huo Che's phone rang. She saw the caller ID a single word, her. Huo Che didn't expect Qianqian to contact him, surprised and inexplicably excited and hopeful. Yet it felt like a struggle within himself, so he hung up. A few seconds later, she called again. This time, Huo Che answered. As soon as the phone was to his ear, Qianqian's miserable sobs came through. Huo Che, save me. There are so many of them. I'm dying. His body reacted faster than his mind. He jumped up and hurried outside. Even when his match tried to hold him back, he shoved her off. Almost falling, the match angrily shouted. If you dare go after that woman, I'll call off the engagement. Whatever. Night. A dark alley. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Huo Che draped his coat over the trembling Qianqian. Behind him lay 7 or 8 people, some convulsing, some motionless. Qianqian struggled, trying to push him away. In panic, she slapped him across the face. Huo Che wasn't angry, patiently soothing her. Qianqian, it's me, Huo Che. I won't hurt you. Hearing Huo Che, Qianqian froze, then collapsed into his arms. Huo Che, save me. They assaulted me. Make them pay. Kill them all. All right, I'll make them pay. Huo Che responded quickly, picking her up. Let us go to the hospital first. I won't let them get away. At her private hospital, watching doctors come and go, Huo Che's heart was in his throat. Only after 4 a.m. did Huo Che see Qianqian. She was unconscious. Huo Che asked the attending doctor about her condition. The doctor shook his head. She needs surgery, but her injuries are severe. No one in our hospital can handle her surgery. Plus, she was poisoned. Before the doctor finished, Huo Che said, I'll assemble an expert team. This was no problem for him, he would save Qianqian. Huo Che acted swiftly, mobilized his connections, and threw money into place. Soon, the expert team needed for Qianqian's surgery was formed. The top medical team would jointly consult and surely save Qianqian. In the afternoon, the medical team was ready. Qianqian woke up, her face pale as paper. Huo Che was comforting her when Huo Cheng rushed in. Huo Cheng was Huo Che's older brother, who never liked Qianqian from the start. Huo Cheng thought Qianqian's family background and upbringing were insufficient to match Huo Che. In this day and age, a life-saving favor no longer meant marrying someone. He couldn't understand why the Huo family had raised such a foolish love-sick man like Huo Che. It made him furious. Huo Cheng barged in, making Qianqian flinch. Just as Huo Che was about to speak, Huo Cheng grabbed his collar and lifted him up. Chapter 002, Entering the Game with Your Life at Stake. With a loud thud, Huo Che's back slammed against the wall. Huo Cheng scolded sharply, Huo Che, what the hell are you trying to do? You agreed to the marriage alliance with Miss Li yourself, and you even nodded to the wedding preparations. Now you're running off to keep tying yourself to that woman again. The Li family wants to call off the engagement. You're being arrogant, ruining the Huo family's reputation. What exactly are you playing at? This matter had already blown up. Not long ago, the industry was still talking about how the young master of the Huo family finally got over his love obsession. The Huo and Li families were lavishly preparing the wedding. How long had it been? Just a month since the engagement, and now the engagement was called off. Huo Che seemed crazy still dating Miss Li, then abruptly ditching her to chase after his first love and white moonlight. Was he out of his mind? Facing Huo Cheng's accusations, Huo Che pressed his lips and said, Qianqian is in danger. If I don't go, she'll die. He spoke as if it was only natural he just couldn't let go of Qianqian. Huo Cheng grew even more furious and, ignoring that Qianqian was in the hospital room, snapped coldly, if she dies, then good riddance. What the hell are you to her, that you have to help her so much? Are you doing this for her sake or for your own justification? He meant that Qianqian should just stay far away. At first, the Huo family had considered accepting Qianqian. The engagement party was luxurious, but she ran off herself. The Huo family gave her a chance, but she couldn't even climb higher branches properly. They really didn't understand what was so special about this woman to make Huo Che lose his bearings. Huo Che couldn't bear to hear anyone badmouth Qianqian, and neither could Huo Cheng. Pushing Huo Cheng aside, Huo Che's face darkened in displeasure. This is my business. Brother, what you say about Qianqian is way over the line. What? You want me to apologize to her? Huo Cheng pointed at Qianqian lying on the bed. Seeing Huo Che silent, Huo Cheng ground his teeth. What the hell is she that you'd use so many connections and so much money to assemble a top medical team in such a short time? None of your business. Huo Che lost patience. My business, from now on, you don't need to worry about. Huo Cheng squinted at him. So you want to cut ties with me? Don't you want to ask Mom and Dad's opinion first? He really had grown bold, making a fuss over a woman who wasn't he worth it. Huo Che's gaze locked onto his elder brother, deep and resolute, as if making an important decision. Brother, go ahead and kick me out of the Huo family. Huo Che, are you crazy? Huo Cheng's face changed drastically. What was he saying? What was Huo Che trying to do? Huo Che glanced at Qianqian, then turned back to Huo Cheng and said, I'm going to marry Qianqian. Those words were like thunder, shaking Huo Cheng's mind. Huo Che, say that again. Who are you going to marry? He heard some rumors from last night. Qianqian was intercepted by a few drunkards, dragged into a dark alley, beaten, and assaulted. If Huo Che really married Qianqian, the backbone of the Huo family would be broken by outsiders. To prove his determination, Huo Che went over and gently held Qianqian's hand. She's all I think about. I love her. I'm going to marry her. No one can stop me. She's. Huo Cheng. Huo Che sharply interrupted, addressing him by full name. Huo Cheng was stunned, but Huo Che remained firm. I don't care about anything else. As long as my wife is her, that's enough. Huo Cheng was so angry it seemed like blood rushed to his head. Pointing at Huo Che, he spat, You'll die because of that woman someday. Then let me die. Huo Che was indifferent. He even said, My life was saved by Qianqian in the first place. Stubborn as ever. I'm done with you. Go rot with her. Before storming off, Huo Cheng gave Qianqian a cold glare sharp as a knife. This woman was quite something. She had Huo Che completely under her control. That night, Huo Che took out the engagement ring he had prepared for a long time and proposed to Qianqian by her hospital bedside. Seeing the man kneel on one knee holding the ring, Qianqian's pale face remained stoic as she shook her head. I want to marry you. Huo Che was stunned for a moment, his expression frozen. Then he forced a smile and said tenderly, Qianqian, don't feel pressured. I want to look down on you. Besides, I've been kicked out of the Huo family, and my reputation in the circle is ruined. No one will say we don't match anymore. You're wrong. Qianqian shook her head. Huo Che didn't understand, then heard her say, Even if I'm dirty, I want to be with you. At that moment, Huo Che felt like a snake whose bones had been pulled apart. He lost all strength, his mind went blank, and the ring in his hand almost slipped from his grasp. Suddenly, Qianqian's phone rang. She picked it up, and an eerie, cold smile spread across her pale face. She held up the phone for Huo Che to see. Huo Che, I want you dead. The news on the screen reported a fight last night that left 5 people slightly injured, 3 seriously injured, with 2 dying during rescue. The perpetrator had fled, and police were conducting a manhunt. The location was exactly where Qianqian was ambushed the previous night. Huo Che didn't finish reading and turned his gaze to Qianqian's face. A terrifying thought began to grow in his mind. Qianqian put away the phone, lips curled as she lowered her voice, An accident. You gave me the idea. Huo Che couldn't say a word, not even why. You poisoned yourself that day to make me sleep with you. You could poison yourself, why can't I use myself as bait to lure you in? I knew that place wasn't safe. Of course, I knew. I just bet you'd come. I won. Qianqian propped herself up and leaned close to Huo Che, voice softer still, I also know the Huo family's influence can get you leniency. So I'll be the witness and go head to head with your Huo family capital. Her faint words dropped, and the box in Huo Che's hand fell to the floor, the ring rolling under the bed. Huo Che was speechless, as if he'd been struck by a sudden blow, losing all ability to think. His stunned reaction made Qianqian even more excited and smug. Surprised. I'm entering the game with my life at stake. After saying this, she dialed the police. I want to report. Huo Che did not flee. When the police arrived and cold handcuffs locked him up, he didn't utter another word. In front of the police, Qianqian identified Huo Che, emphasizing that after she lost resistance, he still did not stop. It was excessive force beyond self-defense. She even cried while telling the police that Huo Che was a pervert, always trying to possess her, using every means including poisoning and threats. Huo Che was silent as the police took him away, and the Huo family was informed. Huo Chen came with a lawyer but was not allowed to see Huo Che due to the severity of the case. According to the lawyer, Huo Che was in a low mood and refused to speak, like a mute. Huo Chen kept a grim face, leaving the police station for the hospital, where he saw Qianqian. Facing Huo Chen, Qianqian was not guilty but righteously said, "It's true, Huo Che killed someone." "What does that have to do with me?" Huo Chen asked. "If you hadn't sent out that cry for help, would he have come to save you and beaten someone to death?" Chapter 003 Yes, it's my fault. Facing Huo Chen's questioning, Qianqian sneered, "I did ask for help, but I didn't ask him to beat the man to death. He didn't have to come to save me in person. He could have called the police or contacted my family. It was he who was stupid enough to come and beat someone to death." "Mr. Huo, the Huo family is so rich, did they get it by being so unreasonable? Why do you think it's my fault? I didn't beat the person to death." Qianqian stared at Huo Chen and said word by word, "This is all Huo Che's fault. He killed more than just 2 people this time." Huo Chen pointed at Qianqian and said, "Qianqian, you just need to remember that if Huo Che really gets into trouble, you won't be able to have an easy life." "Really?" Qianqian picked up the phone and called the police, saying, "Come and save me, the eldest son of the Huo family is threatening me here." "Qianqian, you are awesome." Huo Chen was so angry that he laughed. He turned around and left without continuing the conversation. Qianqian's proud voice came from behind, "Master Huo, this time I'm going to fight against the capital. I don't believe I will lose." The incident of Huo Che injuring and killing someone caused a lot of controversy and attracted attention from all walks of life. Public indignation was aroused on the internet, and topics similar to fairness versus capital were heatedly discussed, with the entire network condemning and demanding severe punishment for Huo Che. Some even took the initiative to say that Huo Che must be sentenced to death in order to deal a severe blow to the arrogance of capital. 3 months later, the case went to trial. The defense lawyer was defending Huo Che, and Huo Che suddenly spoke up. "I plead guilty. He is now disgraced and has brought shame to his family. He is also extremely disappointed in himself. Even if he gets out, there is no place for him in Kyoto. A stubborn and ridiculous life, just die." The voice in my head was screaming like crazy, "It's better to die. It's so meaningless to live with stains all over. No one will dislike me when I die. It will be all over." The lawyer was stunned. "Mr. Huo, why are you?" He pleaded guilty. He committed murder intentionally. He admitted it himself. Sentence him to death. In the witness stand, Qianqian pointed at Huo Che. The infusion hose connected to the back of her hand was shaking violently. The doctor beside her kept persuading her, but Qianqian was more excited than the plaintiff. She could not hear the doctor's voice at all and just kept shouting at the judge to sentence Huo Che to death. The judge banged the gavel and called for silence. The judge then questioned the defendant, Huo Che. The voice that had existed in his mind for a long time was shouting madly. Huo Che's eyes finally moved away from Qianqian's face, and his voice was as calm as dead water. "I beat her to death on purpose, it wasn't an accident. I had a knife with me, I did it on purpose. What right do they have to bully the woman I like? I did buy illegal drugs. I gave them to Qianqian. I wanted her heart and her body, but she was too stubborn and refused. If I hadn't been caught, I would have forced myself on her." The voice in his mind laughed loudly, praised him for what he said, and gave him advice. Huo Che smiled at the judge and repeated everything, "The above is true. My purpose was clear and my means were cruel. I am not mentally ill. I plead guilty to everything. My crimes are extremely heinous and unforgivable. Please sentence me to death." With Huo Che's own strong fighting, he was successfully sentenced to death. Before being executed, Huo Che met Qianqian again. Just like on the day of the trial, Qianqian was receiving an for drip. Qianqian has been receiving treatment for 3 months, but surgery has not been performed due to the poison in her body. Tortured by the pain, the woman who was once as beautiful as Bailan is now skinny and pale. She is constantly receiving intravenous drips to condition her body for surgery, and her body is now extremely weak. "Hello, Miss Xia." Huo Che spoke, his voice hoarse as if he had been walking in the desert for a long time, and he finally changed the way he addressed Qianqian. Young Master Huo, who used to be of noble status, now has sunken eye sockets, dull eyes, thin cheeks, and a beard. His originally unruly hair has been shaved off, and he no longer has any of his former charm. Facing Huo Che's proactive greeting, Qianqian smiled complacently. Of course I am, because you are going to die soon. Congratulations, you have defeated capital. Huo Che remained calm. The voice in his mind that had been silent for a long time told him to ignore Qianqian. But Qianqian's eyes became sharp. Huo Che, the thing I regret most in my life is that I was too kind and dragged you out of the car. You deserve to die in the explosion. Yeah. Huo Che nodded and did not refute. Judging from their voice, he spoke very little to Qianqian. Qianqian gritted her teeth and said, "You killed the man I loved the most, and you still wanted to force love on me. Not only are you crazy, you are also ignorant of the lore. Even if you die 1,000 times, it won't be enough." Huo Che nodded. "Yes, my fault." There was no longer any argument like before, and that voice praised him for his growth. Huo Che felt that he had grown up, and his life had turned into an absurd joke because of his own persistence. You? Faced with Huo Che's calmness, Qianqian suddenly lost the strength to laugh. She stared at Huo Che and said finally, "If I could go back in time, I would definitely not meddle in other people's business." After saying that, he put down the phone and turned to leave. Huo Che was still holding the phone, looking at Qianqian's back, and said to the phone that no one was listening, "If time could go back, I would definitely not pester you anymore." When the bullet shattered his heart, Huo Che felt that his soul was torn into pieces. Everything was silent, even the voice that had been with him for a long time was silent and disappeared. The long fear and the moment of pain announced the end of his ridiculous life. He was quite shameless and had no face to face the Huo family. He was despised by the world. The game started off great but ended in a crushing defeat. In the deep mountains and wilderness, Huo Che felt himself becoming so light. Oh, it turned into a ghost. Below him lay his body. Unexpectedly, the Huo family took his ashes back and held a low-key funeral. His soul was drawn and kept surrounding the Huo family. Maybe he felt guilty towards his family. The ancient said that if the deceased has concerns in his heart, his soul will not dissipate. On the 7th day after his death, he suddenly felt dizzy, his vision went dark, and his soul was dragged away through the air. When he appeared again, he was actually in the director's office of Qianqian Hospital. Qianqian was arguing with the dean. After listening for a while, Huo Che finally understood the reason. The poison in Qianqian's body was almost completely eliminated, and she was supposed to have surgery today, but the surgery was cancelled. The reason was that the team of experts he had previously spent a huge amount of money to build was disbanded. Qianqian went to the dean to argue, "Why did you disband the expert team? What about my surgery?" The dean said, "The expert group was established by Mr. Huo Che. After Mr. Huo Che passed away, no one renewed the contract, so the expert group was naturally disbanded." Huo Che, it's Huo Che again. He's still causing trouble for me even after his death. Qianqian was furious and ordered the dean, "I won't allow it. Bring those people back to me." Floating in the air, Huo Che looked at the hysterical Qianqian. He didn't know if it was because he had turned into a soul, but he no longer had any extra emotions. There is no sadness, nor heartache. Even the guilt that surrounded the Huo family in the past few days had completely disappeared. Maybe the soul has no emotions, it just floats around numbly. The dean glanced at Qianqian and said, "If you want to reorganize the expert group, you must first prepare more than 50 million yuan in funds. Those doctors are all top-notch experts, each of them has top skills and a high status. If Huo Che hadn't spent the money, how could they have provided joint consultation and treatment to a small figure like Qianqian?" Upon hearing the number, more than 50 million, Qianqian's expression changed. "This is all what Huo Che owes me." Chapter 00 For it's all Huo Che's fault. The dean impatiently interrupted Qianqian's theory and said bluntly, "Huo Che has gone to hell. You should go to hell to pay back what he owes you. You currently owe the hospital more than 1.3 million. If you don't pay it off in time, all medication and treatment will be stopped. You dare?" Qianqian was furious, "This is a hospital, if you dare to chase me away I will expose you. Ms. Xia, you should understand that this is a private hospital. Treating and saving lives is our job, but we also need to make a profit. We are not a charity." The dean lost his patience and asked his assistant to ask Qianqian to leave. On that day, Qianqian's medication was stopped and the surgery was put on hold. Qianqian didn't want to die, so she went to the Huo family to make trouble. Huo Che followed Qianqian to the Huo family mansion and watched her arrogantly shouting. Huo Che promised to cure me, but you, the Huo family, don't keep your word. You can't do this to me. Huo Che will die with regret. You must call those experts back to perform surgery on me. If I die, Huo Che will hate you in the afterlife. What are you doing? The Huo family's servants poured muddy and smelly water on Qianqian and drove her out. Our young master fell in love with an ungrateful bastard. You sent her to be abused, and ended up testifying for the bad guys. How did our young master let you down? Get away, it's bad luck. After being kicked out, Qianqian did not leave, but waited until the eldest son of the Huo family returned home in the afternoon. Huo Cheng appeared, and even though he knew that he couldn't see him, Huo Che still floated over immediately. Qianqian stopped Huo Cheng and questioned, the expert team was established for me by Huo Che. Why do you want to disband it? I saved Huo Che's life. Your Huo family owes me. You should use the best doctors and the best medicine to cure my illness. Huo Che floated behind Huo Cheng, looking at the woman opposite him, and slapped himself. Oh, it doesn't he hurt? Young Master Huo's eyes were as cold as a knife, and he answered Qianqian in a cold voice, you saved Huo Che, but didn't you also take his life? Qianqian didn't give up after hearing this. Instead, she said viciously, even though he's dead, your Huo family is still alive. You should also. Bang! Huo Cheng slapped Qianqian on the face without any hesitation. While Qianqian was confused, Huo Cheng's cold voice rang out, not to mention that Huo Che spent so much money on you before, which was enough to repay your life-saving grace. Just say that you deliberately calculated to be besieged, and Huo Che accidentally injured and killed someone in order to save you. He loves you so much that he set up a medical team for you and wanted to marry you. He was desperate. What did you do? She actually went to testify that Huo Che committed murder. That idiot Huo Che actually pleaded guilty. Qianqian covered her face and stared at Huo Cheng in astonishment. It is a fact that he beat someone to death. Shouldn't he be held responsible? He has already taken responsibility. Huo Cheng's expression was grim. You saved Huo Che's life, and he also lost his life for you. You still want to repay the favor? Go find Huo Che in hell. Huo Cheng, don't owe you anything. The Huo family doesn't owe her anything. Huo Cheng wanted to leave, but Qianqian rushed over and grabbed his trouser legs again. You can't leave, call the doctor back, I can't die. Get lost. Huo Cheng was not polite and kicked the man away. Qianqian, do you really think you have defeated capital? She just defeated Huo Che, who loved her deeply. Confessing his guilt was just Huo Che's choice to let her go, and it was also a self-punishment for his extreme disappointment with himself. Before Huo Cheng entered the room, he said, if you let Huo Che die, I will see how you can live without him. Huo Che wanted to go in with Huo Cheng. He was his eldest brother, so he should follow him. But as soon as he entered the door, he was pulled out by an invisible force. He had no choice but to float beside Qianqian. Huo Che wasn't annoyed or irritated for not being able to leave. He just rolled and spun in the air out of boredom. He tried many times to call up the voice to chat with him, but to no avail. Maybe the voice had gone to keep company with someone else. As for Qianqian, because Huo Cheng ignored her, she prostrated herself on the ground, tears streaming down her face. For more than a month, Huo Che could only stay around Qianqian. He didn't feel bad, nor did he feel sleepy or hungry. Qianqian's life became very difficult. She had no money and had cut off contact with the Xia family. She sought medical treatment everywhere but to no avail, and her body became increasingly weaker. It drizzled for several days, not heavily, and it never stopped. Qianqian dragged his sick body, stumbling to the cemetery in the rain, and stopped in front of a tombstone. Huo Che took a look and found that it was Su Zizhou's tombstone. The man Qianqian loves most. Huo Che walked around Su Zizhou's grave and even called out twice, but there was no response. It's so strange, why is Su Zizhou's soul not there? Has it been too long and Su Zizhou has been reincarnated? Or are souls invisible to each other? When will he disappear? Rolling and spinning in the air like this every day makes me feel like a dead person who is half alive. It's so boring. Qianqian leaned against the cold tombstone, letting the gradually heavier rain soak her whole body. She reached out and touched the wet tombstone with tears in her eyes. Zizhou, I have avenged you. Huo Che is dead. You can rest in peace. But Zizhou, I can't survive either. I saved Huo Che's life before, and the Huo family is ungrateful and wants me dead. They are all bad, and the capitalists are all disgusting bad people. Xie Yunqian complained, wiped the rain stains on the phone screen, and opened the app. Nowadays, there are still people praising her on the internet, saying that she is a sober heroine who defeated capital. Yes, she defeated capital, got rid of Huo Che, and avenged Su Zizhou. If it weren't for her, the Huo family would have definitely rescued Huo Che and sent him abroad, and he would have returned a few years later and was still doing well. She accomplished something that ordinary people could never accomplish in their lifetime. That was the young master of the Huo family, and he was shot to death because of her stubbornness. But why should she die after defeating capital? Why don't those who have praised her as the goddess of tough capital save her? All this was caused by Huo Che. If she hadn't met Huo Che, if Huo Che hadn't kept pestering her, she wouldn't have fallen to this point, and Su Zizhou, whom she loved, wouldn't have died. It's all Huo Che's fault. If there is a next life, she must avoid knowing Huo Che from the very beginning. Xie Yunqian slowly lowered her head and murmured, Zizhou, I don't want to die. Boom boom boom. The continuous knocking on the door woke Huo Che up. When I opened my eyes, everything in my sight was blurry, and the numbness in my arm from being pressed for a long time was inexplicable. It's a very strange feeling. He touched his face, and the warm touch seemed to tell him that he was still alive. Was I just experiencing a nightmare? The dream was so real and terrifying that even the excruciating pain and suffocation when the bullet shattered my heart were so clear. Thinking back, Huo Che felt a dull pain in his heart. It was as if it was not a dream at all, but his personal experience. A moth-to-flame chase and an embarrassing farewell. In the end, he turned into a floating being and saw Xie Yunqian leaning against Su Zizhou's tombstone and dying unwillingly. She kept telling the tombstone that she didn't want to die. It's a pity that Su Zizhou couldn't survive to save her. Until his death, Xie Yunqian said that it was all his fault. In the dream, I turned into a ghost and felt no emotion, but now when I think back on it, it's as if my heart was pierced by bullets countless times. Boom boom boom. The knocking continued, then the door was thrown open and the assistant rushed in. Seeing that Huo Che was fine, Mo breathed a sigh of relief. I'm sorry, second young master, you didn't respond, I thought something happened to you. Chapter 005, You are reborn too, right? Huo Che regained consciousness and made a dry sound in his throat. What is it? Mo said, Miss Xie has been invited back. Mo's face was a little tangled. He paused and said, on their way back, Miss Xie kept saying that she came back from the future and that you would kill her. It seems that Miss Xie has provoked something unclean. At this moment, Huo Che was certain of one thing. He was reborn and returned to the day after he got engaged to Xie Yunqian. Of course, Xie Yunqian ran away from the grand engagement ceremony yesterday and became the laughingstock of the whole city. In his previous life, he sent someone to find Xie Yunqian. The two had a big fight and were in a cold war for more than half a month. Later, Xie Yunqian came and took the initiative to make peace. But Xie Yunqian's so-called reconciliation was not to date him, let alone get engaged or married to him. She just gave him a bouquet of flowers and said sorry, and he thought he could still shake her heart. In his previous life, Xie Yunqian always said that he forced his love on her, but he respected and cared for her in everything in his previous life. After chasing her for 8 years, he had never even touched Xie Yunqian's lips. Because she doesn't want to. But he was stubborn and wanted her to be with him willingly. Now that I think about it, he was also ridiculously crazy. But according to Mo, could it be that Xie Yunqian was also reborn? Huo Che, you crazy man, come out. Their hall was in a mess, and Xie Yunqian smashed the huge antique vase. Huo Che came into their hall, still wearing the suit he had worn for his engagement yesterday, which was wrinkled from not changing overnight. Seeing Huo Che, Xie Yunqian grabbed the broken vase on the ground and put it against her neck. Huo Che, if you force me again, I will die in front of you now. Huo Che stopped and looked at Xie Yunqian's face, without speaking for a long time. Xie Yunqian talked about all the harm that Huo Che had done to her in her previous life. She said that all her pain and sorrow in her past life came from him. She said she regretted saving him out of her kindness. She said that the 8 years she knew him were a huge disaster for her. The woman in front of him overlapped with the hysterical figure he saw after he turned into a soul. Huo Che sighed, sorry. When he spoke, Xie Yunqian was a little surprised. What did you say? I'm sorry to have caused you so much trouble. Huo Che took out a check and handed it over. What are you going to do now? Qianqian thought that Huo Che was paying her to stay with him. This is Huo Che's basic operation. He always felt that money could buy everything, including a woman's heart. I'll give you compensation. From now on, we'll settle our grudges and have no further contact. Hearing this, Qianqian was stunned. He quickly reacted, put down the broken pieces in his hand and took the check. You'd better keep your word. Huo Che raised his hand, and Yimo immediately stepped forward and handed the document to Qianqian. Sign it and you can leave. What is this? 2 clear books. Huo Che said. Qianqian sneered, what's so good about this? Huo Che spoke each word slowly, so that you can't blackmail me for saving your life in the future. Huo Che, you are so disgusting. Qianqian was extremely disgusted and picked up a pen to open the document. Just as he was about to sign, he heard Huo Che remind him, read carefully. If there is no problem, write, I have read carefully and the above is true, at the end, then sign and put your thumbprint. Qianqian looked at Huo Che in astonishment, but found that Huo Che's eyes were indifferent and there was no expression on his face. She moved her lips and asked, are you sure that as long as I sign, you will never bother me again? You ran away from the engagement yesterday, and my spine was about to be broken. Now you are threatening to commit suicide. How dare I bother with you for even a little bit? Huo Che's voice was flat, revealing his fatigue that was hard to conceal. Then why did you send so many people to arrest me? Qianqian was extremely displeased and asked arrogantly. Huo Che, please come back and sign this contract, and make it a clean slate. Okay, very good. It's exactly what I want. Qianqian was not careless and read the document carefully. It was indeed all facts. After signing, Qianqian asked, can I leave now? Take a copy of the document with you. Qianqian was ready to leave, but suddenly turned back to look at Huo Che. She narrowed her eyes and asked, you were reborn too, right? In his previous life, Huo Che was not so easy to talk to. He was unwilling to let her go until his death. Huo Che did not answer, but turned and went upstairs. Yimo, show the guest out. The news was all reporting on the fact that the heroine of the Huo family's engagement party had run away, and Huo Che had become the biggest joke in Kyoto. When I turned on my phone, it was about to explode with calls. Most of them were calls from home, and some were from friends and partners. I don't know whether to comfort or ridicule. Click into WeChat and you will see countless messages. It's horrible. Huo Che, where did he die? Huo Che, you have 1 hour to get back. Huo Che, I heard that you had that woman captured again. Are you willing to die on her? Huo Che, stop pretending to be dead. If you don't come home before dark, I'll ask someone to invite you. Huo Mingjian, come back and see if I 1T beat you to death. Liu Hui, son, don't associate with that woman anymore. She is really not suitable for you. She doesn't love you at all. A forced melon is not sweet. In addition to the Huo family, there is also information about good brothers. Duan Xiao, this is boring, buddy. So many women dream of marrying you, but Qianqian is the only one who doesn't know what's good for you. If you don't give up, I'm going to break up with you. You're losing face. Lu Jing, brother, there are women of your social status running around everywhere. If you can't chew that rock, just keep quiet. This is really boring. Cheng Yuxiu, the earth 1T explode without anyone, and you 1T die without Qianqian. Can you wake up? If you can't wake up, I might really beat you up. When Huo Che saw Cheng Yuxiu's message, he was suddenly filled with mixed emotions. In his previous life, Cheng Yuxiu did beat him up. But the beating failed to wake him up, and the two of them broke off their friendship. After becoming a ghost, although Cheng Yuxiu did not attend his funeral, his soul saw that after the burial, Cheng Yuxiu placed flowers in front of his grave and then cursed at the tombstone for more than half an hour. He was in a spiritual state at that time and was not much emotionally touched. Thinking about it now, I feel a surge of guilt. For Qianqian, he gradually stopped contacting with these brothers. But after his death, they all showed up at the low-key funeral. Of course, the only one who scolded him was Cheng Yuxiu. Huo Che opened the group of 4 people and it was quiet inside. Type and send, come drink with me at the old place tonight. Cheng Yuxiu, will you hug us and cry when you get drunk? Duan Xiao, will you cry until snot bubbles appear? Lu Jing, after crying, can we just cut off contact with that woman? Hot Che, okay. Lu Jing, no, the account was hacked, right. Duan Xiao, it's definitely not our young master. He wouldn't be so straightforward. Cheng Yushu, at Huo Che, are you serious? Hot Che, really, both settlement agreements have been signed. Chapter 006 Looking back is a dog. 7 o'clock in the evening, on the left bank of Xiaozhou. The bar is the busiest place at night. Cheng Yushu booked a private room, but Huo Che insisted on staying in the hall because it was lively. Think about it carefully, it won't look good if you cry later. Lu Jing reminded. Hotch elbowed him in the arm. Who am I to cry? Lu Jing smiled. Yes, young Master Huo won't cry in public. Duan Xiao, I will cry secretly. Huo Che made a TSK sound, took out his cell phone, and deleted everything related to Qianqian in front of them. Then he posted a message on WeChat Moments. If you look back, you are dog. Quite childish. But the other three immediately took out their phones and responded with likes. Unified, screenshot taken, take care. The four of them sat around a table in the noisy hall. From time to time, acquaintances would come up to them and chat with them and toast them, and occasionally, girls from nightclubs would come over to chat with them. To say that Hot Che was in a good mood would be a lie. He drank the most alcohol, but was still a little tipsy, not drunk. He stretched out his hand and hooked Cheng Yushu's shoulder. Xiao, believe it or not, you will cry if I die. Duan Xiao and Lu Jing laughed and said that Huo Che was paving their way for them to cry next. Cheng Yushu pushed Huo Che's hand away in disdain and praised him with 2 words, crazy man. Why is he crying? What's there to cry about? Hotch smiled and stood up. We are happy today, let's go dance. The 3 of them couldn't stop him, and to prevent the young master from making any more embarrassment, the 3 of them stayed with him. The music was deafening, and the crowd swayed rhythmically to the beat of the drums. Freedom, vitality. The taste of being alive. For someone who has died, it's really good to be alive. This was the first time that Hot Che indulged himself without caring about his image. After twisting for a while, the 4 of them left the dance floor. When passing the edge, the deafening sound of drums is in my ears, as if it is going to burst my eardrums. Hot Che turned his head to look at the person playing the drums. It was a woman. She wore a shirt and trousers with her hair in a ponytail, which was a neat outfit. However, she tied up the hem of her shirt to reveal a small part of her slender waist. She played with the drumsticks in her hands in various ways. The vigorous movement of hitting the drum caused the hem of her shirt to move up, revealing more of her tight and white waist. In this occasion, it was an extremely erotic scene. Huo Che was pulled away by Cheng Yushu and returned to his seat. As soon as he sat down, he looked over again. The drumsticks flew and turned, and the drum beats were dense and passionate. She seemed to have great strength. Every time the drumsticks hit the drumhead or cymbals, the ponytail would sway and rise up. The drums are played with passion and the player looks heroic. Hey, the soul is back. Lu Jing waved his hand in front of Huo Che. Duan Xiao also said, why are your eyes so sharp? How can you find someone else to stare at? She's pretty good, Hot Che said, picking up his glass and taking another sip. Do you know who she is? Duan Xiao asked, and immediately answered, the illegitimate daughter that the Pei family took back 3 months ago. Lu Jing added, the wedding is next week. Born in an ignominious family and having always lived outside, he is destined to be a marginal figure even if he is recognized as such. If she was really favored, the Pei family would not allow her to entertain the public at such occasions. This is an entertainment city. If a rich girl dressed like that and played drum accompaniment, she would be laughed at and talked about by other rich girls. Moreover, she didn't even change her last name when she returned to the Pei family. The most important thing is that she is getting married. This kind of girl has the word trouble written all over her body. Hotch nodded, I know. Are you kidding? Do you know any other women in your mind besides Xia? Lu Jing couldn't believe it. Huo Che said, Meng Shichu, the one from the He family who proposed to marry him in a high-profile manner. Duan Xia was shocked, you really know? How strange. Cheng Yushu said, the Pei family and the He family are among the 4 great families. Now that they have reached an alliance, the situation of these 4 great families is likely to change. It is understandable that the young master knows this. After saying this, he looked at Duan Xia with a half-smile, don't you have a sense of crisis in your Duan family? Duan Xia rolled his eyes, what should I do? Should I marry into the Huo family to consolidate my position among the four great families? Huo, Pei, Duan and He are the four most powerful families in Kyoto today. Pei he got married, and the Huo and Duan families did feel a sense of crisis. During the discussion, Huo Che said vaguely, holding the wine glass in his mouth, "This marriage cannot be concluded. Now everyone looks down on Pei family's illegitimate daughter Meng Shichu. The upper-class circles exclude her, laugh at her and talk about her. Who would have thought that she would become a legend in Kyoto in a few years? She is a very powerful woman, with abilities and means, and an amazing background. In his previous life, he had collaborated with Meng Shichu on a project and the process was pleasant. However, Meng Shichu's marriage was not smooth. The marriage with the He family broke down on the wedding day. Half a year later, she got married to someone else. But just 1 year into the marriage, they divorced because the other party cheated on her. The cheating man was hospitalized for half a year. What did you just say? Lu Jing heard it vaguely, and the other two didn't hear it clearly either, and they all looked at Huo Che. Nothing, I'll just join in the fun when the time comes. Hot shook his head. Never mind. That has nothing to do with him. In this life, he should focus on making money and pursuing a career. He doesn't understand women. When the time comes, I will find a wife who is of equal social status and settle down in a peaceful business marriage. After a while, Hot Che was fed up with the noise and clamored to go to the box. Lu Jing laughed and thought he was about to cry. The four of them left their seats with a smile and headed for the box. When they passed the corridor, they ran into the man from the Pei family again. Meng Shichu was stopped and teased by a man who was hugging a nightclub girl. The man looked at her with a lecherous look and said frivolously, "You play the drums very well. Come and play with me for a while, and I will give you 5 times the money for playing drums. Get out of the way." Meng Shichu's voice was calm. He was not panicked or timid, and he did not take a single step back. The man raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, "Are you so cool in bed too? You have a very foul mouth." Meng Shichu said in a cold voice and turned his head to look back. When I looked back, I found 4 more men beside me. The tipsy young master in the lead pushed the man who was flirting with her and said, "Can't you see that she doesn't want to? Are you blind?" The man recognized Hotch and his friends and his face paled. What a misunderstanding. I was just teasing her. I didn't mean to hurt her. Do you think you can tease the daughter of Pei family? Cheng Yuxiu asked in a cold voice, making the other party break out in a cold sweat. Lu Jing laughed, "You said such dirty words, and it's not called hurt. Do you have to stab him twice to call it hurt?" Duan Xiao was more direct and took out his phone. "I know the eldest young master of the Pei family. Ask him if it's okay to tease his sister like this." The man was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and fell to his knees. Before he could even beg for mercy, a hand suddenly reached out, grabbed his collar and dragged him away. He wanted to open his mouth to shout, but his mouth was covered the next second. There is no way to beg for mercy. Huo Che looked at Meng Shichu, and the other 3 were also dumbfounded. Meng Shichu just nodded at them calmly, said, "Thank you," and left. Wow, she is so cold. Duan Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Lu Jing also nodded in agreement. This temperament is like that of a queen. He is full of energy when playing the drums and cool and elegant when quiet, which is really extraordinary. Chapter 007, The best one is the one who can beat people, IOU. The 4 of them made a lot of noise in the box until midnight, but unfortunately the young master didn't cry. Even when he was drunk, he didn't mention Xia at all. Instead, he planned how to open up new business markets and how to enjoy life in the future. That woman was no longer in the plan. Cheng Yuxiu deliberately mentioned Qianqian. As soon as he finished saying her name, Huo Che frowned and interrupted, "Don't mention her." "Will you cry if I mention it?" Cheng Yuxiu asked. The young master didn't cry, but he slapped himself and scolded himself, "I'm just an idiot." The other 3 looked at each other. It seemed that the young master had really thought it through this time. That was great. As the young master's friends, they finally don't have to cover their faces in silence when others mention the late stage of love brain. In the end, Huo Che was so drunk that he fell asleep and was carried back to their Huo mansion by 3 people. Huo Cheng received the person with a stern face. Even when facing Lu Jing and Cheng Yuxiu, he couldn't improve his expression. "Thank you very much." Duan Xiao confronted Lu Jing, who then poked Cheng Yuxiu, say something for the young master. The Duan family is also among the four great families, but unlike Lu Jing and Cheng Yuxiu, the descendants of this century-old family are mysterious in their movements and rarely show up in public. They are not of ordinary level. They speak better. Cheng Yuxiu cleared his throat and said, Huo Che has already cut ties with Miss Xie, so Mr. Huo should punish him less. Huo Cheng sighed and asked the three to stay for tea, but they declined, saying it was too late, and left together. Huo Che was not punished because after waking up from his drunken state and taking a bath, he went to kneel in the ancestral hall. Seeing that he admitted his mistake with a good attitude, he also swore in front of the spirit tablets of his ancestors that he would never have anything to do with Qianqian again. He also said that he would obey his family's arrangements and marry whoever his family told him to marry. In the future, the honor and future of the Huo family would be his top priority. He expressed his sincerity so sincerely that Mr. Huo lowered the whip he had raised. Huo Cheng pulled him up and said, Remember what you said today. I remember. Then, Huo Che got down to work. He founded his own technology company when he was in college, which is currently developing well. He is also the vice president of Huo's Rongchen Group, so it is easy for him to keep himself busy. After observing for a few days, Huo Cheng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he really had no contact with Qianqian anymore. On this day, Huo Che came to Rongchen Group for a meeting. At the end, Huo Cheng stopped him and said, You go to attend the wedding of the Pei and He families next Monday. Okay. Huo Che agreed. Huo Cheng suddenly felt a little uncomfortable that someone who had been rebellious for several years suddenly became so obedient. He patted Huo Che's shoulder and said, Let me know if your company needs any help. Got it, big brother. Huo Che smiled and waved, I'm going back over there. In his previous life, Huo Cheng was on a business trip and was asked to attend the wedding of Meng Shichu and He Xingyi. He originally agreed, but the day before, he ran into Qianqian and Su Zizhou on a date. He kicked Su Zizhou and then had a big fight with Qianqian. The wedding ended in a bad mood. He went out to get drunk and was too drunk to attend the wedding. Although the wedding was not held, the fact that no one from the Huo family attended the weddings of the Pei and He families caused quite a stir, and Huo Che was also whipped at home. This time he must go to the scene to take a look at the grand wedding that made the He family fade out of the four wealthy families. On a weekend afternoon, Huo Che received a call from Duan Xiao, Come out and play. Huo Che refused directly, No. Duan Xiao was puzzled, Why? Huo Che, you're going to meet people you don't want to meet. There was silence for a few seconds. You said you didn't pay attention, but you know where I am on weekends. It's all right, hang up now. Wait. Duan Xiao stopped him, Let's go to another place. Where do you want to go? Huo Che did not refuse this time. The Huo family was indeed boring. 40 minutes later, Huo Che and Duan Xiao arrived at the farmhouse on the top of a mountain in the south of the city. As soon as I got off the car, I saw Qianqian and Su Zizhou walking out from there. The two of them were holding hands. The handsome man and beautiful woman were a perfect match. Huo Che held his forehead with his hand, forgetting that Qianqian had also been reborn. Qianqian didn't want to see him the most, and would avoid the places where she had dated him in her previous life. In the end, we met again. Duan Xiao said with a few tsk sounds, You came here just to meet someone, right? Please shut up. Huo Che was speechless and was hesitating whether to go down the mountain and find another place. Qianqian over there also noticed Huo Che and immediately looked displeased. She came over angrily and asked, We've already drawn the line. What else do you want to do by following me here, Huo Che? Huo Che, are you still sending people to follow me? Do you want to attack Zizhou again? Without giving Huo Che a chance to speak, Qianqian said fiercely, Huo Che, I'm telling you, if you touch Zizhou's hair again, I won't let you go. As if she was afraid that Huo Che would not believe her, she reminded him deliberately, You know, I can do it. Originally, Huo Che wanted to explain politely, but Qianqian threatened him. Of course he knew that Qianqian was capable of worse things, but she had done very well in her previous life. Huo Che thought that he must be crazy enough to turn the gentle and well-behaved woman he first met into a hysterical woman. He is indeed wrong and guilty. It's a pity that he was not reborn to an earlier time. He would definitely not force Qianqian to get engaged to him. I'll go over and take a look. You guys chat. Duan Xiao knew Huo Che's character too well, and he didn't believe that he could really let go of Qianqian, so he planned to walk away to give the two of them space. Suddenly a hand came over his shoulder, and Huo Che put his arm around his shoulder. "I'll go take a look too." Ignoring it is the best explanation. Duan Xiao was startled when he passed by Qianqian, and asked with his mouth without a word, "Playing hard to get?" Huo Che smiled and asked him, "Is there any way to completely cut off the past and stop others from misunderstanding me?" He asked in a loud voice, and Qianqian also heard it. She also heard Duan Xiao's answer, "How simple, just find someone of equal status to marry, and then you'll have a new family, and you'll naturally be able to break away from the past completely." That makes sense. Huo Che thought of his previous life when the Huo family arranged for him and Miss Li to prepare for their wedding. It's a pity that he had a bubble in his brain and was still seduced by Qianqian. Duan Xiao said, "TSK, if you ask me, you should find a partner who is more fierce and strong. I don't mean anything else. A girl who is too gentle, delicate, and well educated can't control you." Hutch nodded, "That makes sense." Huo Che immediately took out his cell phone and called Wu Cheng, saying, "Brother, I want to get married. Please arrange a business marriage for me. The girl should be a bit fierce and good at fighting. I'm in charge." Wu Cheng was silent for a few seconds on the other end of the phone. "You are sick. Hang up the phone." Duan Xiao laughed uncontrollably. In the back, Qianqian was still standing there, hearing the conversation between the two people. She just thought it was ridiculous. She never believed that a dog could change its habit of eating shit, so she didn't believe that Hutch would really let her go. In her previous life, she killed Huo Che. Chapter 008 I Don't Allow You to Hurt Zizhou. Qianqian felt that if Huo Che didn't have a pathological desire to get her, he would definitely find ways to take revenge on her. Now he showed this attitude, probably to let her let down her guard. Either he had changed his strategy to capture her, or he had dug a trap somewhere, waiting for her to fall into it. Just like in his previous life, he got involved and harmed him. Qianqian thought of countless possibilities in her mind, and her heart gradually became anxious. When he turned around and walked back, he was shocked to find Huo Che and Duan Xiao walking towards Su Zizhou. Qianqian was shocked. On this day in her previous life, Huo Che saw her dating Su Zizhou and beat them up in anger, causing Su Zizhou's ribs to be broken and fractured. "Huo Che! Don't touch Zizhou!" Qianqian ran forward quickly and shouted to Su Zizhou, who was waiting for him, "Zizhou, run!" At this moment, Qianqian wished she could grow a pair of wings so she could fly to Su Zizhou. She ran and shouted, "Hosh, stop! You are not allowed to get close to Zizhou." Scolding, threatening, and cursing. Finally, she arrived in front of Su Zizhou before Huo Che, and opened her arms to protect him behind her. Because of the intense running, Qianqian's cheeks were flushed, but her eyes were fierce. She said to Huo Che, who was coming towards her, "I won't let you hurt Zizhou." The next second, Huo Che approached and walked by with Duan Xiao, chatting and laughing. The two of them walked away, but Qianqian was still standing there with his arms open, feeling a little confused. A hand fell on her shoulder. Qianqian turned around in fright, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw it was Su Zizhou. "Qianqian, what's wrong with you?" Su Zizhou asked worriedly. "Young Master Huo was just passing by here. This is the only way out of the parking lot. Qianqian has been acting strange these days. He wasn't supposed to come here to play today, but he insisted on changing places, saying that he would meet Huo Che and that Huo Che would break his ribs. After changing the place, I still met Huo Che." What was even more outrageous was that a few days ago, Qianqian said that he had died once and was reborn. She even said that he would be killed by Hutch. He didn't quite believe it. He thought that Qianqian had either provoked some unclean creature, or had been entangled by Huo Che to the point of collapse and loss of reason. But he had no choice. The young master of the Huo family has such a noble status. If Huo Che had not been concerned about Qianqian, he would probably never have been able to see Huo Che up close in his life. It was also because Qianqian saved Huo Che's life, and Huo Che had deep feelings for Qianqian, that Qianqian was able to get more resources, and the Xia family and his Su family had the opportunity to come to the fore in the past 2 years. But now it seems that Huo Che doesn't like Qianqian anymore. This also means that the possibility of Qianqian relying on Huo Che to obtain resources in the future will be greatly reduced, or even zero. Su Zizhou's face was not very good. Seeing Qianqian's stunned expression, he spoke up, "Qianqian, did you misunderstand? Young Master Huo didn't mean to hit me, or even." Didn't even give her a look. If it were in the past, Huo Che would definitely be angry first, and then explain to please Qianqian. Ignoring is more clear than saying anything that means giving up. Or, if Huo Che not only refuses to provide resources but also wants to take back the resources, what should the Xia and Su families do with their companies? Such a foresight made Su Zizhou's expression more serious. He asked Qianqian, "What I mean is, you just misunderstood that young Master Huo was going to hit me. Would it make him uncomfortable?" "It doesn't matter." Qianqian disagreed. "Don't worry, Zizhou, I won't let him hurt you. That's not what I meant. You are the person I love most in my heart. Now that I have completely gotten rid of Huo Che's entanglement, when will you go to the Xia family to propose marriage?" Qianqian changed the subject and did not take Huo Che to heart. Huo Che had hurt her so much in her previous life, and she made Huo Che pay for it all. If Huo Che was smart, he should have stayed away from her for the rest of his life. If he refuses to learn his lesson after being reborn, she has plenty of ways to make him pay the price. At worst, we can just confront capital again. Su Zizhou sighed and said, "You haven't graduated yet, wait a little longer. Now that I've been booked by the crew, if you don't propose marriage, wait until I completely enter the entertainment industry. By then, my fans won't agree to my love and marriage." Qianqian said anxiously. In her previous life, she became very popular in the entertainment industry with a drama, but later she retired from the industry because Su Zizhou was killed by Huo Che, which became a regret in the entertainment industry. It was precisely because she had a huge fan base that it was so easy for her to confront the Huo family later on. If she were to live again, she would naturally want to live strong. She still wants to enter the entertainment industry. On the other side, Huo Che and Duan Xiao had already walked away. Duan Xiao asked Huo Che curiously, "Did you say this on purpose to create a sense of crisis for her, or were you serious?" "I've called my brother, what do you think?" Duan Xiao touched his nose and said, "I admit that I had a rather stereotyped impression of you before." "Hot share, what do you mean?" "Duan Xiao, I thought you were playing the trick of being distant and yet still in love. Do you think I'm idle?" Duan Xiao said with a smile, "I even think that you said you wanted to get married just to provoke Xia. I'm really impressed." Huo Che was speechless. "If I continue to have any contact with her, you guys will gradually cut off ties with me. This is a fact." In his previous life, he was mentally damaged and had problems with his values. His friends couldn't stand him. In addition to Cheng Yuxiu, who broke off their friendship with him, Duan Xiao and Lu Jing also gradually reduced their contacts with him. After all, it's embarrassing to have a friend like him. What's more, Cheng Yuxiu and Lu Jing are descendants of centuries-old aristocratic families with profound backgrounds, and they disdain his desperate love-brained and forced love tricks the most. Duan Xiao chuckled and didn't answer. Huo Che was engaged to Qianqian before, but Qianqian ran away. It was really embarrassing. If Huo Che still doesn't wake up after this and still wants to be with Qianqian, this is a way of lowering oneself to be compatible with others. It is really unbecoming and unmannerly, and he is no longer suitable for close friendship. So-called friends must be people who share the same values, interests, and deep inner qualities. Suddenly, Duan Xia pointed forward and said, "Xiao Yunshuo is here too. Let's go over and say hello." Xiao Yunshuo is a descendant of a famous family in Kyoto. He has always been low-key and introverted. Although he has entered the business world, he never goes to places of entertainment and has never been involved in any scandals. Xiao Yunshuo is a role model for many children from wealthy families. "Boss Xiao, what a coincidence." Xiao Yunshuo, who was making barbecue, turned around and saw Huo Che and Duan Xiao approaching. He smiled and responded, "Good afternoon, young masters." At this moment, the woman who was sitting on the chair next to him and sketching with a picture album turned her head and looked. But he just took a look and continued to work on his sketch. In the flat ground in the distance, another woman was flying a kite. The kite had already flown very high and laughter could be heard from time to time. Huo Che asked with a smile, "It's rare to see Mr. Xiao come out to play." "Not surprising, she's accompanying her fiancé and her friends." Xiao Yunshuo looked at the woman painting next to him and introduced her to Huo Che and the others, her friend and partner Meng Shichu. "You two should have heard of her name. I have met you before." Duan Xiao said, "Good afternoon, Miss Meng." Meng Shichu turned around and nodded, saying politely, "Good afternoon, both of you." A simple greeting, polite yet distant, and then continue painting. What she painted was a woman flying a kite in the distance. The lines, thick or thin, are drawn back and forth, dark or light, giving a feeling of ink painting. She is just like that. Don't be offended. Xiao Yunshuo said, pointing at the woman flying a kite over there, my fiancé, Ji Yusheng. Huo Che said, Mr. Xiao is so lucky. Chapter 009 Young Master, what doesn't he wish me a happy wedding? Xiao Yunshuo smiled and was in a good mood. If you two don't have other friends, would you like to grill something together? Will it disturb you? Huo Che felt that this was not a good idea. Xiao Yunshuo said, I don't have enough manpower, and I can't let girls do the operation. If the two young masters can condescend and do not despise me, I will also warmly welcome them. This was a very clever statement. Huo Che and Duan Xiao were just playing around, so of course they didn't mind. With two men laborious, making food is faster. Huo Che's cooking skills were not that great, but he followed suit and asked questions, so the three men worked happily. An hour later, a sumptuous meal was placed on the long table and drinks were opened. Xiao Yunshuo called Ji Yusheng to come back, and then asked Meng Shichu, do you want to open that bottle of wine? Meng Shichu, okay. Duan Xiao asked curiously, aren't we already driving? How are we going to get down the mountain after drinking? How pitiful. Your family doesn't have an assistant. Xiao Yunshuo teased with a smile. Duan Xiao laughed awkwardly and rubbed Huo Che's back. I have 2 bottles of red wine in my car, want to open some and have some? Hotch, hurry up and get it. Finally, it's not just free food and drinks anymore, I feel embarrassed. Ji Yusheng put away the kite and walked back. His chubby cheeks were as red as apples, with beads of sweat dripping from his temples. He was breathing slightly, and a few strands of hair fell from his bun, fluttering in the breeze. He looked as agile as an elf. It forms the sharpest contrast with the painter Meng Shichu. Xiao Yunshuo handed over his handkerchief, and Ji Yusheng took it and wiped his sweat while approaching Meng Shichu. Chu Bao, how is the painting going? Meng Shichu put down the colored pencil in his hand and handed the album to Ji Yusheng, letting her look at it herself. Wow, it's so beautiful, a masterpiece. Ji Yusheng exclaimed, you drew me so well. Meng Shichu raised the corners of his lips, you are well behaved. Well, I want to kiss you. Ji Yusheng kissed Meng Shichu on the face without saying anything, and Meng Shichu couldn't dodge it. She was helpless, your fiancé will stab me. He can't. Ji Yusheng turned around and showed the album to Xiao Yunshuo, look, Chu Bao drew you so handsome. It's a very good painting. Xiao Yunshuo nodded after looking at it. It was almost exactly the same. Her sketches all give people a sense of solemnity and charm. Her brushstrokes are particularly sophisticated, and it can be seen that she has a solid foundation. Meng Shichu put away his painting tools, stood up and walked over to Ji Yusheng, saying, I'll give you the album. This is a new album that I just used today. Meng Shichu, your fiancé is drawn on it. Xiao Yunshuo, thank you, Shichu, this album looks very expensive. Meng Shichu, only you have the nerve to give it to me. At this time, Duan Xiao, who was getting their wine, also came back. After greeting Ji Yusheng, he opened both bottles of red wine. A few people sat down, ate food and drank wine, and gradually started chatting. Xiao Yunshuo is elegant and talkative, Ji Yusheng is also lively, Huo Che and Duan Xiao are people who roam around in the business world, so naturally they have no shortage of topics to talk about, but Meng Shichu talks less. He ate quietly, not picky about food, and would say something from time to time, as if he was worried about something and had drunk a lot of wine. Duan Xiao suddenly looked at Meng Shichu, Ms. Meng is getting married tomorrow, why do you look unhappy? Meng Shichu curled his lips and said, it's not too late to be happy tomorrow about tomorrow's things. Ji Yusheng approached Meng Shichu and said, Chu Bao, other people are so busy getting married, why don't you feel anything? Logically speaking, Meng Shichu should be very busy today, but she didn't seem to be happy about getting married, and she was neither excited nor thrilled. Meng Shichu shrugged, when the time comes, just change clothes and put on makeup. There's nothing else to do. I envy your calmness. I want to learn from you. Don't learn it. Meng Shichu shook his head and said, people like me are very boring. I think you are interesting, smart, wise, steady and generous. You can remain calm even if the sky falls. If I were a man, I would definitely marry you. Ji Yusheng had just finished speaking when Xiao Yunshuo next to him pretended to cough. Meng Shichu smiled, in the next life, you will become a man and marry me. Good. The scene was relaxed and joyful for a while. Duan Xia moved closer to Huo Che and whispered, "This Miss Meng can drink quite well. Huo Che, talk less about others. Duan Xiao, this is not cold discussion, it's just surprise." Meng Shichu had sharp ears and heard something. He looked up and said, "You two might as well speak louder. It won't cause any trouble." "No, I didn't say anything bad about you," Duan Xiao explained quickly. Meng Shichu raised his glass and said, "Thank you both for helping me out last time. The language and attitude are also very official." Duan Xia raised his glass, "Miss Meng, you are too polite. You could have solved it without our help at that time." Huo Che also said, "Ms. Meng plays the drums really well, and she looks so heroic and handsome. I thought young Master Huo would say that he was a prostitute and not serious." Meng Shichu smiled and drank the red wine in the glass. The setting sun dyed the sky crimson, as if a sea of fire was burning. A few people cleaned up the scene, returned the tools to the farm owner, settled the fees, and went to the parking lot. They said goodbye to each other and wished Meng Shichu a happy wedding tomorrow. Only Huo Che didn't give his blessing. Meng Shichu took the initiative to ask, "Why doesn't young Master Huo wish me a happy wedding?" The other three were shocked and looked at Meng Shichu. Although they had only known each other for a short while, Duan Xiao didn't think Meng Shichu was someone who could easily joke. It was she who took the initiative to joke. Huo Che didn't expect Meng Shichu to ask this, but it didn't stump him. Everyone wishes Miss Meng a happy wedding. I wish Miss Meng a successful career and a carefree life. After hearing such blessings, a smile spread across Meng Shichu's face, and his whole body seemed to be covered with a layer of gentle light. She replied, "I appreciate Mr. Huo's good words." They each got into their own car. Huo Che and Duan Xia were in the same car, and they were the first to leave, sitting in the back seat. As soon as they entered the intersection down the mountain, Duan Xia said to Huo Che, "Xia and Su stopped Meng Shichu's car. What do they want to do?" "Probably to discuss business." Huo Che answered nonchalantly with his eyes half closed. In his previous life, Meng Shichu did have a brief business relationship with Su Zizhou. Duan Xia leaned on the car window to look, but soon he could no longer see. Huo Cheng said that Xia. Huo Che interrupted, "Brother, please stop mentioning her all the time, okay? Being reborn is a gift from God, and he will live a good life. As for Qianqian, if we don't want to have any contact anymore, then we won't have any contact anymore." He never thought about taking revenge, nor would he take revenge on Qianqian. After all, she saved his life. Besides, he himself was the main reason for his fate in his previous life. The situation is pretty good now. Qianqian is no longer entangled, the favor is over, Su Zizhou is still alive, and Qianqian did not quit the circle and become hysterical because of Su Zizhou's death. He was standing at the starting point before the situation took a turn for the worse. All their harm had not yet occurred, and there was no reason for him to retaliate or blame anyone. Stop loss in time and everyone will be happy. In the evening, Huo Che dealt with some work matters and it was almost 11 o'clock when he went to bed. I picked up my phone and found several missed calls from unfamiliar numbers. There are also text messages sent by the other party. "Hacker, you actually blocked my number. Did you say something to Miss Meng? Why did she not want to listen to Zizhou finish his words and just left? I saw you sitting with them this afternoon. If you want revenge, just come to me. Why are you targeting Zizhou? He didn't provoke you. Answer my call. Please reply my message. Huo, I never thought you were such a mean person. You should have been blown to death in the car. Don't forget that I saved your life, answer my call." The last message was just sent, and the phone rang again the next second. Huo Che hung up the phone directly and replied, "TD. Block the number." The phone prompted that there was a blocked call, and a few seconds later it prompted that there was another blocked text message. Huo ignored it, put down his phone and prepared to go to bed. As soon as I turned off the lights and closed my eyes, my phone started singing again like crazy. A new unfamiliar number. Huo Che answered the phone, and an angry woman's voice came from the other end, "Huo Che, you hang up, block, and set to not receive all unremarked calls and emails." The world was quiet, and Huo Che finally fell asleep. That night, Huo Che was in a deep dream. He dreamed that he went back to his previous life and was dating Miss Li, and during the date he received a call for help from Qianqian again. It was very strange. In his dream, he knew clearly that he had experienced this scene and knew what the ending would be. He even kept telling himself in his heart not to look for Qianqian. But his body seemed to be out of control of his brain, and he couldn't help but go to find Qianqian. The ending is naturally self-evident. Die again. Chapter 010. He has a crush on someone, a man. Meng Shichu and He Xingyi's wedding was held at the Golden Diamond Supreme Hotel. When Huo Che arrived, the place was already very lively and someone came up to him and started chatting him up as soon as he entered the door. It took Huo Che a while to find Duan Xiao. It's so lively. Do you think there will be so many people at my wedding in the future? Duan Xiao asked Huo Che curiously. You'll know after you get married. I guess it's not certain. Unless Duan Xiao's wife is the daughter of one of the four wealthy families, or her background and strength are above that of the four wealthy families. This is the marriage scene of two of the four largest families. Even quite a few people from more upper circles came. Just then, the two of them saw Xiao Yanshuo in the crowd. Not long after, we met. Where is Miss Jiu? Huo Che asked curiously. Xiao Yanshuo explained, she is the maid of honor. At the auspicious time, the wedding officially begins. The MC gives a witty opening speech. The wedding process is underway, flowers and red envelopes are flying everywhere, and the screen is filled with wedding photos of the bride and groom. It is grand and luxurious. Huo Che had no idea how many glasses of wine he had in his hand while watching the ceremony. Quite emotional. In his previous life, he wanted to ask for someone's true love and hold a grand wedding, but in the end he hurt himself and others and failed to get what he wanted. Now that I am at this wedding scene, I no longer feel the same enthusiasm as before. I just feel that if a person can meet a partner who is willing to go through this ceremony in this life, it must be perfect. Unfortunately, beautiful scenery is always rare in this world. The waiter passed by and Huo Che handed the empty glass back, replacing it with a glass of champagne. It's worthy of being wedding wine, it tastes delicious. Duan Xiao beside him saw this and pushed Huo Che's arm, drink less and don't get drunk at someone else's wedding. If I get drunk, remember to carry me back. Huo Che teased with a smile. Duan Xiao, I don't mind carrying you home, but I'm afraid that you'll burst into tears and I'll be embarrassed. Huo Che. Soon, it was the bride's turn to walk towards the groom. Under the flower stand in the corridor, the bride, wearing a wedding dress as white clouds and soft snow, held the bouquet in one hand and was held by her father Pei Guanyan with the other hand, walking step by step on the red carpet. On the stage, the groom He Xingyi, in his white suit, looked like a prince in an ancient castle, with a smile on his face as he waited for his bride. The MC's voice did not stop, and he spoke eloquently. At the end of the red carpet, Pei Guanyan handed Meng Shichu's hand to He Xingyi, and the groom led the bride to the center of the stage. The two of them faced each other, and all the guests were infected by this beautiful and happy scene. The MC asked the groom if he was willing to marry the bride, and the groom answered without hesitation, I do. The master of ceremonies asked the bride again. The bride smiled and simply answered, I don't want to. The whole place was silent, no one reacted for a moment. The MC's face changed and he tried to save the situation, but before he could finish his words, the microphone was snatched away from him. It was the bride who did it. Before everyone on the scene could react, before the Pei family and the He family sent people to stop him, Meng Shichu shook off He Xingyi's hand, snatched the microphone and walked to the edge of the stage, and a sonorous voice came out of the microphone. I don't want to, you heard me right. The reason is that my fiancé has a crush on someone, a man. Just as the guests reacted to the bride's outrageous behavior, they heard another shocking statement from the bride. The whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone in the Pei family stopped in their tracks, and everyone in the He family felt as if their acupoints were pressed. The groom He Xingyi, who was involved in the incident, wanted to rush forward to stop Meng Shichu, but unexpectedly two bodyguards rushed out from the backstage and controlled him. Not only that, but a group of bodyguards surrounded the stage to stop anyone who tried to rush onto it. At this time, Meng Shichu spoke again, everyone, please be patient and listen to me slowly. Last Monday, after I finished overtime, Mr. He called me urgently and asked me to go to his residence. He said he had something urgent to discuss about the wedding. At 10 o'clock in the evening, when I went there, I saw He Xiao and his boyfriend having a passionate sex. The scene was shocking. First of all, I would like to state that I do not discriminate against this kind of love. The person I love happens to be of the same gender as me. This is another way God has given humans to express their love. It is sacred and equal. But our Mr. He deliberately set the time for me to watch it. He told me in such a direct way and even threatened me. I personally don't like it. Meng Shichu, shut up. In the audience, his mother shouted harshly, and the people around his family also shouted. Meng Shichu glanced over and his voice penetrated the hall, quiet. It was loud and powerful, and very shocking. His mother was not going to listen and struggled to rush over. If you make trouble again, I will expose more dirt. A calm threat, and then said, Warting's surname is Shu, Lianqing Miss Zhao. After hearing this, his mother and father's faces instantly cracked. Meng Shichu said, Be quiet, I'm only talking about He Xingyi. Then, Meng Shichu continued the previous story. Mr. He told me that the wedding must go on. I enjoy being his wife in name only, but his body, his heart, and his love can only be left to his boyfriend. He also said that the arrow has been put on the string and has to be shot. If I dare to cancel the wedding, it will only bring shame to me and the Pei family. He also said that I was just an illegitimate daughter who had lived away from home for many years. I was not worthy of him in terms of knowledge or education. It is precisely because I am not favored that I did not even change my last name when I returned home. I was born without a name or status. I have no one to support me and I have low self-esteem. I am the most suitable person to be a cover for him and his boyfriend. Mr. He said that the wedding must take place, otherwise I will be in trouble. Oh, by the way, Mr. He also said that he is the only son of the He family, and I have to give birth to a child for him. He asked me to do IVF after the wedding, and after giving birth to the child, he will find a man to meet my physical needs. He is quite considerate. As Meng Shichu spoke in a calm and leisurely voice, the whole place was filled with gasps of surprise. At this moment, everyone in the Pei family looked furious, as was the He family. On the stage, Meng Shichu looked at He Xingyi, whose mouth was covered by the bodyguard behind him, and asked with a smile, The wedding was held as you wished, are you happy? He Xingyi's brows were twisted and he kept struggling, but he was no match for those strong bodyguards. Meng Shichu came to him dragging her wedding dress. Mr. He, have you ever thought that maybe it's because I have no one behind me that I can do whatever I want? He Xingyi struggled and twisted, woo 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 woo. Meng Shichu smiled and asked, How did you hear that I have an inferiority complex and can be easily manipulated by others? He Xingyi struggled even harder. Meng Shichu's smile became even colder and colder. Don't worry, since I'm going to hit you, I'm going to hit you until you can't get up. After saying that, Meng Shichu snapped his fingers, and the picture on the screen showing the wedding photos changed. It was a picture of He Xingyi and another man rolling around naked. The other man's face was blurred, but He Xingyi's was not. A video of more than 10 seconds, followed by more than a dozen pictures in different poses, all of which show He Xingyi without censorship. The final recording is a 3-minute-long one. In the recording, Meng Shichu wanted to cancel the engagement, but He Xingyi did not allow it and threatened to use PUA for double suppression. Although there were no pictures in the recording, He Xingyi's condescending tone clearly showed that he did not take Meng Shichu seriously. This also exposed He Xingyi's previous lies of proposing marriage in a high-profile manner, claiming love at first sight and not marrying anyone but Meng Shichu. It's all disgusting calculation. Although Meng Shichu is an illegitimate daughter, she is also the illegitimate daughter of the Pei family. The status and position of the Pei family and the He family are compatible enough, but the stigma of being an illegitimate daughter makes Meng Shichu inferior to others, and she returned home halfway, so naturally people think she is easy to control. But I never thought that this character would be so explosive. You wanted to hold the wedding, and you did, but it also set off such a huge bomb for He Xingyi. Of course, He Xingyi is not innocent. The recording ends and the display goes black. Meng Shichu waved his hand, and the bodyguard dragged the struggling He Xingyi away. On the stage, there were only the dumbfounded host and the still cool and charming Meng Shichu. Meng Shichu apologized calmly and announced the cancellation of the wedding, and the marriage with the He family failed. For a moment, the guests felt that she was so majestic, like a queen. In the audience, Huo Che poured another glass of red wine down his throat. The aroma of the wine was strong and long-lasting. Strong enough. Duan Xiao exclaimed, She is so pretty. Huo Che nodded, He's a fierce and ruthless person, don't provoke him easily. That is. Duan Xiao had just finished speaking when he saw the young master beside him rush out and shouted, Wait a minute. Meng Shichu hadn't put down the microphone yet. When he saw Huo Che walking out of the crowd, he asked with a smile, "Young Master Huo, is there anything wrong?" Chapter 011 How about I be your groom? Huo Che tried to go on stage but was stopped by bodyguards. He stopped, looked up at the bride on the stage, and asked loudly, "Ms. Meng, how about I be your groom?" Even without a microphone, his voice still echoed throughout the venue. The scene became eerily quiet again. Meng Shichu was also stunned and hesitated for 3 seconds. "I remember that young Master Huo has a girl he loves to death. If you become my groom, what will happen to young Master Huo's white moonlight?" She seemed to be asking casually, but also seemed to be seriously considering Huo Che's suggestion. Her voice was calm, with very little ups and downs, as if she had seen many storms. Huo Che said simply, "Break up with her." Meng Shichu smiled and asked, "Why should I believe that you won't turn back?" At the moment, young Master Huo was a little drunk, with slightly red cheeks and a slightly tipsy state. He knew exactly what he was doing and had a desperate attitude. Faced with the questioning, Huo Che thought for a moment and replied, "I'm a virgin, I still have my first kiss, I'll give it all to you. If I have any contact with her after marriage, you will beat me up and never fight back." After a 2-second pause, Huo Che continued, "The marriage between the Huo and Pei families is also a strong alliance. I will give you 5 times what the He family gave you before. In the future, we will support each other and fight side by side. Miss Meng, please consider it." The whole audience was silent. Duan Xia covered his face with his hands and went to a place with fewer people. So shameful. The young master is obviously drunk and acting crazy. I took out my phone and sent a message to the group, "He is crazy, he is trying to steal the bride." "No, this is not a marriage robbery," he proposed on the spot. "That's not right either." He applied for the groom on the spot. "Is this called overtaking on a curve? I can't find the right words to describe it, but he's crazy, and I don't have the face to be his brother." Cheng Yuxiu, ? Cheng Yuxiu, what is he talking about? Lu Jing, I don't know, maybe he's crazy. At this moment, the whole audience was silent, all staring at the bride in her gorgeous dress on the stage. Meng Shichu pondered for a few seconds, then hooked his finger at Huo Che, "Come up." With Meng Shichu's order, the bodyguard let him go, and Huo Che jumped onto the stage in one step and came in front of Meng Shichu. He was about to speak, but Meng Shichu spoke first. "Huo Che, I am willing to marry you, are you willing to marry me?" Huo Che took the mic, "I do." Equally solemn and resounding. Ji Yusheng, who had been extremely anxious at the back, came up with a tray with a couple of rings on it. "Return this set to the He family," Meng Shichu said. Then he took off the white jade ring on his thumb, took Huo Che's left hand, and put the ring on his ring finger. The lady's ring is not too wide, and the opening is just enough to fit Huo Che's ring finger, which is very unique. Meng Shichu raised his eyes and stared at Huo Che. "Husband, happy wedding." Hearing the word husband unexpectedly, Huo Che was stunned for a moment and responded, "Hello, my wife, please take care of me in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Shichu held his hand tightly. The two of them came to the edge of the stage, and Meng Shichu took the microphone again. "I'm sorry everyone, the wedding will not be cancelled, and the gifts you gave me cannot be refunded. Please eat, drink and have fun. Let me go get the certificate and come back to toast." After Meng Shichu finished speaking, he glanced towards a place in the hall and nodded slightly. Their Qianqian nodded in response, then walked to the corner and started to make a phone call. "Director Ren, please ask the person who handles marriages at the Civil Affairs Bureau to wait for a moment. I have a friend coming to get a certificate." "Thank you." On the stage, Huo Che was pulled away by Meng Shichu. When leaving the backstage, Meng Shichu said to a bodyguard, "Please ask the He family to leave." After getting in the car, Meng Shichu said to Huo Che, "Do you have your ID card with you?" "Yes, but I didn't bring my household registration book." "There is a household registration office window at the Administrative Service Center, so it's not a big deal to get a new one." "Oh." Huo Che exclaimed, "Miss Meng's style is still so vigorous and her action is so strong." The car started, and Meng Shichu said to Huo Che, "Young Master Huo may regret this journey." Huo Che shook his head, "No regrets. Duan Xia was right. Other rich ladies might not be able to control him. Miss Li in his previous life was an example." And Meng Shichu's words. If he really pissed her off, he would be in big trouble. He cut off all his retreat routes and extinguished all potential possibilities that he thought were impossible. It also let Qianqian know that he was not joking when he said about cutting off contact. Of course, he didn't lose out either. Meng Shichu has outstanding abilities and a great background. Marrying her would be a union of the four great families, with no harm in sight. As long as he doesn't have an epileptic seizure and act recklessly, Meng Shichu won't do anything to him. When the two arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, it was almost 12:20, well past the closing time. But there was someone waiting at the door. When he saw Meng Shichu and Huo Che coming, he came to greet them and said, "Please come this way, both of you." Huo Che used his ID card to reprint the household registration book, filled in the information, took photos, and waited for a short while before getting the marriage certificate. Outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, Huo Che said to Meng Shichu, "Let me use your marriage certificate." Meng Shichu handed it to him. Then, Huo Che is seen opening two marriage certificates, overlapping them, covering the personal information on the top one with his thumb, and taking a photo. "Do you mind if I post this on WeChat Moments?" he asked Meng Shichu for his opinion. Meng Shichu raised his hand and said, "Please go ahead." Half an hour had passed since she broke up the wedding. The news had probably spread among the circle and would soon be known to the whole city. It didn't matter whether Huo Che posted it on WeChat Moments or not. Huo Che posted his marriage certificate on his Moments with the caption, "I'm married, my wife is a bit fierce, please don't bother me." Meng Shichu was answering the phone beside him, "Dad, don't worry, I'm fine. The temporary marriage was an accident. When I come back from my business trip, I will pick you and Godfather up to meet my husband's family in Kyoto. I will make arrangements." Huo Che listened. "Dad? Godfathers? Not in Kyoto." "Oh yes, Meng Shichu has a stepfather." Meng Shichu put down the phone and called Huo Che to get in the car. In the car, Meng Shichu said, "I think you decided to marry me on a whim, but the marriage is done after all, and the marriage between the two families has been reached. I will take care of the Pei family, and you can find a way for the Huo family." Huo Che nodded, "No problem. If it's hard to explain to the Pei family, I'll accompany you to talk to them." "No, I can't." Meng Shichu shook his head. The two did not return to their hotel immediately, but went to a nearby shopping mall. Meng Shichu changed out of her wedding dress and put on a red slim long skirt to suit the occasion. Huo Che also changed into a suit, which Meng had chosen first. He wore a white shirt, a burgundy pattern tie, and a black suit, which made him look particularly handsome. The two returned to their hotel and completed the final procedures of the wedding. Huo Che's phone was ringing non-stop, but he deliberately turned it to silent mode so he wasn't disturbed at all. It didn't stop until 5 in the afternoon. "If I had to describe my feelings, it would be that I'm a bit tired." Meng Shichu handed over a bottle of water and said, "I've taken care of the Pei family. Tell me when you've made arrangements on your side so that the two families can sit down and have a meal." "Thank you." Huo Che took a sip of the water and suggested, "Let's have dinner alone tonight so we can get to know each other better." "No." Meng Shichu shook his head. "My flight is at 7 o'clock. I have to go on a business trip for about 10 days or half a month." Huo Che was a little shocked. Chapter 012 The Young Master is Punished. The corners of Huo Che's mouth twitched slightly, and he was so shocked that he couldn't recover. Which bride goes on a business trip on the first day of her wedding? Is she a working machine? The itinerary was set last week. Marrying you was unexpected, so it's hard to change the itinerary. Meng Shichu explained, and then said, "If you mind, you may need to be patient. Just think of it as the price you have to pay for your last-minute proposal to succeed." "Yeah, okay." Huo Che stared at Meng Shichu and sighed, "Miss Meng, you are in a really good mental state. You don't have any internal friction at all. I'm sure other rich girls wouldn't be able to say something like, 'If you mind, just bear with it.'" The logic that a successful impromptu proposal would require a price to be paid was at least something he had never thought of, and it felt okay. After all, he jumped out by himself. "Thanks for the compliment." Meng Shichu picked up the phone. "What's your phone number?" Huo Che reported the number, and Meng Shichu saved it. "I'm leaving first. I'll handle the rest of the matter when I come back from my business trip." Huo Che waved, "Goodbye, Miss Meng." Meng Shichu responded, "Goodbye, husband." Huo Che. Meng Shichu got in the car and left. Huo Che was patted on the shoulder. Hey, buddy, are you serious? I'll take your advice and get married to a fierce guy. How about it, buddy, am I efficient? Huo Che was quite proud, but he didn't dare to go home. After all, only he, a person who has been reborn, knows the specific situation of Meng Shichu. Rich families have to protect their reputation and are quite concerned about the identity of illegitimate child. So, Huo Che called Cheng Yuxiu and Lu Jing out for dinner and took the opportunity to get himself drunk. The three of them sent him home again. All the people from the Huo family were there, including those from the second branch, and everyone's face looked extremely ugly. Huo Che was drunk as a pile of mud, completely unconscious, and couldn't hear clearly the conversations going on around him. That's all. We'll leave first. Although Cheng Yuxiu is from a noble family, this is the Huo family's family affair after all, and they shouldn't interfere. Everyone in the Huo family was furious, and Huo Che had predicted their reactions. He got himself drunk on purpose and asked someone to intercede for him. Full of tricks. The angriest person was Huo Cheng. He dragged the drunk Huo Che to the ancestral hall and gave him a few whippings without any hesitation. The drunken Huo Che howled in pain and shouted for someone to stop beating him. Huo Cheng scolded him, saying that his epilepsy was getting worse. In less than a month, it was in the news twice, and both times they were big and exciting news. Now the whole city is talking about Huo Che. He has lost all face. You act recklessly without considering the consequences, do whatever you want, are self-righteous, and think you are a child. He was so angry that he rushed back in the evening. He was on a business trip. As a result, Huo Che deliberately got himself drunk to avoid questioning. Is he crazy? Which ancestral tomb of the Huo family was buried in the wrong place? Let us dig it up and bury it again someday. He was really afraid that Huo Che would kill himself one day. When Huo Che woke up, he was in the ancestral hall with a stuffy nose. He deserves it. He got up from the ground and stumbled out. My back was burning with pain, I was still dizzy from the hangover, and my legs felt a little wobbly. In the front hall, the family doctor was already waiting. The housekeeper came forward and said, "Young master, your family asked you not to go out for the next few days." The housekeeper relayed it very tactfully. Huo's father and Huo Cheng meant to make him kneel in the ancestral hall for 3 days without giving him food or water. Oh. Huo Che responded muffledly, his voice unusually hoarse. He picked up his cell phone on the table and went upstairs. On the back of the white shirt, several crisscross red marks are eye-catching. The housekeeper urged, and the family doctor hurried to follow. The wedding farce of the Pei and He families has spawned many scandals. Whether it is the only son of the He family liking men, or the love-brained young master of the Huo family asking to marry his illegitimate daughter, or the unexpected marriage between the Pei and Huo families, they are all highly discussed topics. As the situation developed, countless scandals of the He family were gradually exposed. Chairman He has 3 families with 4 children. Chairman his wife supports a football team of gigolos under the pretext of financial support. Young He and her current boyfriend have been in a relationship for 10 years. There are secret transactions within the He group. Every incident was aimed at pinning the He family to the ground and pounding them into the mud. This was inseparable from the revenge of the Pei family and the instigation of opponents. The He family is on the verge of collapse. Huo Che hasn't gone out for 3 days, not even out of the bedroom, and Huo Cheng is worried. Before dinner, he entered Huo Che's room with a cold face and found the boy writing something. When I got closer, I saw that he was practicing calligraphy. Each stroke of the regular script is neat and tidy, which is nothing like Huo Che's style in recent years. Are you willing to calm down and write this? Huo Cheng's voice was cold and hard. In the past, Huo Che practiced calligraphy by writing cursive script. Huo Che turned around and asked with a smile, "How did I write?" "It's not suitable for you." Huo Cheng said, sitting down on the sofa next to him, "You haven't come downstairs these days, are you angry?" "No." Huo Che put down his pen and turned his chair to face Huo Cheng. "If you do something wrong, you should be put in solitary confinement like you are in solitary confinement." Huo Cheng sneered, "Can you have this awareness?" "Brother, people can change, and so can I." Huo Cheng sneered, "You said the same thing to our ancestors last time. How many days did you last?" "Brother, this time is different." "It's different. The love-crazy man and the one from the Pei family are quite a good match." Huo Cheng didn't say anything harsh. After all, it wasn't Meng Shichu's fault that she couldn't choose her own background. What's more, it was his younger brother who took the initiative to propose marriage. But now that the Huo family is tied to Meng Shichu, the discussions in the circle are really unpleasant. Huo Che pushed his chair forward and explained solemnly, "Brother, Miss Meng is not as bad as others say." Seeing that Huo Cheng didn't say anything, Huo Che continued, "Her background was determined by fate. She had no choice, but she is definitely not as unpresentable as the outside world has rumored." "Have you known her for a long time?" "We only met twice before." Huo Che explained, "Many of the crises facing the He family now are due to the revenge of the Pei family. Chairman Pei loves this daughter very much, and the eldest son of the Pei family will not suppress this sister. I married Meng Shichu not only to cut off my own retreat, but also to unite our two families and move to a higher level. It's just a standard business marriage, nothing to do with feelings." Huo Cheng narrowed his eyes. "Are you sure this marriage can bring these?" "Of course." Huo Che nodded. Meng Shichu's stepfather is one of the founders of the leading domestic security group. Huo Cheng's eyes tightened, and he stared at Huo Che suspiciously. At present, Kyoto labels Meng Shichu as an illegitimate daughter. This label is too heavy and overshadows everything. No one wants to know more about her. His biological father was one of the four great wealthy families, and his stepfather was the founder of the security company. These two facts alone were enough to crush too many wealthy people in Kyoto. Huo Cheng stood up and walked out, reminding Huo Che, "Come down and eat." As they walked down the stairs, Huo Che suddenly said, "Brother, don't go check on Meng Shichu." Reason: the information channels of the security group are complicated and intertwined. If they are discovered, it will be detrimental to the marriage. Huo Cheng stopped and looked over. "Then how do you know she won't harm you?" "No matter who is getting married to whom, proper precautions are needed. Always be on guard against others." Huo Che said, "Brother, please trust me again, just this once, I beg you. Meng Shichu is a man of many tricks, but he is open and honest. I had a deep understanding of this when we worked together in the previous life." Huo Cheng said nothing more and went downstairs. Chapter 013. A little enthusiasm but not much. There was total silence during dinner. After dinner, Huo Che was asked to stay in the living room, and everyone questioned him about his relationship with Meng Shichu. Huo Che held the teacup and said, "Miss Meng said that she has already made an agreement with the Pei family. When she returns from her business trip, she will arrange a meeting between the two families. Look at what a crap thing you have done. Marriage is such a big thing, and there was no one from the Huo family at the wedding, and you did it all by yourself. My spine has been bent by someone." Father Huo got angry thinking about it. Mother Huo comforted her husband and helplessly pretended to scold Huo Che a few words. "Fortunately, I had a heart-to-heart talk with Huo Cheng before, and Huo Cheng finally chose to trust his brother again." With Huo Cheng's support, Huo Che was not embarrassed and went to the company the next day. After 2 busy days, it was the weekend again. Huo Che had dinner with his friends and talked about his newlywed wife Meng Shichu. She left on a business trip that afternoon, Huo Che said with a smile. "Is there no connection in between?" Lu Jing was curious. "This is really a pure marriage, there is no emotion at all. Because of this marriage, the two families didn't even have a meal together." Hot shook his head. "She asked for my number before she left, but she didn't call or message me. I guess Meng Shichu also doesn't care. A strong woman pursuing profits in the business world, marriage and family will not occupy her life." Duan Xia suddenly sat up straight. "No, you didn't take the initiative to contact her? Didn't you ask for this marriage yourself?" "I don't have her number." Huo Che thought Meng Shichu would contact him, but she didn't. "Could it be that you blocked it?" Duan Xiao asked. "Didn't you say last time that Miss X kept changing her number, so you set it up?" After being reminded, Hotch was startled at first, then quickly picked up his phone to check the spam box. A lot of numbers and text messages have been blocked these days, and I can tell who the callers are just by looking at the beginning of some of them. Among them was a message, "I am Meng Shichu." The time was 6 p.m. on Monday, their wedding day. Looking at the intercepted call records, the other party called twice, with a 10-minute interval before the message was sent, and there was no record after that. Hotch slapped his forehead. "My brain." Quickly remove the number, save it, and reply with the message, "Sorry, I blocked the number on my phone before." After the message was sent, Cheng Yushuo's voice was heard, "Take it easy. If someone like Xiaoyan can befriend her, it means she is not simple. I know. Lu Jing also advised, you asked for the marriage yourself, so you should take on the responsibility, then you will be a real man. Huo Che nodded again, I know. However, as soon as he sent this message, it fell into oblivion. I went home, took a shower and went to bed, but I didn't see any reply. Blocked him. Huo Che thought about it and called. It rang for a while before the call was connected. A light female voice came from the phone, good evening, husband. She seemed to be very comfortable calling him husband, and Huo Che had no objection. I'm sorry, I was always harassed by strange numbers before, so I set up blocking, and blocked your number as well. Yeah, I saw the text message you sent with the explanation. Meng Shichu's voice was very calm, neither happy nor angry. Huo Che was having trouble finding a topic to talk about, so he paused for a few seconds before asking, when are you going back to Kyoto? I'll pick you up. Meng Shichu, it will take some time. I'll tell you in advance. Huo Che, okay. There was silence again, and there was a rustling sound over there, like the tip of a pen rubbing on paper. Huo Che inquired, are you still working? Meng Shichu, I have no job, I am painting. Huo Che understood, don't paint too late, it's bad for your eyes. Yes. The other side responded, and then said, it will be used in the charity auction tomorrow, and it will be finished soon. Oh. The topic reached a stalemate again. This time it was Meng Shichu who took the initiative to ask, did the Huo family deal with you about marrying me? Huo Che was surprised, how do you know? Meng Shichu did not hide it, I also have friends in Kyoto, and they said that my newlywed husband disappeared for a few days and didn't even go to the company. Huo Che laughed dryly. 2 days of solitary confinement. Meng Shichu said, rich families always like to do these things. Did you get beaten? Huo Che laughed awkwardly again, and Meng Shichu knew the result. Think more about the strong cooperation between the Huo and Pei families, and think about how you have a wife who understands the big picture and doesn't bother you. It's not a loss to get beaten up. Yeah, that makes sense. Their way of comforting people is very special. This is a powerful core that can only be built by people with absolute self-confidence. The phone was connected. After a few seconds of silence, Meng Shichu spoke again, I've finished my painting and I'm going to rest. You should also rest early. Also, I've added you as a friend. Please agree. Okay. Huo Che hung up the phone and opened WeChat, and sure enough, he saw a new friend request. Meng Shichu's WeChat profile picture is a photo of herself. She is wearing a red outfit and leaning against a tall black SUV. The wind blows her hair around her ears. She is looking into the distance with a sharp profile, as if ambition is the whole world in her eyes. Beautiful and cool. The nickname is simple, with a capital M. At first glance, he is a straightforward person who doesn't hesitate. Huo Che curiously entered Meng Shichu's circle of friends, which were all records of daily life, and the frequency of posting updates was very low. The latest one was on Monday, married, husband's surname is Huo Che. There was a photo of her putting a ring on him at the wedding, and there was a watermark of a news company in the lower right corner. At this time, the phone prompted that there was a new message. I pulled down directly to enter the message, which was a picture sent by Meng Shichu. A gouache painting with a very unique concept and bright colors. At first glance, it looks like a spring garden or a sea of twinkling stars in the gorgeous Milky Way. There were some words written on it, the handwriting was very sloppy but beautiful. Huo Che can't draw and doesn't know much about painting, but facing Meng Shichu's desire to share, he gave a thumbs up and a compliment, it looks good. Thank you, I am going to sleep now. Good night. Huo Che was slightly stunned, and then replied, good night, sweet dreams. She was a little enthusiastic, but not much. Another week has passed, and the He family scandal has not yet been completely resolved. The He family is in turmoil, the market value has evaporated by a huge amount, and the company is on the verge of collapse. The rivals of the Pei and He families still did not stop, and the He family's situation became increasingly difficult, giving rise to countless opponents who took advantage of the situation, tried to destroy the bridge after crossing it, and tried to protect themselves. Because of a wedding, the He family lost its reputation and fell out of the list of the 4 largest families. And Mr. He, who had a special hobby, became the topic of gossip in the circle. Huo Che follows the news every day. The development of things was not much different from the previous life. The He family's decline had no chance of recovery. It was time to get off work again. As soon as Huo Che got out of the elevator, he saw Qianqian waiting there. Since there was no response to the phone calls and text messages, Qianqian started to block his people. Huo Che slipped away through the back door the past 2 days and planned to slip away today as well, but he kept receiving calls after work and has forgotten about it until now. Huo Che's first reaction was to turn around and leave, but Qianqian had already spotted him and rushed over, shouting, "Huo Che, stop! You can't leave!" Chapter 014 White Moonlight Filter Shattered. Huo Che stopped and heard Huo Cheng's question on the phone, "Who is calling you? Are you hooking up with Qianqian again? She's been blocking me for days. I'm hanging up first." Huo Che hung up the phone, and just as he turned around, he saw Qianqian standing in front of him. He quickly stepped back to keep some distance. Qianqian thought he was going to run and wanted to follow him, but she heard Huo Che raise his hand to stop him. "Miss Xia, please keep your distance." "Huo Che, what on earth do you want to do?" Qianqian's pretty face flushed red, her eyes narrowed and her brows furrowed. She was in a state of rage. Huo Che waved at the security guard, then asked Qianqian, "Miss Xia, what do you want to do by blocking me? Do you think I want to see you?" Qianqian gritted her teeth, "I told you before that if you have anything, just come to me. Why are you targeting the Xia family and the Su family? I don't know what you're talking about." Huo Che didn't understand why Qianqian asked this question, and he didn't plan to ask in detail. The security guard had already arrived, and he said to the security guard, "Please ask this lady to leave, and don't let in non-company customers in the future." The security guard was stunned for a moment before stepping forward and saying, "Ms. Xia, please leave." Qianqian was unwilling to leave. She was about to rush towards Huo Che angrily, desperately seeking an answer. "Huo Che, answer me, you villain, what exactly do you want to do by forcing me like this? You are already married, do you still want to force me? Huo Che, are you a man, you?" Huo Che's face became more and more ugly, and a storm was about to come, so the security guards quickly dragged Qianqian away. "Let me go, you all let me go. Huo Che was the one who wronged me first. He cut off so much cooperation between the Xia family and the Su family just to force me to submit. You are still not honest after getting married. Huo Che, you are a rotten person." Qianqian's hysterical words became more and more unpleasant, and the security guard had no choice but to cover her mouth. Huo Che raised his hand and pressed his temple. Yi Mo came in hurriedly from outside. "Master, have you met Miss Xia? Make the arrangements. People who don't fit into my circle of friends and work should not appear in front of me in the future." He thought that after signing the document to sever ties with Qianqian and he got married, his relationship with Qianqian would be completely over. However, he did not expect that Qianqian would take the initiative to approach him. Thinking that those unpleasant things had not happened yet, thinking that Qianqian had saved his life after all, thinking that Qianqian and Su Zizhou were so loving, not interfering with each other was the best outcome. But things went against our wishes. We still have to take some measures. He was in a bad mood and Duan Xiao happened to ask him to have a midnight snack. Seeing that he was in a bad mood, Huo Che couldn't help but complain a few words when Duan Xiao asked, "I just suddenly feel a little irritated." Duan Xiao smiled and said, "Love and hate are actually a matter of a moment. When you feel irritated when you see her, it is the love and hate that are fighting each other, and in the end, the hate wins." "I know." Huo Che nodded. When you love someone, you can't see their shortcomings, and being irritable and angry are all good things. But his deep and persistent love for Qianqian had already begun to shatter through the filter in his previous life. By now, there are very few left. Seeing that Huo Che had really let go of Qianqian, Duan Xiao was happy for him from the bottom of his heart and changed the subject directly. "Let's not talk about her, let's talk about your distant wife." "Distant relative? Wife? Going on a business trip on the first day of marriage, what's the difference between that and being a distant relative?" Huo Che was speechless. "You can describe it. You've been on a business trip for half a month, right? You haven't come back yet." "I'm busy with work. TSK." Duan Xiao sighed. What a workaholic, leaving her newlywed husband alone in an empty house, how cruel. "I felt something was wrong when I heard this." "What do you mean? Didn't you say in front of so many people, 'I'm a virgin, I still have my first kiss'? You haven't seen your wife for half a month after marriage, and you're still a virgin. I'm worried about you. Oh, why are you hitting me? Huo Che punched him and Duan Xiao fell on the sofa. Save your strength to serve your wife. Fuck you. Huo Che said loudly. I don't know why I blurted out such words at the time. Now that I think about it, it was quite stupid. The problem is that what he said was released by the media, and everyone was talking about how the young master of the Huo family was a virgin, and had been chasing his white moonlight for years, but hadn't even given her his first kiss. How pitiful he was. Many people who were watching the fun commented that he was useless and couldn't he even force love on a domineering boss. Now Duan Xiao is teasing him deliberately, which makes him feel very embarrassed. Expected to arrive in Kyoto at 5 o'clock. Huo Che finished his meeting at Rongchen and only then saw the WeChat message from Meng Shichu. It was almost 4 o'clock at this moment, and the message was sent an hour and a half ago. He picked up his phone and walked out. His secretary was reporting to him, but Huo Che stopped him. I'm going to go out for a while. The secretary reminded, Vice President, you have to meet a client in half an hour. I'll let my brother go. There was no time to go to Huo Cheng's office, so Huo Che called directly, Brother, go meet the client later, I'm going out for a while. Huo Cheng happened to see Huo Che's hurried back disappearing in the elevator, and asked casually, why are you leaving in such a hurry? Huo Che, Meng Shichu is back, I'll go pick her up. Huo Cheng was stunned for a moment, go ahead. It was still early when Huo Che arrived at his destination. When he went to buy coffee, he saw a flower shop and bought a bunch of bright red roses. While waiting, Huo Che received another call from Huo Cheng, did you pick up the person? Do you want to go home for dinner tonight? Huo Che, I haven't received it yet. I'll ask her later. Huo Cheng, tell me the result when you get it. Huo Che, got it. After a while, Huo Che saw Meng Shichu walking out. He was wearing a white t-shirt, black denim shorts, and white sneakers. He carried a white backpack in one hand and dragged a small suitcase with the other. Huo Che immediately stepped forward, took the bag from Meng Shichu with one hand, and handed over the flowers with the other, welcome back. Meng Shichu took the flowers and said, thank you for picking me up, too. It is only natural to pick up your own wife. If you don't come back, I'll almost think I've had a fake marriage. It's strange not to see his wife for more than half a month after marriage. After saying that, he took the suitcase from Meng Shichu's hand and handed it to his assistant. Meng Shichu asked, are you blaming me? Don't get me wrong, I didn't mean that. Huo Che shook his head, my brother knew you were coming back today, and asked if you wanted to go to the Huo family for dinner. No. Meng Shichu refused without hesitation, I still have some work to do, and it's rude to go there without any preparation. Okay. Huo Che sent a message to Huo Cheng. Ms. Meng has just returned from a business trip. She will take a 2-day break before visiting you. I will let you know in advance. The two walked towards the car side by side, followed by their respective assistants. Suddenly, an angry voice sounded. Meng Shichu. The roaring man rushed over. It was He Xingyi. After not seeing him for a long time, He Xingyi no longer had the proud and conceited look he once had. He had lost a lot of weight and looked decadent and depressed. Even in a suit, he did not look charming at all. He Xingyi approached with gritted teeth and glared, pulled out the pen he carried with him, uncapped it, and stabbed Meng Shichu viciously. Chapter 015 The flowers are beautiful, you can send more in the future. Hiss. R. The sounds of inhaling and screaming were heard at the same time. The one who was injured was Huo Che, and the one who was screaming was He Xingyi. The incident happened suddenly, and Huo Che raised his hand to push it away, but was stabbed in the arm by the pen. Before he could react, he saw He Xingyi being kicked out. Seeing Meng Shichu kicking the man away, Huo Che couldn't help but inhale, feeling both pain and shock. So cool. Quick reaction. It's definitely not comparable to someone like him who works out in the gym. Looking at He Xingyi again, he fell to the ground and couldn't get up. It was Meng Shichu's assistant who immediately dropped everything in his hands and stepped forward to pin him to the ground. He Xingyi struggled and cursed, bitch, you are the one who hurt me. You killed our Huai. Pay for your life. It's all your fault, you illegitimate daughter, the stain on the Pei family, you shouldn't have been born into this world, you avildor. Meng Shichu's assistant Jiang Wu's face darkened. He pressed He Xingyi's head to the ground and the scolding stopped. Jiang Wu, you stay and deal with it. Meng Shichu said, picked up his backpack on the ground, and said to Huo Che, "Let's go to the hospital." In the car, Meng Shichu pressed Huo Che's wound with a tissue and teased, "We've only met a few times, and you can protect me from harm. If I don't know, I would think you love me very much." Huo Che curled his lips and said, "It is instinctive to protect the people around you, and it is even more natural to protect your wife." "Yeah." Meng Shichu responded, but then said, "Don't do this next time. He can't hurt me." "It's not like I knew he couldn't hurt you. Meng Shichu, I grew up in the security company's training ground, and you can't beat me." Huo Che. Seeing that his eyes seemed to be shaking, Meng Shichu was puzzled. What does this look mean? Huo Che laughed awkwardly. "If we have a conflict in the future, don't just do it. At least give people a chance to argue. Don't worry, I'm quite reasonable." When they arrived at the hospital, the doctor treated Huo Che's wound and gave him an injection, explained some precautions, and prescribed 2 days of anti-inflammatory drugs. When Assistant Zhu Yi went to get the medicine, Meng Shichu and Huo Che had already arrived outside the hospital. Seeing Meng Shichu looking at him, Huo Che moved his arm and said, "It's okay, it's not serious, it doesn't hurt anymore." Meng Shichu said, "It's true that it's not as serious as the whip marks on your back. After so much time, the wound on Huo Che's back no longer hurts, but the mark is still there. Just now, the doctor asked him to take off his shirt when bandaging his arm, so the marks on his back were naturally seen by Meng Shichu. I just didn't expect her to say it so bluntly." Huo Che smiled awkwardly. "Didn't you say that I proposed on the spot and it was successful? There is always a price to pay." "That makes sense. What shall we eat tonight?" Meng Shichu didn't feel conflicted, nor did he feel distressed. This injury is really nothing for such a big man. "I've already booked a restaurant." Huo Che checked the time and suggested, "It's not far, how about walking over?" "Can." During the more than 10 minutes walk, the two chatted occasionally. Huo Che asked Meng Shichu, "Are you always so busy?" "Almost." Meng Shichu thought for a moment and said, "It's okay if we don't have to be so busy." Huo Che wondered, "What does this mean?" Meng Shichu explained, "If you want to find me, I have time." She said it simply and directly, and Huo Che nodded, "I understand. I will ask you out often. If you feel annoyed, you can tell me directly." "Meng Shichu, are you planning to develop feelings with me?" "Let's give it a try." Huo Che admitted generously, "We're already married, and we're a good match. Instead of living together in a lukewarm way, we might as well try to understand each other and make our life interesting and meaningful. What if we really fall in love? Don't you think so?" "That makes sense." Meng Shichu agreed and reached out to hold Huo Che's hand. Huo Che was very surprised by Meng Shichu's initiative, but he immediately clenched his fist. "I heard Meng Shichu say again, the flowers are very beautiful, you can send more in the future." Clear. This was the first formal meal for the two. Huo Che behaved elegantly and gentlemanly, and Meng Shichu was also generous and decent. The whole process was pleasant. Because Huo Che was injured and couldn't drink, Meng Shichu used juice instead. "Formally wish us a happy marriage. Let's have fun together." Huo Che raised his glass and clinked it with Meng Shichu from a distance. After the meal, the two stood up and were about to leave when Meng Shichu's cell phone suddenly rang. "I'll go pay the bill," Huo Che said and went out first. Meng Shichu nodded and answered the phone. Huo Che heard her shout into the phone, "Brother, what's the matter?" Huo Che paid the bill, and Meng Shichu just came out after answering the phone. He walked up to him and asked, "Is this the Pei family?" Meng Shichu nodded. The people from the He family went to the Pei family. Huo Che immediately guessed the reason, because of the airport. The He family is constantly shaken by scandals. He Xingyi's boyfriend Tang Hui committed suicide due to the pressure. He Xingyi appeared at the airport today to go abroad, but because he ran into me, he didn't leave. Meng Shichu's voice was very calm. "I can't leave now." The He family went to the Pei family naturally to beg for mercy. "Will you forgive them?" Huo Che asked curiously. Meng Shichu asked back, "Do you think I have the word pure kindness written on my left cheek, easy to bully written on my right cheek, and idiot written on my forehead?" Huo Che laughed. "I was just asking casually. I guess the He family will also go to their Huo family to look for you. Will you forgive me then?" In today's accident, only Huo Che was bleeding and injured. Huo Che's smile froze. "If you don't forgive me, there's no reason for me to forgive me. Meng Shichu, let's go. Do you have a place to live outside?" Or are you going back to the Pei family? Huo Che asked. But Meng Shichu questioned, do you have a canary hidden in your home? Of course not. Hotch shook his head and explained, I just feel that we don't know each other well enough, and I'm afraid you won't want to live with me. Business marriages have no emotional foundation, and it takes time to cultivate feelings. What's more, Meng Shichu is not a girl who can be easily offended. Meng Shichu held his hand and said, so there needs to be opportunities and space for mutual understanding. If you have no objection, then I have no objection. Huo Che said with a smile, but his ears were burning as if they were on fire. After walking along the street for a while, the two stopped outside a supermarket at the same time. This time it was Hotch who took the initiative to ask, do you want to do it tonight? Can you? Meng Shichu pointed at Huo Che's injured arm, indicating that he was injured. No problem. Hotch shook his head, buy some equipment. They both walked into the supermarket at the same time. 2 minutes later, the two stood in front of the shelf, looking at the dazzling boxes in deep thought. Huo Che didn't know what his mood was, he felt a little panicked, but also very excited. But the choice is difficult. He had never used this thing before, so he wasn't sure what size it was. There are also various styles, scents, and even luminous. It's even more embarrassing with so many people coming and going around. Huo Che didn't know where to start, and his grip on Meng Shichu's hand tightened unconsciously. Finally, Meng Shichu took a box from the shelf and put it in his hand. As he paid, Huo Che took a look. Medium, threaded, rose scent. Chapter 016 Can I have your first kiss? When the car drove into Haitang Villa, Meng Shichu was already drowsy. We're here. Hotch reminded her and opened the door for her after getting out of the car. Meng Shichu pressed his temples and took a break before getting out of the car. You look tired. Hotch asked. Meng Shichu replied, I haven't slept for almost 30 hours. Huo Che was surprised, why didn't you say so earlier? If I had said it earlier, I would have sent her back to rest. Before Meng Shichu could answer, Huo Che continued, I blame myself for not asking. You looked so energetic and didn't look like you hadn't slept for so long. I didn't notice. It's okay. Meng Shichu didn't care. I'll feel better after taking a shower. I have a short meeting to attend. You work so hard. Huo Che sighed and took Meng Shichu's suitcase from the trunk. Leading her upstairs into the master bedroom, Hotch familiarized her with the place and asked her, do you want to take a shower first or have a meeting first? Meng Shichu glanced at the time and said, let's take a shower. There were personal items and spare clothes in the suitcase. Meng Shichu took them and went to the bathroom. Hotch started making phone calls to arrange for some women's clothing and jewelry to be delivered the next day. Although this marriage was a bit absurd, he didn't intend to do anything reckless. Since the other person was willing to come and live with him, he should pay more attention to it. Meng Shichu took a quick shower. She came out of the bathroom in a beige silk nightgown and asked Huo Che, where is the hair dryer? Huo Che was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and was dumbfounded. Finished, no hair dryer? No. Meng Shichu didn't believe it. Huo Che explained, I had one originally, but it broke before. I didn't use it much anyway, and I don't live here often, so I didn't buy a new one. Then he added, I'll have someone deliver it. No need, it will be almost done if you wrap it for a while longer. Meng Shichu stopped him and picked up his mobile phone to check it. Your hair is long, so you won't catch a cold. Hotch was already on the phone. Meng Shichu didn't say anything else, but started working on his computer. Hotch came over after the call, do you want to go to the study? Is it convenient? Don't worry, there is no other woman hiding in there. Huo Che joked to himself and took Meng Shichu to his study. Huo Che hadn't been here for a long time. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a contract on the desk. The 4 huge words, "to clearance agreement," on it are particularly eye-catching. Huo Che picked it up casually, and Meng Shichu beside him took a look at it without asking any further questions. But Huo Che said calmly, signed with Miss Xia. Oh. Meng Shichu responded to show that he understood, but still did not ask more questions, maintaining a certain boundary. Instead, Hotch asked her, want to see it? No need. Meng Shichu shook his head. Hotch shook the document in his hand, feeling slightly embarrassed. Meng Shichu put down his computer and phone, turned around and faced Huo Che. I'm not a person who likes to make trouble unreasonably. I don't care how good your relationship with Miss Xie was in the past, or what you went through. That's all in the past. You are my legal husband now. As long as you don't embarrass me during the marriage, I will not cause any trouble for you. Please rest assured. That's not what I meant. Huo Che smiled helplessly and explained, I just feel that since we are married and living together, I don't want to argue about these things in the future. Even if the relationship is just one of mutual interest, it will affect the interests. Don't think too much. Meng Shichu reached out and patted Huo Che's chest gently. You don't mind my ignoble birth, and I don't mind your previous romantic affairs. Let's even it out. Well, you work first. Huo Che left the study in a hurry. In fact, Meng Shichu was being very polite. His past experiences with Qianqian could not be considered a romantic affair. It's all shameful and stupid behavior. Meng Shichu didn't say it directly to save his face. In the study, Meng Shichu saw Huo Che's hurriedly disappearing back and a smile appeared on his brows. Her husband is not very easy to tease and will get angry if she is not careful. Pure as hell. How did he dare to propose to her in public? The door was closed gently. Meng Shichu sat in the chair and quickly got down to work. Near the end, there was a knock on the door, and then the door was pushed open. Huo Che, wearing grey pajamas, stood at the door with a hair dryer in his hand. I'm almost done, wait a minute. Meng Shichu said to their computer, I will discuss this plan with the headquarters and we will discuss it then. Good morning, and goodbye. The people on the other end said good night to her one after another. Meng Shichu exited the video conference, turned off her computer, closed it, and got up to walk out. Huo Che was still at the door. He had just finished taking a shower, and his body was emitting heat and the scent of shower gel. His hair was wet and drooping, sticking to his temples. The originally handsome young master now looked like a well-behaved and adorable boy. Meng Shichu had learned painting before, and in her eyes, Huo Che had a kind of beauty in his bones that others could not understand. This is a man who is very handsome both in appearance and structure. Back in the bedroom, Meng Shichu took the hair dryer and Huo Che showed her where to plug it in. Meng Shichu walked over and asked, how about you help me blow it? Glad to help. Huo Che took their hair dryer again, and his ears felt hot again. He could clearly feel that Meng Shichu looked cold but was actually a very passionate person, and she was very good at flirting. At least he would be impulsive during her deliberate actions. The fact that he has impulses towards women is enough to prove that he is a normal man. The sound of the hair dryer echoed in his ears. Huo Che's hands fiddled with Meng Shichu's head a little clumsily. Occasionally, his fingers would be entangled in the long hair. Huo Che would put down the hair dryer and carefully untie it. Meng Shichu laughed at him, you are too unskilled. Huo Che said, the first time I did it, I was afraid that if I used too much force, I would blow your head off. Meng Shichu's hair was already half dry, so Huo Che quickly blew it dry for her, and then found a comb to comb it for her. Finally, he asked, do you want to put something on your hair? No need. Meng Shichu used the hairband on her wrist to lightly tie her long hair behind her. When Huo Che put away the hair dryer and came back, Meng Shichu had already gone to bed, leaning against the headboard with a cell phone in his hand. Seeing him lift the quilt and sit on the bed, Meng Shichu said, wait a moment, I'll reply to a few messages. It was the first time with a woman in bed, and Huo Che was a little uncomfortable. He was thinking in his mind what he should do first and what should he do next. Perhaps Meng Shichu would be more proactive than him as she seemed to be experienced. As he thought this in his mind, Huo Che clearly felt himself getting hot and agitated, and his body was slightly unwell. The impulse has been pushed to the extreme. He also picked up his phone and looked at the unread messages, his mind wandering. Suddenly, I felt a touch of warmth next to me. It was Meng Shichu who put down his phone and came over. She wrapped her arms around his chest, and her body temperature was transferred to Huo Che's skin through the thin cloth, causing his muscles to tense. Huo Che put down his phone and asked, are you done with your work? The voice was not as clear as before, but rather restrained and low. Yeah. Meng Shichu replied, and suddenly turned over and straddled the man's waist. She was so bold that Huo Che couldn't help but gasp, and his hands instinctively went around her waist. She was very hot, like a gentle but scorching flame. Meng Shichu leaned in close, hooked his hands around Huo Che's neck, and asked softly, husband, can I have your first kiss? All for you. Huo Che's voice was already hoarse. When Meng Shichu's lips came up to him, he raised his head slightly and kissed her. The warm lips touched and entangled, stimulating the desire to spread wildly into the sea. Meng Shichu was very proactive and enthusiastic. Huo Che once thought she was experienced, until her scratched his arm, and then he realized he was wrong. She was in pain, her brows were furrowed and her whole body was tense, and she looked very uncomfortable. Huo Che had no choice but to stop and kiss her neck until it reached her ear. Forget it if it's uncomfortable. We'll do it next time. Meng Shichu tilted his head and kissed him on the lips. We are connected by the thread of mutual support. She challenged him, can you do it? You're going to get hurt. Meng Shichu squeezed his hand. Huo Che raised his head and took a breath, and heard her command in his ear, come. Huo Che felt that all his rationality was taken away. He told Meng Shichu that he should stop if he became too uncomfortable, but in fact he was out of control. It felt strange, but not too pleasant. It was like opening a mysterious box, and the treasures inside were so fascinating that the two men and women who had no emotional foundation spent the whole night exploring the treasures in the box, until they finally felt happy and successfully got on the highway. Meng Shichu had not rested for a long time and had no habit of staying in the same bed, so he fell asleep soon after cleaning. However, Huo Che was not so lucky. There was one more person on the bed, and I successfully suffered from insomnia. Seeing Meng Shichu sleeping so soundly beside him, he moved over and held him in his arms. When Meng Shichu was asleep, he was not as cold and aloof as usual, but soft and sweet. Only then did Huo Che know for sure that he was really married and his wife was in his arms. He has his own little home, and he will run this little home in the future. Maybe this family won't last until the end, but he must manage it well. This is his responsibility. Chapter 017 Since I am good, you should cherish me. When Meng Shichu woke up, he was in Huo Che's arms. The man closed his eyes and looked like he was asleep. She was about to leave slowly when she heard Huo Che's voice, it's still early, why don't you get some sleep? I'm going to the bathroom. Meng Shichu, who had just woken up, had a soft voice, like a kitten. Upon hearing this, Huo Che quickly let go. After coming back from the bathroom, seeing Huo Che stretching out his arms, Meng Shichu lay down on them without hesitation and was held in his arms again. Have you been awake for a long time? Meng Shichu asked him. Huo Che smiled bitterly, I just didn't sleep. Aren't you sleepy? Huo Che did not hide it, it was the first time I had someone around me, and she was a grown girl. I was not used to it and could not sleep. Then you have to get used to it. Meng Shichu closed his eyes again and muttered, you can't sleep in separate rooms after getting married. What's the difference between this and finding a sex partner? Give me some time, it won't be long. Huo Che promised. This was indeed his problem. He was even more pretentious than Meng Shichu, a girl. I need to sleep for a while. When you get up, be gentle and don't call me. I should sleep until noon or afternoon. Huo Che inquired, where's breakfast? Don't worry, I'll get up by myself when I'm hungry. She hadn't rested for a long time, so naturally she needed a longer rest time than usual. Okay. Huo Che reached out and tidied the hair off her cheek, you go to sleep, I won't disturb you. As a result, not long after, Huo Che woke Meng Shichu up. Meng Shichu closed her eyes and could feel Huo Che kissing her neck. She asked softly, you want it again? The direct question made Huo Che's nerves burn. Yeah. Huo Che responded muffledly, and the hot and wet kiss became more intense. He knew it was wrong, but he couldn't control himself. I had never had meat before, so I didn't know how wonderful it was. Now that I have tasted the forbidden fruit, it's as if my body has separated from my mind and has its own thoughts. He couldn't control the spread of such thoughts, nor did he want to control them. It is legal and reasonable, and it does not belong to anyone else, so why should he restrain himself? Meng Shichu raised his hand and put it around the man's neck. I didn't use the equipment last night. You have to go buy me some medicine later. This can be regarded as not rejecting his request for sex at this moment. As for last night, because I was a newbie and not familiar with the job, I never used the condom. Huo Che nodded in agreement, yeah, okay. Meng Shichu, make the best use of everything. Don't use condoms now. Huo Che turned over, leaned over Meng Shichu's neck, and asked in a hoarse voice, why are you so good? Since I am good, you should cherish me. Yes, I will. He responded repeatedly and responded with the deepest kiss. Perhaps because of last night's experience, Huo Che felt even happier this time. Even Meng Shichu's reaction was happier than last night. Even though there was no emotional foundation, the two bodies were surprisingly compatible and they were both very happy. After finishing the cleaning, Meng Shichu chatted with Huo Che for a few words and then fell asleep again. Huo Che was not sleepy at all. He got out of bed quietly, washed, dressed and went out. When Meng Shichu woke up, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Making up for the sleep will make you feel more relaxed, and after a simple wash, you will feel more awake. I picked up my phone and went downstairs, and found a WeChat message from Huo Che on my phone. Huo Che, the medicine is in the box next to the bed, and there is warm water in the pot next to it. Huo Che, I have assigned a few people to take care of daily life. They will not disturb you. If you need anything, please talk to Butler Zhao directly, or you can talk to me. Huo Che, I had someone send you some clothing and jewelry. When you wake up, remember to choose some, or keep them all. You're welcome. Huo Che, remember to eat. He sent 4 messages in a row, all from 3 hours ago. It seems that he went out late today. Meng Shichu replied with a little rabbit emoticon that said, received, turned back, took out the emergency medicine from the box on the bedside, and also took out a note. It was a handwritten promise from Huo Che, this is the only time, and I will wear a condom properly next time. He also left his own name. Huo Che's handwriting is like him, with a very personal style of sloppiness and a hint of madness. Meng Shichu smiled, put the note back into the box, took his medicine and went downstairs. Arriving at the lobby on the first floor, Butler Zhao immediately came to greet her. Hello, madam. I am Mr. S. newly transferred Butler Zhao Zhang. Butler Zhao introduced the new servants and chefs while leading Meng Shichu to the restaurant. The servant brought the warm food and Butler Zhao explained, these foods were prepared half an hour ago. The master told us to make them every 2 hours. If the mistress didn't come down to eat during that time, we had to make them again. I'll trouble you later. Meng Shichu ate slowly and leisurely, and after he was full, the last bit of discomfort in his body disappeared without a trace. Butler Zhao had the clothes, shoes, bags and various accessories brought into their hall and displayed them for Meng Shichu to choose from. Meng Shichu, who has never been interested in complicated craftsmanship, withdrew most of his employees and only kept a few. Huo Che had already made arrangements and would send her various new products every month for her to choose from. It can be seen that Huo Che is managing this marriage as carefully as possible. While the servants were carrying the things she had chosen upstairs, Meng Shichu also walked around the front and backyards to get a general understanding of the environment of the villa. Then Huo Che called. As soon as I picked up the phone, I heard him ask, have you eaten? Meng Shichu replied, yes, I also picked out some clothes, shoes, bags, and jewelry. Huo Che said, leave more, don't save it with me. Meng Shichu smiled, I know you won't be short of my small things, so I picked out some that I like relatively well and left them behind. Hearing her laughter, Huo Che's voice became more relaxed. Once you've rested, I'll go shopping with you and pick out something you like better. Meng Shichu, just think of it as you're dating me. Huo Che admitted, yes, I asked you to go shopping with me, just to show my favor. Meng Shichu, okay, my assistant is almost here, I need to go out for a while. Huo Che asked, you've been on a business trip for so long, don't you take a break? Meng Shichu, I have something to deal with. I may have dinner at Pei's house tonight. You don't have to wait for me. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, and Huo Che asked for advice, how about I go to Pei's house with you? After finishing the call with Huo Che, Meng Shichu walked out and saw Butler Zhao walking quickly towards her. Madam, there's a man outside who says he's your assistant. Yes. Meng Shichu said to Butler Zhao as he walked out, Huo Che and I won't be back for dinner tonight, so you don't have to prepare dinner for us. Yes. WAN High Group. Everyone who sees Meng Shichu will respectfully call her second miss. Although the second young lady does not have a position in Wanhai, the eldest young master has already told her that the second young lady will enter Wanhai in the future. The elevator went straight up to the top floor. Meng Shichu stopped as he passed the secretary's office and asked, is your CEO Pei here? Boss Pei is meeting a guest. Do you need me to contact the second miss? Meng Shichu nodded, okay. The secretary called Pei Jinhuai, then led Meng Shichu into the president's office and served her some good tea. President Pei will be here for a while, Miss Second, please wait a moment. Pei Jinhui, president of Wanhai Group, is the eldest son of the Pei family and Meng Shichu's half-brother. At first, everyone in the company was talking about how Master Pei would definitely target and suppress this unexpected sister, but unexpectedly, President Pei then ordered everyone in the company not to gossip about her. This is why as soon as Meng Shichu appeared, everyone in the company respectfully called her the second miss. Meng Shichu sat there for more than 10 minutes before Pei Jinhui came back. As soon as he entered the door, Pei Jinhui asked, "Are you already living with Huo Che?" Chapter 018 makes you feel safe. When asked, Meng Shichu directly admitted, "If we don't live together after getting married, we will be laughed at." After receiving such an answer, Pei Jinhui paused. He stared at Meng Shichu for a few seconds before he started walking again and said, "Huo Che is a bit crazy. He is known to be in love. There is only Bai Yueguang in his mind. I don't believe he can break up with Miss Xia. You have to keep a close eye on him. He's a nice guy." Meng Shichu responded indifferently, frighteningly calm. Pei Jinhui was surprised again and looked over. "You just came back yesterday, and you came to protect him today. Have you been interested in him since a long time ago? It's not that exaggerated." Meng Shichu stopped discussing Huo Che with Pei Jinhui and talked about business. "After careful consideration, I still decided not to join Wanhai. Don't persuade me anymore. Do you think the position I gave you is too low?" Pei Jinhui simply walked over and sat on the sofa opposite. "Deputy CEO, airdropped, it's not too low." Meng Shichu took a sip of tea and shook his head. "I already have a lot of things to do, and now I'm married. I don't want to spend all my time on work and have no fun at all." "Then why don't you hand over the work over there?" Pei Jinhui asked back, referring to Meng Shichu's stepfather. Meng Shichu was speechless. "Brother, you are being unreasonable. That's father over there, but not here." Pei Jinhui continued to ask. Seeing that she didn't want to talk, Pei Jinhui said, "Dad asked me to do some ideological work on you. If you don't want to, go and talk to Dad yourself. He feels that he owes you something, but I don't owe you anything." "Okay, I'll go and talk to them myself." Meng Shichu stood up and was about to leave, with such a straightforwardness that it could drive people crazy. Pei Jinhui stopped her. "When do you plan to have the Pei family and the Huo family sit down and talk? You're getting married on the spur of the moment. Has Huo Che fulfilled his promise to give you 5 times the betrothal gift? What's the Huo family's attitude?" If the Huo family had any objections to Meng Shichu's background, who knows what kind of fuss Pei Guangnian would make. This time, his father was determined to destroy the He family because He Xingyi bullied Meng Shichu too much. Meng Shichu said, "Huo Che will go to Pei's house with me tonight. I have already informed my family in advance." Pei Jinhui was immediately interested when he heard this. "It's a good opportunity for me to meet him." Meng Shichu raised his eyebrows. "You've been in Kyoto for 30 years, and you've never met him. Kyoto is so big, Huo Che and I are so different in age that we don't belong to the same social circle. In my eyes, he is just a little brat. I do meet him occasionally at cocktail parties with his older brother Huo Cheng. This city is so big, and the 4 wealthy families all have their own areas of development. Everyone maintains and entertains in different circles, so it is normal that they don't meet. Okay, don't make him uncomfortable when the time comes." Meng Shichu said, using the back of his hand to push Pei Jinhui's arm and ask him to move away. "Wait a minute." Pei Jinhui reached out and held her arm. "Dad asked me to ask you something." Meng Shichu raised his eyes and said directly without waiting for him to speak, "They are coming to meet the Huo family separately. They are all your elders, why not arrange for them to meet the Huo family together?" Pei Jinhui suggested. Meng Shichu smiled. "Do you think it will be a good scene for my stepfather to meet your father?" Without letting Pei Jinhui speak, Meng Shichu said, "Do you want my mother to stand in the middle and make a choice? This is quite embarrassing. I will talk to Dad about it." Pei Jinhui touched his nose. At the last wedding with the He family, Meng Shichu's mother and stepfather suddenly said they couldn't come. I guess it was because Meng Shichu said the wedding would be ruined, so they didn't come to Kyoto to watch the excitement. Pei Jinhui also knew that Meng Shichu's failure to tell the Pei family was also a test for the Pei family. At first, she was unwilling to return to the Pei family, and even more unwilling to have anything to do with the Pei family. This was all thanks to the comfort of her mother Meng Ling. Meng Shichu smiled and asked, "Brother, do you have anything else to ask?" "No more." "Then I'm leaving." Then she left, her steps very fast, as if a ghost was chasing her. Pei Jinhui sat in the chair and called Pei Guangnian, "Dad, Huo Che is coming to our house for dinner tonight. Don't make it too difficult for him. Xiaochu is very protective." "Pei Guangnian, has Xiaochu gone to the company? Is she willing to take over the shares and join Wanhai?" Pei Jinhui said truthfully, she doesn't want to. She said she wants to set aside time to enjoy life. "I guess she probably likes Huo Che and wants to cultivate feelings with him." The old father sighed, "I don't know what's so good about that kid. His reputation is not much better than he Shinese now." Pei Jinhui said, "Let's say less, so as not to upset Xiaochu." Pei Guangnian asked again, "Have you asked her about the situation over there?" Pei Jinhui rubbed his brows and said, "Dad, Aunt Meng made her choice back then. Let it go. Aunt Meng is living a happy life now. Don't make things more complicated. It won't sound good if it gets out." Pei Guangnian was angry, "What's wrong with that? She and I were in a free love relationship back then, if it wasn't for your mother." The voice on the other end stopped abruptly. "Forget it, you are also a victim, beep beep beep." The call was hung up, and Pei Jinhui saw a new message on WeChat. It was from his mother. "Pei Jinhui, I told you so much, did you listen to me? That woman is here to divide your property with you, you must be on your guard against her. Your dad is a scumbag. You have to take everything into your own hands. Mom is an experienced person and will not harm you. Now that bastard is married to Huo Che, and the Huo family is helping her to grab the family property, what will you do?" Pei Jinhui sent many similar messages, but read them all without replying. In the end, he simply set this person to do not disturb. Meng Shichu parked his car outside Seijo Technology and sent a message to Huo Che, "I'm here." No reply. But 5 minutes later, the Hutchers came down. Meng Shichu didn't get out of the car and asked him, "Are you off work?" Huo Che shook his head, "Not yet, go up and sit for a while." "Will it be inconvenient?" Meng Shichu asked seriously with the corner of his mouth curled. Huo Che got in the passenger seat and said, "Drive in." Under Hutcher's guidance, Meng Shichu parked the car in the garage. The garage is separated from the office building and there was an elevator that went directly to the building, but Hutcher chose to walk through the lobby. And before entering the door, Huo Che held Meng Shichu's hand. He greeted them personally and walked in hand, as if announcing to the outside world how harmonious their relationship was. Along the way, everyone they met called Meng Shichu the boss lady. When they entered the office, Huo Che brought Meng Shichu a glass of warm water and explained, "I am not doing this to show that I am a good man. I just want you to feel safe. It feels good." Meng Shichu took the water cup and took a sip. "You should focus on your work first. Then sit for a while." Huo Che took the tablet on the desk and handed it to Meng Shichu. "There is no password. Watch some dramas and play games to avoid being bored." "Yeah." Meng Shichu raised her hand to take the tablet, and then Huo Che left the office to work. She used his tablet in his office to check some information on the design plan. It was almost 5:30 when Hotshare came in with a cup of milk tea in his hand. "I'm off duty." As Huo Che spoke, he had already come to Meng Shichu's side and handed him the milk tea. "I heard that this milk tea shop is very good, so I specially asked someone to buy it." Meng Shichu was surprised, "You usually like to drink this." "I don't drink it, but I heard that sweet drinks can make people feel good. I shouldn't have told you that I was in a bad mood. Then maybe eating something sweet will make you feel better." Huo Che helped her put the straw in. "Try it. 5% sugar shouldn't be too sweet." Meng Shichu took a sip and nodded in agreement, "It does taste good, do you want to try it?" Seeing the milk tea she handed over, Huo Che was stunned for a moment, then leaned over, held the straw and took a big sip, taking a lot of small ingredients into his mouth. After swallowing it, Hotshare nodded, "It's really delicious." Chapter 019 Should I be responsible for you? Hotshare had some gifts prepared in advance and placed them all in Meng Shichu's car. "You bought too much," Meng Shichu said. In fact, she also asked someone to prepare some gifts for the Huo family, but not so many. Of course, they are not cheap either. But Hotshare said, "It's not enough for me to meet my father-in-law for the first time. You seem to have adapted to your role as a husband. Meng Shichu couldn't help but tease with a faint smile on his face. Huo Che stood up straight and stared at Meng Shichu. I asked for your hand in marriage openly. Shouldn't I be responsible for you? Seeing that she only smiled and didn't say anything, Huo Che took the milk tea from her hand, took another sip, and then asked her, You haven't drunk it since I drank it. Do you dislike me? We've already kissed each other, what else can I dislike about you? Meng Shichu took the milk teacup and handed over the car keys. You drive. It's my duty. Huo Che took the key without hesitation. Instead of sitting in the driver's seat, he opened the passenger door for Meng Shichu. Madam, please get in the car. He was very open and Meng Shichu was not the kind of person who would be shy, so he got into the car directly. The car parked in the Pei family's garage, and when I got out of the car, I saw Pei Guangyan and Pei Jinhuai walking towards me. The two men greeted Meng Shichu first and then paid attention to Huo Che. Huo Che was very enthusiastic and called out, Dad, and Big Brother, fluently. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person, and Huo Che brought so many gifts, so Pei Guangyan and Pei Jinhuai were quite polite to Huo Che and always greeted him with a smile. Several people sat down in the hall. The servant served tea and they were chatting when the housekeeper suddenly came in and said, The He family is here again. The smile on Pei Guangyan's face disappeared instantly. There is nothing to discuss. What are they doing here? The housekeeper knew that Pei Guangyan's attitude was because he Xingyi almost hurt Meng Shichu at the airport, so he lowered his voice and asked Pei Guangyan, The young lady is at home, do you want to see what the young lady has to say? Pei Guangyan was silent for a few seconds, and asked someone to invite the people from the He family in. When it comes to my daughter's affairs, it really depends on her attitude towards them. Soon, people came in. The person who came was He Xingyi's mother, carrying expensive red wine and precious medicinal herbs. Seeing Meng Shichu was there, his mother immediately came to her with red eyes. Shichu, auntie begs you to save Xingyi. It's not easy for him. That Tang Hui committed suicide. He didn't mean to hurt you. His mother knelt directly in front of Meng Shichu. The He family is in decline, and she only has this one son. Her husband has fallen out with her and no longer cares about He Xingyi. If she doesn't find a way to rescue her son, He Xingyi will definitely go to jail. She also knew the whole process of what happened yesterday. He Xingyi, who was planning to go abroad, met Meng Shichu by chance at the airport. He thought of the dead Tang Hui. It was because of his family's decline and the death of his lover that he attacked Meng Shichu. At that time, Xingyi had no self-thinking. He just acted like that because he was too sad. I know you are not hurt, and Xiaohuo is not seriously injured. Auntie begs you to let Xingyi go this time. I promise you that he will never appear in front of you again. His mother cried and pleaded sincerely. Before Meng Shichu could respond, Pei Jinhuai came over and said, Mrs. He, you kneel down as soon as you come here. It's too much to come to my house and threaten people. His voice was cold and full of obvious displeasure. Pei Guangyan on the other side also had a stern face and was very dissatisfied with his mother's behavior. When elders kneel before younger ones, it is both humiliating and an invisible threat. Jinhuai, let her out. Pei Guangyan growled unhappily, but because of Meng Shichu's presence, he did not get angry. The He family raised a child and not only let him become a homosexual, but they also brought him harm the daughter he had finally adopted. They should be punished by God. Seeing Meng Shichu drinking tea calmly and not being affected, Huo Che couldn't help but admire him in his heart. Meng Shichu was indeed different from many women he had met. She had a calm and steady demeanor that would not change her expression even if the sky fell. Her calmness and composure further highlight her heroic and bravery, like a queen high above, fearless of everything. Pei Jinhuai asked the servants to chase his mother away, but his mother grabbed Meng Shichu's leg and said, Shichu, your aunt was very good to you in the beginning. You can't be ungrateful. Everyone is a saint and can make mistakes. You can't sentence people to death for making mistakes. This is too unfair to Xingyi. Pei Jinhuai was angry. Why don't you drag her away quickly? Are you waiting for me to do it myself? The servants forcibly pulled his mother away, but she cried even louder. Mrs. He. Meng Shichu suddenly spoke. His mother thought Meng Shichu had softened her heart, and immediately softened her tone. Shichu, auntie knows that you have a kind heart. Don't flatter me. Meng Shichu interrupted his mother and said, I don't mean anything else, and I won't help He Xingyi. I just want to say that this matter is fair from beginning to end. Meng Shichu stood up and walked over. When He Xingyi proposed to me in a high-profile manner with a calculating mind, it was he who sowed the seeds. The current situation of the He family is the result that he should bear. He went crazy at the airport yesterday because of what he had done. He deserved the lawsuit and jail time. It was not unfair to him. His mother was stunned. I thought Meng Shichu was soft-hearted, but who knew she would say such things? It's not Shichu, Xingyi he. He is not innocent. This time it was Huo Che who intercepted his mother. Huo Che stood up and stood beside Meng Shichu. It's no problem that He Xingyi has a special hobby, but he maliciously concealed it and tried to threaten and pressure him. He was the one who started the trouble from the beginning. Besides, I was indeed injured yesterday. If I forgive her after all this, it would be irresponsible to my wife and an incompetent husband. Huo Che held Meng Shichu's hand and said, let's not forgive him. It's not worth it. Meng Shichu looked at Huo Che and said, of course, I can't let your injury yesterday be in vain. Just for provoking trouble, He Xingyi would have to stay in prison for a long time. She is not a good girl. His mother was eventually kicked out while crying and roaring, and the herbs and wine she brought were also thrown out. Pei Guangnian and Pei Jinhuai were afraid that Meng Shichu would be soft-hearted and forgive He Xingyi and not pursue the matter. Girls are soft-hearted and easily become overly kind. Fortunately, even though Huo Che added fuel to the fire, Meng Shichu did not waver. People with soft hearts are easily deceived and suffer losses. Only by distinguishing right from wrong and sticking to principles can one avoid being bullied. The dinner atmosphere at the Pei family was very harmonious, and Huo Che could truly feel how much Pei Guangnian doted on Meng Shichu. He felt so guilty and indebted that he wanted to compensate her with everything he had. Not only Pei Guangnian is gentle to Meng Shichu, but Pei Jinhuai is also very good to Meng Shichu. Huo Che found it very strange. Logically speaking, Meng Shichu is an illegitimate daughter. As the legitimate eldest son, Pei Jinhuai should be disgusted and hate this half-sister. It seems that Pei Jinhuai is a very generous person. After dinner, Meng Shichu took Huo Che for a walk outside to help digest the food. The two of them walked hand in hand under the moonlight. Meng Shichu suddenly asked, do you have anything you want to ask? I'm afraid this question might be offensive. About my father and my mother. Meng Shichu felt that he was not wrong. Huo Che nodded, I see that big brother is very nice to you, and it doesn't seem like he's pretending. I guess anyone who sees him treat me like this would have the same doubts as you. Meng Shichu paused and continued, he felt that he owed me. Chapter 020 It's only a matter of time before I fall in love with her. He stayed at Pei's house, but the Pei family did not arrange for Meng Shichu and Huo Che to live separately. Although he had no experience in marriage, Huo Che still knew some of the rules. A couple cannot live together in their wife's parents' home, as it seems to affect their financial fortune. The wealthier the family, the more they believe in things like feng shui and wealth. The Pei family is such a wealthy and powerful family, why would they make such arrangements? In response to Huo Che's doubts, Meng Shichu said, they are testing us. To test your relationship with me. Meng Shichu paused, and then said, of course, apart from the desire to please me, they are also relatively materialistic and don't believe in evil. Or you could find me another room. Huo Che suggested. After all, this was Pei's house, so they had to be careful. You sleep in my room and I'll go to the next room. Meng Shichu brought Huo Che new toiletries and pajamas. You can use whatever you want in the bathroom, they are all new. Don't you live here on weekdays? This room felt very new and fragrant to Huo Che. It looks like it was just arranged. Meng Shichu shook his head, I prefer quietness. When she came to Kyoto, her stepfather bought her a detached villa. She was quite independent, so she lived alone most of the time. The Pei family also respected her opinion and did not stop her. After hearing this, Huo Che suddenly wondered if Meng Shichu would be uncomfortable with transferring so many people to the other courtyard. So he said, do you want me to evacuate some of the people from our residence? It doesn't matter. Does it make you feel uncomfortable with so many people? Meng Shichu shook his head, you are different from them. Meng Shichu said, you are my husband. If nothing unexpected happens, we will live together for the rest of our lives. Life as a couple should be more lively. Those people are just doing the work and will not affect me. As for the Pei family, one is her biological father and the other is her half-brother. They have never appeared in her life before, and she would feel relatively awkward emotionally. After all, she has a special status in the Pei family, and Pei Guanyin and Pei Jinhui always feel that they owe her and want to compensate her. They always try to please her carefully, which makes her feel uncomfortable. It's naturally different from Huo Che. Business marriages do not have an emotional foundation. To cultivate feelings, people will naturally give and give to each other. The subsequent combination of interests between the two families is also a mutual relationship. There is taking and giving, and it is mutual. There is no debt that needs to be made up. It is an equal relationship and a comfortable relationship. Huo Che admired Meng Shichu's straightforwardness very much. She said whatever she wanted to say without hiding anything and would not let people guess what she was thinking. She would use the simplest way to make you understand her thoughts. Communicate effectively, and it's comfortable to be with her. Huo Che held Meng Shichu's hand and said, "If there is anything in your marriage with me that makes you uncomfortable, just tell me and I will try my best to avoid it." "You are the same." Meng Shichu said, "If you have any opinions or ideas, just say it directly. I hate to use guesswork to understand a person the most." "Clear." Meng Shichu patted Huo Che's hand and said, "Go wash up and go to bed. You had insomnia last night. You were busy all day and you are in an unfamiliar environment tonight. I am afraid you will not be able to sleep again." Meng Shichu left the room and went downstairs to get a cup of yogurt. Huo Che was in the bathroom when Meng Shichu knocked on the door. "I put a cup of yogurt by the bed for you. I said it can help you sleep." The door opened, and Huo Che was shirtless with water on his face. "Thank you for your hard work. It's just a small favor. Good night." Meng Shichu was about to leave when the man grabbed his wrist. When he turned around, he was pulled back by the man and fell into his arms. Huo Che put his arms around Meng Shichu's waist and leaned over to capture her lips. There was no excessive kiss, and Huo Che said to Meng Shichu, "Good night. Well, have a good dream." Huo Che let go and Meng Shichu left. Huo Che knew very well that he did not love Meng Shichu at the moment, but they were husband and wife, and whether he kissed her or she teased him, it was all natural and normal. He hopes that this marriage relationship can continue normally. So he was going to do with her what all normal couples would do. Like hugging, like kissing. For example, giving each other whatever they want. He could feel that Meng Shichu, who was easygoing, was not averse to it. Perhaps this is the benefit of marriage. Not surprisingly, Huo Che was suffering from insomnia again. "I was very sleepy and my brain felt like a mess, but the environment and the smell around me were unfamiliar and I couldn't fall asleep. Since I couldn't sleep, I just got up and went downstairs to admire the moon." And he wasn't the only one who couldn't sleep. Pei Guanyin was sitting under the flower stand. When he saw Huo Che coming out, he asked, "Are you unable to sleep alone, or in an unfamiliar environment?" "Dad." Huo Che walked over, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" "I want to see the stars and the moon." Pei Guanyin pointed to the chair opposite, "Sit down and have some soup. Fruit tea is brewing in the electric kettle on the table, and the fresh fragrance of fruit fills the air." Huo Che sat down and explained, "Shichu just came back yesterday, and I just came into contact with her, so I'm not used to it yet." The word temporarily also reflects his attitude. It won't always be like this. Pei Guanyin took out a cup and added fruit tea to Huo Che's glass. He stared at the young man and asked, "Huo Che, have you broken up with that girl named Xie?" Pei Guanyin asked very seriously. Under the light, he just stared at Huo Che, waiting for the answer. "It's completely broken." Huo Che answered affirmatively without any further thought. Pei Guanyin heard this and said, "Actually, I don't really believe it, and Jinhui doesn't believe you either." "Dad. You don't have to be nervous." Pei Guanyin raised his hand to stop her. "Chu girl has a strange personality. She has no desires and is content with whatever happens. It seems that anything is fine with her. I don't think she really likes you that much." Huo Che. "I don't know what this father-in-law wants to express." Pei Guanyin picked up the teacup and took a sip, then said solemnly, "Huo Che, don't bully my daughter. You probably don't want to know what a father who owes his daughter will do for her." He had known about his daughter for less than a year, and it was with great difficulty that he finally invited her back. "My daughter was raised very well. Her mother, her stepfather, and the people around her were all excellent and treated her very well." Instead, he, as the biological father, seemed redundant, and the guilt he felt was magnified. Huo Che nodded. Don't worry, Dad. I won't let Shichu down. She has a good personality and is very outstanding. It's only a matter of time before I fall in love with her. He had no doubt that he would eventually fall in love with Meng Shichu because he had already seen Meng Shichu's unique charm. As for love, just leave it to time and you will get the best answer. Huo Che's attitude made Pei Guanyin feel more favorable towards him. I will remember what you said. Don't break your promise. Must. The two drank tea and chatted about Meng Shichu, business, and literature. As the night deepened and the moonlight disappeared into the clouds, Pei Guanyin suddenly said, "It is not easy for a person to meet someone he or she deeply loves in this life." Huo Che replied, "It's all God's will." It was God's will that made Pei Guanyin and Meng Ling not destined to be together. It was God's will that allowed him to live again, and it was also God's will that gave him the courage to propose to Meng Shichu when he was slightly drunk. Or maybe, it was just a dream, not a new life, and it was God's will that he should not force himself, but meet another good girl. At this moment, he firmly believed in the so-called will of heaven. Chapter 021. You are excellent. The next morning, after breakfast, Huo Che and Meng Shichu went to the company. Pei Guanyin called Huo Che and handed him a huge red envelope. Huo Che hadn't received a red envelope for many years and felt something was wrong, so he quickly looked at Meng Shichu. But it was Pei Guanyin who spoke first. "Keep it. I accept you as my son-in-law for the time being." "Thanks, Dad." Huo Che took it with both hands. "Be good to Xiaochu," Pei Guanyin urged, and said to Meng Shichu, "If you don't want to join Wanhai, I won't force you, but you have to accept the 5% stake. It's your dowry from Dad. Don't refuse it again, or Dad will be sad." Meng Shichu was silent for a moment, then nodded, "Okay. That's good." Pei Guanyin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He held Meng Shichu's hand and said, "If you have any grievances, come back to Daddy." "Yes." Meng Shichu nodded, "Let's go first. I'll arrange a meeting with the Huo family in 2 days." "Okay." Pei Guanyin had no objection. His daughter must have been an adult since she was young, with a strong sense of autonomy, dominant personal opinions, and a clear and powerful character. It was a blessing for him to have such an outstanding daughter. Pei Jinhui went out with Meng Shichu and Huo Che. Before getting in the car, he reminded Meng Shichu, "Remember to go through the procedures when you are free." "Got it." Meng Shichu waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Huo Che drove and took Meng Shichu to the company first. Qianqian Design is Meng Shichu's own company. He set up a studio at the age of 18 and founded a company with the support of his stepfather at the age of 20. He is now well known in the industry. In addition to his own company, Meng Shichu has shares in the technology company and security group owned by his stepfather, and also holds a position there. His last business trip was to handle the security group's overseas affairs. Her days are busy and fulfilling. The car stopped outside Qianqian Design, and Meng Shichu asked Huo Che, "Are you going back to rest, or to the company?" "Go to work," Huo Che said. "Do you have any other plans?" "Just asking." Meng Shichu said, "In the early hours of last night, I saw you and my dad still counting stars." Huh. Huo Che was shocked. "Did you see it? Why didn't you say anything?" Meng Shichu said, "It's impolite to interrupt people's chat." She was calm and didn't ask about the details of the conversation, but Huo Che took the initiative to say, "We just chatted casually. Dad told me not to bully you, otherwise he would punish me." After hearing this, Meng Shichu comforted her, "Don't be nervous, it's not that exaggerated." "What do you mean?" Huo Che was curious. Meng Shichu explained, "First, you can't bully me, and second, I will protect you." Yeah. Huo Che suddenly became very happy and added, "I even told my dad that I would fall in love with you sooner or later." Meng Shichu raised his eyebrows, stared at Huo Che and asked, "Why do you think so? We are already a couple, and you are excellent and good in every way. If I don't fall in love with you, then there is something wrong with me, but I don't think I have a big problem." After listening to his logic, Meng Shichu couldn't help but smile, then keep going. "If you really fall in love with me in the future, you must tell me and I will celebrate for you." "What about you?" Huo Che asked back. "How am I? Will you fall in love with me?" Meng Shichu pondered this question for a while and shook his head. "I've never loved before, so I don't know. I can't give you a definite answer or guarantee. But you can rest assured that as long as you are good to me, I will be twice as good to you." Because he had not yet fallen in love with her, this result did not make Huo Che sad or uncomfortable. He was just curious about another question. I want to know why you agreed to my proposal that day. Even if the wedding ended in a hasty manner, the fate of the He family was determined, and it would not have much impact on Meng Shichu. It was like that in the previous life, and this time he broke in and changed the trajectory. He was very curious, how could Meng Shichu agree to marry him after just a few words? It's profitable. Meng Shichu answered without hesitation, it's a strong alliance with the He family, and it's also a strong alliance with the Huo family. For me, there is fame and fortune to be gained. Huo Che understood, he was not wrong. Meng Shichu never agreed to his proposal for the sake of impressing the He family, her purpose was clear. At this time, Meng Shichu spoke again, of course, my impression of you is that you are a good person. Why do you think so? Huo Che wondered, considering that he clearly had a very bad reputation in the circle. Everyone says he is love-brained and a lunatic. Meng Shichu said, you helped the weak on that day in the bar, and your friends were all elegant and gentlemanly in their speech and behavior. Birds of a feather flock together. You are a good person. It's profitable, you're also a good person, nothing has ever happened to me that made me uncomfortable, you've answered all my questions, you're quite sincere, there's no problem with getting married. Huo Che didn't expect that in such a short time, Meng Shichu even considered his character. She did not reject his proposal based on the gossip in the circle, but instead believed that he was a very good person. That time in the bar, she was stopped by a bad guy. His friends said almost one word each, and she made a judgment in her heart. Birds of a feather flock together. This is a very powerful theory. How could he be a bad person when all his friends were top-notch? This also indirectly shows how powerful and excellent Meng Shichu is. Huo Che took Meng Shichu's hand and held it in his palm. If one day you fall in love with me, you must tell me and we can celebrate together. I'll drive your car and pick you up after get off work. Huo Che lowered his head and kissed the back of Meng Shichu's hand. After 2 consecutive nights of not getting much sleep, Huo Che's mental state was at its worst. After a few cups of coffee, I forced myself to work. Huo Cheng called and asked him to go to Rongchen for a meeting. As soon as they met, Huo Cheng asked, did you steal cattle at night? Why do you have dark circles under your eyes? Huo Che held up 2 fingers and said, brother, I haven't slept for 2 nights. I still have to go to work during the day. I have to attend some meetings. Hurry up. Not hearing Huo Cheng's voice, Huo Che turned his head and saw Huo Cheng staring at him with an indescribable look, and there was something profound in his eyes. Huo Che immediately realized that Huo Cheng had misunderstood, and said, I'm just not used to living with 2 people, and I was at Pei's house last night, so I didn't sleep well. Huo Cheng put away his shocked look and asked, you have come to the Pei family, when will you bring people home? Wait, at least until I get enough rest. After the meeting, it was already noon. Huo Che picked up his phone and sent a message to Meng Shichu, have you eaten? Meng Shichu, no. Huo Che, still busy with work. Meng Shichu, well, do some work handover. Huo Che, you must eat on time. Meng Shichu, yeah, you too, if you can't hold on any longer, go home and rest, your health is the capital of revolution. Huo Che, okay. Arriving at Rongchen's cafeteria, Huo Che took a bite and picked up his phone to send a message to his assistant. At the end of the video call with his stepfather, Meng Shichu suddenly said, Dad, I have to hand over the work I'm doing. The man in the video was wearing a pair of glasses. After hearing Meng Shichu's words, he looked up at the camera, as if he could see Meng Shichu through thousands of miles. He asked, did you want to lose your job, or did he ask you to stay home full-time? The man said the latter sentence with some anger. Meng Shichu explained, I need some extra time to enjoy life. Huo Che wants to cultivate a relationship with me, so I plan to give it a try. The man on the other side of the video looked a little relieved. Okay, but don't lose your mind over feelings. Marriage may be your necessity, but love may not be. Meng Shichu nodded, I know, you should come for this meeting with the Huo family. The man took off his glasses and said, please arrange a time to inform me. Your godfather and his family can't come because they are traveling abroad. After ending the video call with his stepfather, Meng Shichu got up and went to the cafeteria. Assistant Qianqian came in with a bag. Mr. Huo's assistant brought a cup of milk tea. Chapter 022 I and my family. Huo Che left work early and drove to pick up Meng Shichu. He had already called Meng Shichu before entering the hall. I'm downstairs, which floor are you on? Meng Shichu's voice came from the phone, 7th floor, come up, I'll be waiting for you at the elevator. Linshan Design Company is not in Kyoto. It was because Meng Shichu came to Kyoto that they rented an office here and opened one. As soon as Huo Che got out of the elevator, he saw Meng Shichu. He handed over the box in his hand and said, I brought you a small cake. Thank you. Meng Shichu led Huo Che to his office. The gift I prepared for you has just arrived. Huo Che was very surprised that Meng Shichu also prepared a gift for him. There were other people in the office. As soon as he entered the room, Meng Shichu took the initiative to introduce them. This is my husband, Huo Che. Good afternoon, Mr. Huo. Hello, Master Huo. Hello, Mr. Huo. Hello, everyone. Huo Che nodded in response, and Meng Shichu had already taken the bag from the desk and handed it to him. There is a watch in the box, a custom-made one by a well-known designer. You can tell it's worth a lot when you hold it in your hand. Huo Che took off the watch on his wrist and put on the one Meng Shichu gave him. To be honest, he really liked it. He spread out his hands and asked Meng Shichu, how is it? Am I worthy of it? It looks good. Meng Shichu said. Several other people who were about to leave the office also said, the boss has good taste. Mr. Huo is good-looking. Stunning. A perfect match made in heaven. As they were talking, several people had already walked out of the door. They seemed to be praising watches, but also seemed to be praising people. Huo Che was touched, and at the same time, he felt embarrassed, and his ears turned red. He covered it up with an awkward smile. The people under you are quite lively. If you feel uncomfortable, I ask them not to say that next time. That's fine, no need to stop me. Huo Che put away his previous watch and said, I have met your friend the day before the wedding. I want to take you to meet my friend and have dinner together tonight. Is that okay? Tonight? Well, if you don't mind, I'll date them. Meng Shichu put the sorted documents together and said, I can, if your friends have time. They are all free, Huo Che said, picking up his phone to send a message in the group. Huo Che, I'm organizing a party tonight, let's have dinner at Linyuan Hotel. Duan Xiao, what's the big deal about having dinner in such a formal hotel? Huo Che, I am with my family. There was silence in the group for a few seconds. Lu Jing and Cheng Yushu sent messages almost at the same time. What time? At 6:30, Huo Che drove to the Linyuan Hotel, took Meng Shichu's hand and walked inside, and was led by the waiter into the reserved box. Cheng Yushu and Lu Jing have already arrived, but Duan Xiao is still missing. After Huo Che introduced each other, Cheng Yushu and Lu Jing handed over their gifts, happy wedding, and a long and happy marriage. Then I won't be polite. Huo Che accepted it readily. Not long after, Duan Xiao also came over, also bringing a valuable gift. Huo Che's goal was to introduce Meng Shichu to his friends. During the meal, everyone's topic did not go too far. The newlyweds Meng Shichu and Huo Che were always the center of the topic. Meng Shichu did not feel isolated, nor did he feel that he could not get involved. Even when Meng Shichu said he didn't want to drink, no one persuaded him to do so, and Cheng Yushu even had someone serve him hot drinks. Very easygoing group of people. Just like the first time we met in the bar that night, although we only said one sentence, I could tell that he was a gentleman with great knowledge and cultivation. Birds of a feather flock together. This is true. Before 9 o'clock when the meal ended, Huo Che asked them if they wanted to sing. After all, he was their host today. Forget about it today, let's do it next time. Lu Jing said, I have guests at home tonight, I have to go back. Goodbye, brother, and see you Shichu. Cheng Yushu didn't give a reason and said goodbye directly, see you both. I won't give you the chance to show off in front of me. I want to go home. Duan Xiao laughed, Shichu, see you next time. Okay, goodbye. Meng Shichu waved with a smile. Because Huo Che was drunk, Meng Shichu drove back. Perhaps it was the effect of alcohol, but not long after the car started moving, Huo Che began to feel drowsy. I hardly slept for 2 nights and now I can't hold on any longer. Meng Shichu raised the car window, played soothing music, and turned the volume down very low to maximize the sleep-inducing effect in the small space. While waiting for the traffic light, Huo Che fell asleep with his head against the car window. Then Meng Shichu slowed down the car a lot and tried to make the car shake as little as possible so that Huo Che could sleep more comfortably. Back at Haitang Villa, Meng Shichu patted Huo Che's shoulder and said, "We're home. It'll be more comfortable to sleep at home." Huo Che had just been in a deep sleep, and was a little confused when he was woken up. Huo Che forced his eyes open and found himself in his garage. He said sleepily, "Sorry, I fell asleep." "It's okay, get off the car." Meng Shichu's voice was very calm. Although it was not very gentle, it was particularly reassuring. It was Meng Shichu who opened the car door. Huo Che got out of the car and Meng Shichu reached out to support him. The servants had already gone to bed, and Meng Shichu and Huo Che returned to the room. Meng Shichu asked Huo Che to take a shower and rest first. Huo Che inquired, "Do you still have a job?" Meng Shichu is a workaholic, this is his stereotype of Meng Shichu. "No, you go take a shower and go to bed first, I'll go sleep next door." After hearing this, Huo Che frowned, and then listened to Meng Shichu say, "It's not a good idea to always have trouble sleeping. Your health is more important." "No need." Huo Che shook his head. "It can't be that you or I sleep next door every time. Sooner or later, we have to adapt. Forced adaptation is also a method." Meng Shichu said, "Lack of sleep for a long time is very harmful to your body. I know what I'm doing." Huo Che said, wrapping his arms around Meng Shichu's waist, leaning against her, and asking with narrowed eyes, "Can we do it tonight?" He didn't think about it deliberately, and he didn't even have such a thought before he walked in. At this moment, his wife was in front of him, and the unique scent of her body filled the air, like a catalyst, suddenly giving him an idea. Meng Shichu shook his head, "No." Unexpectedly, Meng Shichu, who was very enthusiastic before, would refuse. Huo Che pursed his lips and remained silent for a few seconds. He did not force it and said, "Okay." Because the two were pressed tightly together, Meng Shichu could feel Huo Che's fiery desire. "My period." She hooked her arm around Huo Che's and said, "It should be the effect of the medication." It came a few days early. Huo Che was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. No wonder Meng Shichu drank on the wedding day, but declined today and only drank hot drinks. Blame him for not paying attention. "I haven't slept for 2 nights, but my brain is starting to feel a bit slow." "Then do you feel uncomfortable?" Huo Che asked with concern. "Some girls feel very uncomfortable during menstruation." Meng Shichu shook his head. "I am one of the luckier ones. I won't feel any discomfort." Huo Che nodded, and heard Meng Shichu's voice again, "If you really want, I can help you." Suddenly, she reached down. Chapter 023 Your ex comes to me to make trouble, you deal with it. Huo Che felt his face was burned by fire. It must be very popular. He held Meng Shichu's hands tightly and said, "Sorry, I will restrain myself next time." "No need." Meng Shichu shook his head. "I always think that if a couple needs something, they can just say it directly. There is no need to restrain and forbear. The relationship between us is legal and proper. Marriage is supposed to satisfy physical needs in a reasonable and legal manner. If you want to do it, then do it." She has never liked to say the opposite of what she means. Huo Che felt a little warm in his heart. He kissed Meng Shichu's forehead and said, "When you pass, I will make you feel comfortable." Perhaps he was really sleepy, or perhaps he was in a good mood. He had already accepted his new wife to a large extent in his heart and was not so wary. Huo Che slept very soundly that night. When I woke up in the morning, Meng Shichu was no longer by my side. After washing and dressing and going downstairs, Huo Che asked Butler Zhao, "Has Shichu left yet?" Butler Zhao said, "Yes, before the madam left. She said that you didn't sleep well at Pei's house the night before, and that you need to get enough sleep to replenish your energy, so she asked us not to disturb you." While eating, Huo Che always had a smile on his face. So, what's wrong with this kind of life? Taking care of each other and trying their best to maintain the relationship, this is probably the true portrayal of a healthy marriage. Even if there is no affection now, it is inevitable that feelings will develop over time. On their way to work, Huo Che saw a flower shop and asked his assistant to stop the car. Huo Che selected the most vivid bouquet of yellow roses. Yellow roses are his favorite flowers because the flower language of yellow roses is luck and blessing. In addition, yellow roses also represent expectations and longings for love. Designed by Qianqian. Meng Shichu was meeting a guest. This guest is a little special, she is the Baiyueguang of her husband Baiyueguang. Seeing Meng Shichu close the file, Su Zizhou asked expectantly, "What do you think, Mr. Meng? Are you interested?" The next second, Meng Shichu pushed the file back and said, "This project is good, but I'm not very interested in it." "Why? Didn't President Meng say that this project is good?" The expression on Su Zizhou's face froze. Xie Yunqian asked her to meet Meng Shichu, saying that Meng Shichu would definitely cooperate with him, and that this project would make Su's company a fortune. He didn't believe it at first. This was Huo Che's wife. Huo Che had already drawn a clear line between himself and Xie Yunqian. As Huo Che's wife, how could Meng Shichu possibly cooperate with him? But Xie Yunqian was so confident in what he said that he had no choice but to bite the bullet and ask for cooperation. Meng Shichu said politely, "Please go back, Mr. Su. Boss Meng, if we cooperate, I can offer you a price." Before Su Zizhou finished speaking, Meng Shichu stood up and said, "Jiang Wen, show the guests away." Meng Shichu left the reception room directly, and Su Zizhou was also asked to leave by his assistant Jiang Wen. When Meng Shichu returned to the office, he saw a large bouquet of yellow roses on the table, so he asked, "Who sent this?" Assistant Jiang Wudao said, "It was sent by Mr. Huo's assistant." Meng Shichu had already discovered the card on the bouquet, which was written by Huo Che, "I wish you to move forward courageously and fearlessly." Signed, Huo Che. It was unclear whether the corners of Meng Shichu's lips rose when he saw the flowers or after he saw the card. She held a card in one hand and a mobile phone in the other, with the card with the blessing in the foreground and yellow roses in the background. She took a picture and posted it on her Moments. Caption, he said. "After I posted it, I saw the status posted by Huo Che in my circle of friends. The photo shows a hand, the highlight is the watch, and the caption is, 'Given by my wife.'" Meng Shichu liked his post and sent a smiling soybean emoticon. In the afternoon, Meng Shichu received a call from Pei Jinhui, asking her to go over and go through the procedures. Wan Hai's 5% stake is quite significant. Meng Shichu planned to delay it, but Pei Guangnian called and then Pei Jinhui called, so he couldn't delay it. "Come over later." Meng Shichu compromised completely. After finishing the work at hand, Meng Shichu planned to go to Wanhai. "As soon as I went downstairs, someone blocked my way. 'Ms. Meng, I want to talk to you.' Meng Shichu said calmly, 'Miss Xia and I have no business dealings. If you want to talk about the grudges and love affairs between my husband and you, I am not interested in knowing.' After speaking, he glanced sideways and immediately stepped forward. "Miss Xia, please leave." Xie Yunqian didn't expect to be defeated by Meng Shichu at the first encounter. It felt like she could never cross that class level. "Boss Meng, I just wanted to talk to you, but you got so flustered. Do you bear a grudge against me?" "Ms. Meng, we are all women. Why should women make things difficult for each other? Do you know what kind of person Huo Che is? He's just a pervert." Meng Shichu came in front of Xie Yunqian and said, "Miss Xia, that punch was really heavy. Why should women make things difficult for other women? What a heavy hat." Xie Yunqian asked, "You don't want to cooperate with the Su Corporation, isn't it because of me and Huo Che? I'm not familiar with you, nor with the Su company. I don't want to cooperate to avoid suspicion." While Meng Shichu was speaking, the call he had made was connected. Huo Che's voice came from inside, "What's wrong? Why are you avoiding suspicion?" He only heard the latter sentence and didn't understand what it meant. Meng Shichu said, "Your ex came to me to make trouble, you deal with it." The voice was calm and indifferent, without any emotional ups and downs. There was silence for a few seconds, and Huo Che immediately said, "I'll be right over." Meng Shichu's action made Xie Yunqian's face change suddenly. She said in shock, "Miss Meng, I'm looking for you. What do you mean by asking Huo Che to come here?" Meng Shichu asked calmly, "You and Huo Che have a grudge against each other, and I'm not familiar with you, so why did you come to me? You are really unreasonable." Xie Yunqian was so angry that she turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by Jiang Wu. Unable to leave, Xie Yunqian turned to look at Meng Shichu. "Ms. Meng, you need to understand clearly that Huo Che had been pestering me before I married you. He wanted to get me. Now he is your husband, and you actually let him come to see me." Meng Shichu said nonchalantly, "You can even bring the grudge between you and him to me, why can't I let him handle it?" Xie Yunqian was speechless, as if his fist was hitting cotton. She felt that Meng Shichu's logic was flawed. Whether in her past life or this life, she has known Meng Shichu too well. Why can an illegitimate daughter who shouldn't have come into this world be so high and mighty? She is not convinced. On the one hand, I am madly jealous, and on the other hand, I make this my goal. Standing higher than this illegitimate daughter was the goal she set for herself. It's a pity that it was not completed in the previous life. Meng Shichu lived like a queen, but her life was ruined by Huo Che. In this life, the man she hated the most, Huo Che, happened to marry the woman she envied the most. It's ridiculous and bloody. Meng Shichu didn't want to talk to Qianqian, so he asked Jiang Wen and Jiang Wu to stop them. Huo Che arrived hurriedly, walked past Qianqian and went straight to Meng Shichu. But before he could say anything, Meng Shichu spoke first. Handle it. Next time she comes to me for trouble, I may not be able to save your face. Chapter 024. No need for friends below their Huo family level. Huo Che hoped that Meng Shichu could accompany him, but Meng Shichu had to go to Wanhai, saying that Pei Jinhuai was already waiting for her. After Meng Shichu left, Huo Che found a tea house nearby and chose a seat by the window in the lobby. Qianqian sat opposite him. Huo Che poured himself a cup of tea and started drinking it. Huo Che, are you trying to force me to surrender, or what do you want? Why can't you just let me go? Qianqian spoke first. Huo Che had seen that state of near collapse many times. But looking at it again now, there is no longer any ripple in my heart. I'd let you go. Huo Che leaned back in his chair, his eyes lightly falling on Qianqian's face. When Qianqian was about to say something, Huo Che spoke again. Miss Xia, now it's you who are trying to get my attention through various channels. Since there was no way to appear in front of him, coming to find Meng Shichu was really crossing the line. Huo Che interrupted and asked, am I the one who won't let you go, or you who won't let me go? Huo Che. Miss Xia and I are not that familiar with each other. Please call me Mr. Huo, or Mr. Huo. Huo Che's voice was filled with calm indifference. You? With a crisp sound, Huo Che put the teacup heavily on the table, interrupting Qianqian's words again. I'm already married. Miss Xia has been pestering me several times and even making trouble in front of my wife. This is disgraceful. The light reminder sounded more like a warning with some displeasure. What he wanted to say was interrupted one after another, and Qianqian felt a little dazed. She stared at the man opposite her in a daze, and it seemed as if something had completely changed. But she always believed that it was Huo Che who was taking revenge on her. You didn't let me see you. Heh, Huo Che chuckled, if I hadn't been attracted to you before, with the status of the Xia family, you would have had no chance to break into my circle, and you wouldn't have been able to see me. He just took back some privileges, so why did Qianqian make it sound like he had done something extremely bad? But I saved your life, Miss Xia. Huo Che's voice became a little colder and louder, and some of the guests who were drinking tea around him couldn't help but look over here. Under the gaze of several pairs of eyes, Qianqian's face turned red and he looked panicked. He couldn't help but raise his voice and said, if I hadn't saved your life that time, you would have died a long time ago. Would you have the chance to coerce and threaten me? Taking the initiative, the looks in their eyes towards Huo Che suddenly became deep. Someone recognized Huo Che and whispered to the people around him, that's the love-minded young master of the Huo family. It's too much to still haunt your ex after getting married. She relies on herself as the young master of the Huo family to do whatever she wants. Did that girl save an enemy? Everyone in the circle knows Huo Che's reputation. In the eyes of others, he is just a scumbag who cheated on his wife. A hint of pride flashed in Qianqian's eyes as he turned the situation around. She lowered her voice and said to Huo Che, I am barefoot and I am not afraid of you who wears shoes. If you continue to treat me like this, I will ruin your reputation. Seeing Qianqian's calculating look, Huo Che's slightly frowned brows relaxed. He asked, why didn't Miss Xia speak louder? Qianqian said in a loud voice, Huo Che, I am your savior. If it weren't for me, you would have died long ago. Deliberately say it to the people around you. She would make a fuss when others were unreasonable, so why should she be upset when she was right? Huo Che smiled and said, yes, Miss Xia saved my life, but I didn't pay you. Without giving Qianqian a chance to speak, Huo Che continued, from the first day you saved me, I gave you money and resources for the development of the Xia family. You even took advantage of my love for you and used the resources to help the man you loved. Miss Xia, it's understandable that I like you and help you, but why should I help the man you like? From the beginning, you have taken tens of millions or even hundreds of millions from me, right? Do you need me to give you a detailed account? Huo Che asked directly and bluntly without trying to lower his voice. Qianqian's expression gradually turned ugly. She didn't expect Huo Che to say this, and everyone around heard it. She moved her lips and said, "But after all, I saved your life, I." Huo Che asked, "If you save my life, will it cause any loss to you?" Qianqian was stunned and couldn't answer. "There is no loss in saving lives. You saved me with just a little effort and called the hospital. I also gave you tens of millions of dollars as a reward. Isn't that enough to repay you for saving my life?" Huo Che's continuous questioning made Qianqian's eyes flicker. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. But Huo Che said, "If you really want to calculate, the one who lost is me. In gratitude for your life-saving grace, I not only gave you money and resources, I also wanted to marry you. I pursued you in a high-profile manner, but it was you who agreed to be engaged to me, but you changed your mind at the last minute, leaving me without a fiancé at the engagement party, and my reputation was ruined." Huo Che never liked to bring up old grudges, but Qianqian was still trapped in the collapse and hysteria of her previous life, and always felt that he owed her something, and Huo Che was unwilling to take the blame. "You tricked me. You knew I didn't like you, but you still forced me to get engaged to you. You." Huo Che sneered, "You must ask me to be frank. Did you agree to be engaged to me in order to get 30 million from me to develop the project in Suzhou?" Qianqian's expression was stiff. You turned your face away from me after you got the money, and gave me a false hope. I lost money, ruined the engagement party, and lost my reputation. You became the victim of forced love. Miss Xia, I didn't care at the time because I really liked you. Later, I didn't care because I remembered that you saved my life. I just had a lot of money to pay for it, and I didn't care much about my reputation at the time. It's not that I'm stupid." Huo Che's voice gradually became sharper. He knew those facts in his previous life, but love can make people lose their rationality and unwilling to care too much. Qianqian's face was so pale and embarrassed that it could no longer be described. Her hands were nervously clasping the edge of the table, her eyes fixed on Huo Che. Her expression was furious and broken, but there was still a trace of rationality pulling her back, and she did not completely collapse. Huo Che met her gaze and asked with a smile, "Why is Miss Xia silent?" Qianqian pursed her lips and said nothing. "Nothing to say. Maybe Miss Xia forgot that we signed a clearing agreement, which clearly states what I did and didn't do during the years I pursued you." Huo Che's voice was clear and slow. "I liked you, I really liked you. I didn't force my love on you. You even shook my hand away in disgust. I didn't force you to kiss me, nor did I force you to have sex with me. I never hurt you physically or mentally. The relationship between you and me was based on your willingness. My entanglement with you is based on the fact that you are not married and I am not married." Qianqian finally found her voice, "But I don't like you." Huo Che said, "But the information your parents and your brother gave me is that the Xia family will not let you marry Su Zizhou." Qianqian argued, "They don't understand me." Huo Che asked, "Then why do you want to show off your presence in front of me again? Give me the illusion that I can catch up with you if I put in a little more effort." Qianqian, "I thought I could be friends with you." "Ridiculous." Huo Che sneered, "You know I like you, but you want to be friends with me. Are you kidding me?" "That's exactly what I mean." Qianqian thought he had turned the tables. Then I heard Huo Che sneer, "I don't lack friends, and I don't need friends who are below the Huo family's level." Chapter 025 Not as free as you think. The words, "We don't need friends below the Huo family's social status," sounded like a slap in the face to Qianqian. Huo Che's words almost made it clear that with the background and status of the Xia family, they were not worthy of being friends with him, the young master of the Huo family. Straightforward and realistic. This made Qianqian's heart tremble. Thinking about how Huo Che had asked her to call him Mr. Huo, or Mr. Huo. Huo Che's dedication to perfection made her forget that there was a huge chasm between her and Huo Che. Class, background, strength. Even knowledgeable and cultured. Neither she nor the Xia family could cross that class barrier. The Huo family was one of the 4 largest families back then, and one of the 3 largest families today. Qianqian's face was pale and stiff, without any expression at all. But Huo Che spoke again, "Aren't you just reluctant to give up the background and resources I can give you? I want money and resources, so I can't bear to break off relations with him." Now that he really severed the relationship, Qianqian couldn't sit still anymore. Miss Xia, I no longer like you and will not hang around you anymore. I have already repaid you for saving my life with money and resources. Huo Che stood up from his chair, but did not leave immediately. You saved me once, and I have already given you the pure profit that the Xia family could not achieve in decades. People should learn to stop when they have had enough. If you pester me again, it will be like asking for repayment for a favor. After that, Huo Che picked up the teapot and filled Qianqian's cup with tea. I hope you won't make trouble in front of my wife again. You have no gratitude towards her, and it will do you no good to annoy her. Putting down the teapot, Huo Che turned and left. Qianqian suddenly stood up, rushed to Huo Che and blocked his way, but it is a fact that you are taking revenge on me. She opened her arms wide and made a big fuss for the tea guests to see the farce. I am sorry for you, but you are taking revenge on the Xia family and the Su family. Now many projects of our two families have been withdrawn, and many partners have not renewed their contracts. Isn't this all your revenge on me? Huo Che, everyone has their own share of responsibility. I was the one who made you lose face before, and I was the one who framed you in your previous life. It's enough for you to target me. I beg you, don't hurt the Xia family, don't hurt the Su family, they are innocent. Qianqian had deeply loved Su Zizhou and knew what it was like to like someone, so she could see that Huo Che really didn't like her at all. His eyes were cold and indifferent, and he didn't give her any face at all. He no longer loves her, and the grace of saving her life cannot make him give anything more for her. It would be too easy for a man like Huo Che to take revenge on her. Qianqian said, and suddenly knelt in front of Huo Che, pleading with red eyes, it's all my fault. The guests around were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Kneeling in public is quite cruel. I originally thought that young Master Huo was in love and wanted to haunt his ex-girlfriend by Yueguan, but I didn't expect that after his ex left, he no longer had the resources he once had and he was not used to it. It's typical that they want money, resources, and support, but don't want to pay anything in return. Just for saving his life, he wants a lifetime reward. Whimsical. The spectators looked at Qianqian with a hint of disdain. Huo Che stood there, looking down at Qianqian, and said in a cold voice, Miss Xia, please wake up. My bad reputation is because I am a love-brained and licking dog, and it has nothing to do with my character. I gave you the resources and money voluntarily. I didn't ask you to return them. The current situation of your family is that I am the bride, not you. Those who are willing to cooperate with you for my sake know that pleasing you is no longer useful to me, so they are unwilling to cooperate with the Xia family. The tragedies of his previous life had not happened, and he had never thought of taking revenge on anyone. If it was really revenge, it would be impossible that after so much time, Qianqian would still be jumping around in front of him. Huo Che's words left Qianqian stunned and completely dumbfounded. She didn't believe it, nor did she want to believe it. She would rather believe that it was Huo Che's revenge that created the current situation between the Xia and Su companies. If Huo Che hadn't taken revenge on her. No. Impossible. In her previous life, she killed Huo Che, and Huo Che must hate her to death. How could I not take revenge on her? Qianqian reached out and grabbed Huo Che's trouser leg. You lied to me, I know it was you who greeted me, you just hate me, I hurt you. I'm not as idle as you think. Huo Che took a step back and Qianqian crawled on the ground. There was no mercy in Huo Che's eyes as he looked down at her. He walked away without stopping. As Huo Che walked out the door, their voices in the tea room began to discuss. Isn't it really ugly how Miss Xia eats? She couldn't stand it when President Huo took back those privileges. This shows how good President Huo was to her in the past. This is probably what it feels like to fall from the clouds into the mud. Who can I blame? Young Master Huo loved her to death, but she lost someone who loved her so much because of her own behavior. This is the reality. No one will wait for you. It's abominable to repay a favor. Qianqian didn't know how she walked out of the tea house. She came to Su's and met Su Zizhou. How is it? Have you met Mr. Meng? What did Mr. Meng say? Su Zizhou only had the project in his mind. At present, many of Su's partners have run away, and several of Su's projects have stalled. He was very anxious and sought cooperation everywhere, but was turned away. All his previous partners avoided him, making it difficult to even meet him. Now all hopes lie in cooperation with Meng Shichu. He had indeed considered Lin Shen's design before, but he also knew that Meng Shichu was Huo Che's wife, and the possibility of her cooperating with him was extremely small. It was Qianqian who told him that he could definitely cooperate with Meng Shichu, that the project was very outstanding and that he could make a lot of money, so he went to meet Meng Shichu with a shameless face. Of course, it was rejected. Qianqian didn't believe it and went to find Meng Shichu in person. But at this moment, Qianqian looked unhappy and didn't say anything. Su Zizhou was very anxious. Qianqian, why don't you say anything? Did it work or not? Qianqian sat on the sofa, stunned. Su Zizhou was completely anxious. Qianqian, please say something, are you trying to make me die of anxiety? Qianqian slowly came back to her senses. She held Su Zizhou's hand tightly and said in a hoarse voice, Zizhou, Huo Che won't help me anymore. How could it be? Su Zizhou didn't believe it. Huo Che likes you so much, and you saved his life. The relationship between you two cannot be severed. No, never again. Qianqian shook her head. I was reborn, and Huo Che was also reborn. I caused him to go to jail and be shot. He won't bother me anymore. I have truly gotten rid of him completely. He won't care about me anymore. What are you talking about? Su Zizhou felt that Qianqian had a mental problem as she was always talking about rebirth. It's really inexplicable. Qianqian was very upset. Why didn't Su Zizhou believe what she said? She held Su Zizhou's hand tightly and said, Huo Che didn't retaliate against us. From now on, we can only rely on ourselves. Rely on yourself. For a small company like theirs, there are too many people who want to crush them. Without the support of a big tree or the support of connections, it is very difficult for them to develop. Su Zizhou thought for a moment and said to Qianqian, Qianqian, there is only a misunderstanding between you and Huo Che. Go and admit your mistake to him. If he forgives you, the Xia family will not force you anymore. Qianqian stared at Su Zizhou in astonishment. Zizhou, what are you talking about? You want me to please Huo Che? You know I don't like him at all. Su Zizhou said, likes can't make a living, but if the company collapses, you'll have nothing. Su Zizhou, I am going to marry you. You know exactly what Huo Che means to me, but you still want me to admit my mistake and please him. Qianqian was furious and slapped Su Zizhou in the face. Su Zizhou touched his face and took several deep breaths. Qianqian, you have to understand that love is fake. Money is the most real thing. What about you to me? Is it fake too? We won't get married. Su Zizhou turned away. Qianqian couldn't believe it. What did you say? Su Zizhou exhaled a few times. Qianqian, we will not get married. The Xia family thinks you can marry Huo Che, so they won't let me marry you. If you can't marry Huo Che, they will marry you to another rich man. Our relationship has always stopped here. You go back, I have to work. Su Zizhou said, and left. Chapter 26 I don't like him. Coming out of Su's house in a daze, Qianqian walked on the sidewalk like a zombie. He didn't pay attention to the traffic lights when crossing the road and was almost hit by an electric bike. The other car stopped and scolded her, telling her to get away and not to commit fraud. Qianqian looked at the other person blankly, with tear marks on her pale face. The other person was frightened and quickly held the steering wheel and walked away. She looked like a female ghost, with red eyes and a resentful look as if she could take your life at any time. Qianqian walked unconsciously and returned to the Xia family. She lay on the bed like a puppet, in a daze, and her brain had lost the ability to think. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Qianqian, have you and Huo Che reconciled? The voice that asked came from Xia's mother. After getting no response, Xia's mother pulled Qianqian up from the bed. What's going on? I asked you a question, why don't you answer? Suddenly seeing Qianqian's face pale and her eyes red and swollen, Xia's mother was stunned for a moment and asked, did Huo Che do something to you? Every time Qianqian cried, it was because Huo Che was too clingy and made her feel wronged. Mother Xia thought it was the same this time, and the smile on her face became brighter. What's there to cry about? He doesn't listen, so you can ask him for more. Be good, stop crying. In Xia's mother's opinion, this is a good thing, and she can ask for more from Huo Che. Mother Xia gently took out a tissue and wiped Qianqian's tears. Okay, your eyes are red enough, let's go find Huo Che now. Qianqian's fragile and pitiful appearance is enough to make men feel distressed, and will also make Huo Che, who regards her as his life, feel distressed, and naturally she can get more benefits. Mother Xia found a fresh dress from the closet and asked Qianqian to change into it. When the time comes, let Huo Che see it. I guarantee he will be heartbroken. Qianqian sat there motionless, and her mother was a little anxious. Hurry up and change, don't dawdle, it's just in time for Huo Che to get off work. Qianqian still didn't move. What are you doing? I asked you to change your clothes. Xia's mother lost her patience. You and Huo Che have been at odds for a while, and almost all the company's partners have run away. If you don't make peace, Xia's company will be gone. Listening to Xia's mother's voice, which was no longer gentle, Qianqian gradually regained consciousness. She raised her eyes to look at her mother and moved her lips, but no sound came out. Or maybe there are some things that I don't have the courage to ask. The words that Su Zizhou said are still echoing in my ears and churning in my mind. She and Su Zizhou have no future. If not, what was the point of everything she did for Su Zizhou in her previous life? If she and Su Zizhou would not get married, what would it matter if she was extremely grateful to have cut off contact with Huo Che in her next life? Whether in her past life or this life, she has been fighting for true love. But true love told her that the relationship between him and her was the same as the one between her and Huo Che. She wanted to please Huo because he liked her and gave her endless benefits. Su Zizhou maintained his ambiguous relationship with her in order to gain the endless benefits she could bring to him. Seeing her expression, Xia's mother became even more displeased. Why are you looking at me? Hurry up and change your clothes. Huo Che will be home from get off work soon. Why? These three simple words were asked with particular difficulty by Qianqian. Why? Qianqian, change your clothes quickly. You need to block Huo Che at the company before he gets off work. Don't you know how to maximize your profits? Mother Xia urged Qianqian to change her clothes and go find Huo Che now. Qianqian suddenly got angry and tore off the clothes and threw them on the ground. I won't change. Huo Che and I are completely done. Qianqian, don't go crazy. Xia's mother scolded. Huo Che likes you so much that he couldn't bear to say a harsh word to you even when you ran away from the engagement party. How could he really break off relations with you? Mother Xia paused and continued, besides, you saved his life, and you will never be able to repay him in your lifetime. As long as Huo Che is alive, this relationship will not be severed. Qianqian's eyes were filled with shock as she heard her mother say these words that would take over Huo Che's life. Mother Xia picked up the clothes and handed them over, urging again, hurry up and change your clothes. Qianqian made up her mind and threw her clothes on the ground again. Huo Che is already married, what would it mean if I went to see him again? A mistress. Upon hearing this, Mother Xia tried to comfort her. Silly girl, what do you know? Huo Che has no feelings for that illegitimate daughter. All men have bad roots and mean natures. He did this just to make you jealous and make you care. The more he pretends not to care about you, the more he hopes you will care about him. Mom is an experienced person, and she understands the lethality of Bai Yueguang better than you do. As long as you look back, Huo Che will always have only you by his side. Qianqian. Enough. Qianqian interrupted her mother loudly. When her mother was stunned, Qianqian said again, I don't like Huo Che. The person I like is Su Zizhou. The person I have always liked is Su Zizhou. No matter in the past life or this life, I only like him. I have always been fighting to be with him. Why do you all want me to see Huo Che? Why? What answered Qianqian was a slap from her mother. Qianqian's face was slapped to one side, her ears were buzzing, and her mind was in a mess. But the mother's voice still came fiercely, you bastard, you dare to yell at me even though I gave you the courage, right? You still like Su Zizhou, how much is your love worth? What contribution can Su Zizhou make to the development of our Xia family? Qianqian, let me tell you, Su Zizhou will not marry you, and we will not allow you to marry Su Zizhou. Do you think Su Zizhou doesn't know? He only provides you with emotional value. He doesn't even dare to touch you. Do you think he cherishes and respects you? He is afraid that Huo Che will go to him to tell him about Liao Zhai if he touches you. Qianqian, change your clothes immediately and come with me to meet Huo Che. Because of the conflict between you and Huo Che, the company is almost unable to operate. If anything happens to the company because of you, you will be in trouble. Change it quickly. The truth is the sharpest knife, which can cut all the nerves in a person's body. Qianqian was hurt by the truth and said firmly, I won't go. It's not your call. Mother Xia said unhappily. Seeing that Qianqian was determined, Xia's mother gritted her teeth and said coldly, "Think it over. If you can't please Huo Che, then marry another boss. I can't guarantee how old the other person is, how many times he has been married, or what special habits he has." Qianqian couldn't believe that these were words her mother said to her. She asked, "What am I in your eyes? Just consider it as a tool for your brother to run the company." Xia's mother said mercilessly. Qianqian was stunned. "I am a human being, not a tool." Mother Xia disagreed. "We gave birth to you and didn't throw you away, just to make you a helper for your brother. Otherwise, why did we raise you for so many years?" Qianqian. Chapter 27. He didn't bully me. After Huo Che left the tea room, he asked his assistant to leave and drove to Wanhai himself. He did not go in, but found a seat in the cafe next to Wanhai, and then shared his location with Meng Shichu. "Send a message, I have communicated with you and am waiting for you." About 2 hours later, Huo Che's cell phone rang. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Assistant Yimo calling. "Yimo, master, Miss Xia's mother is here and said that Miss Xia is seriously ill." Before Yimo could finish, Huo Che interrupted, "Drive them away and tell them not to bother you again." After saying that, he hung up the phone. After a while, Huo Che received a WeChat message from Meng Shichu. "I went downstairs." Huo Che stood up, went to the front desk to get the snacks he had asked to be packed, and walked out quickly. After waiting at the entrance of Wanhai for 2 minutes, I saw Meng Shichu and his assistants Jiang Wen and Jiang Wu coming out. Meng Shichu came over and asked, "Why are you here?" "I have nothing to do at the company, so I'll pick you up," Huo Che said, handing the snacks he packed to Meng Shichu. "They are from the coffee shop over there. They taste good. I asked them to pack them separately. The implication is not to eat leftovers." Meng Shichu took it with a faint smile on his face. "Why don't you just come in now? Pei Jinhui won't stop you. If I go there it will affect the progress of your work, so it's better for me to wait outside," Huo Che said as he opened the passenger seat of the car. Meng Shichu turned around and said a few words to Jiang Wen and Jiang Wu, then got into Huo Che's car. The car started. Meng Shichu looked at the snacks in his hand. Huo Che suddenly said, "You can eat in the car, I don't mind." Meng Shichu smiled. "Have you studied psychology? Otherwise, how can you know what others are thinking just by looking at them?" "No." Huo Che shook his head, and 2 seconds later he explained, "Don't get me wrong, Qianqian has never sat in my passenger seat, it wasn't her who trained me. Of course, it wasn't him who didn't allow it, but Qianqian who was unwilling. You don't need to explain. I won't ask about the past." "Yeah." Huo Che responded, and then said, "I'm sorry about what happened today. If it happens again next time, just deal with it your way and don't worry about me." New. Meng Shichu ate some snacks, which were indeed delicious but a little dry, so he said to Huo Che, "Pull over and I'll go buy a bottle of water." It wasn't just because of the snacks, but also because Wan Hai argued with Pei Jinhui for a while and forgot to drink water when he left. The car stopped and Meng Shichu was about to unbuckle his seatbelt when he heard Huo Che say, "I'll go." He got out of the car quickly and walked towards the shops on the street. Looking at the man's quick steps, the smile on Meng Shichu's face became more intense. My phone vibrated, and someone with the note, "Godfather Chen," called me on WeChat video. Meng Shichu answered the call and adjusted the front camera. "Godfather." Meng Shichu called out, "There's another one. He's fishing." The scene over there shifted, and a man sitting on the shore holding a fishing rod appeared. The man turned around and waved at Meng Shichu. "Xiaochu, happy wedding. We'll make up for the gift when we get back." "Good." The scene changes and the man's face from the beginning reappears. He asked Meng Shichu, "Didn't you say you wouldn't get married? Why are you getting married suddenly? Huo Che's reputation in Kyoto is not very good. He must be using you to attract Bai Yueguang's attention." Meng Shichu said, "Huo Che is a good person. It seems that this marriage is a good one. Don't let yourself suffer. If he bullies you and you can't handle it, just find your godfather. I have plenty of ways to make him learn to regret." Meng Shichu said, "It's not that serious. He didn't bully me." The man nodded. "Okay, I thought you should get off work, so I took care of the little girl." Suddenly, the man asked, "You are in the car? Why is the car not moving?" Meng Shichu said, "I'm a little thirsty. Huo Che went to buy me some water." The man opposite was stunned for a moment. Okay, we'll go to Kyoto to see you after our trip. The chat ended and Huo Che hadn't come back yet. Meng Shichu wondered, did this person go abroad to buy water? Just as she was about to get out of the car to see what was going on, she finally saw Huo Che approaching. I saw him holding a cup of instant milk tea in his hand. Huo Che came closer and handed the milk tea to Meng Shichu through the car window. Meng Shichu took it. The milk tea was warm. He took a sip and found that it was no longer scalding hot. Huo Che walked around the front of the car and started the car while explaining, you shouldn't drink cold water now. It took some time to make the milk tea and cool it down. Meng Shichu took another sip of the milk tea. It was at the right temperature, with a slightly sweet wheat aroma. It felt sweet in his mouth, stomach, and heart. It's easy to get along with this man. Suddenly, Meng Shichu realized that this was not the way home. Is there any dinner party today? Meng Shichu thought that Huo Che was going to take her to meet some friends again. No, we're going to the gold shop. Meng Shichu turned his head to look over, and Huo Che explained, you haven't bought the money you need for marriage yet, and your fingers are still empty. Meng Shichu spread out his hands, if you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten it. She used to wear a ring, which was given by Godfather Chen, and is currently worn on Huo Che's ring finger. Judging from Huo Che's attitude, he had no intention of taking it off. Huo Che said, I'm already wearing the wedding ring you gave me, and you should also wear the wedding ring I prepared for you, right? Meng Shichu nodded, yes, wear it. Not long after, the two arrived at the gold shop and were personally received by the manager. Meng Shichu knew that Huo Che had arranged everything in advance. In the VIP room, the manager displayed more than a dozen rings on the table. Mr. Huo, these are the limited editions you requested before. Meng Shichu took a look and saw that they were all women's styles, no men's styles. As expected, Huo Che was not going to take off the ring. How about it? Is there any one that you liked at first sight? Huo Che asked Meng Shichu for his opinion. Please help me choose a simpler one. Meng Shichu handed the task to Huo Che. Huo Che accepted gladly. Because Meng Shichu likes simple styles and wants to be convenient for work, he directly eliminated 2 diamond rings that looked very grand. He picked up one of the rings with carved patterns, and before he could speak, Meng Shichu handed it over with his left hand. The ring fits perfectly on the ring finger. How is it? Huo Che asked, deliberately spreading out his left hand. The lady's ring on his hand and the ring on Meng Shichu's hand were surprisingly a match. It looks good. Meng Shichu said, I like it. Then this one. Good. Then, Huo Che took out a gold ring and put it on Meng Shichu's left index finger. It is the simplest, thin and narrow plain circle, which is most effective in decorating fingers. Huo Che was very satisfied and said to Meng Shichu, wear this and don't take it off. Any explanation? Huo Che said, left in and right out, if you wear it on your left hand, you will have a lot of money rolling in from all directions in your life, and you will be rich for the rest of your life. Meng Shichu was stunned for a moment, and the smile on his face was as bright as a blooming rose. Chapter 028 You are really very good. Coming out of the gold shop, the smile on Huo Che's face was brighter than the sunset. Meng Shichu thought of the things that Huo Che had asked him to pack and said, you bought too much. It is not very practical, it is all gold, and nearly 10 million yuan was spent on it. The gold was calculated by the kilogram. I promised to give you 5 times as much, I can't break my promise. Huo Che held Meng Shichu's hand and said, if you don't need it, just store it. This thing can be converted into cash. The money was worth it as it made him feel happy. Then I have to think about what to give you. Meng Shichu felt that reciprocity was necessary, even if this person was her husband. Didn't you give it to me? Huo Che raised his wrist. This watch is not cheap. My friends are all envious of me. I just found out that the HC on the dial is my name. You are so thoughtful. Because it was a marriage without any emotional foundation, I didn't realize that the 2 pinyin characters were my own name when I saw them. It was Huo Cheng who saw it and teased him, and then he realized that it was the abbreviation of his name. At that time, he felt that Meng Shichu was too attentive, which made him feel more and more how healthy this relationship was, and he also felt more and more that he owed this wife whom he had temporarily married. Meng Shichu discussed with Huo Che about going to their Huo's house on the weekend. Huo Che had no objection and told his family in advance. What Meng Shichu meant was that she and Huo Che, the 2 younger generations, should visit first and then meet with the parents of both sides, so that they, the younger generations, could mediate between the two sides. Huo Che had no objection and felt that Meng Shichu's consideration was very thoughtful. However, Meng Shichu also said that her situation was a bit special and she might need to meet twice. The Pei family will meet with her mother separately. Huo Che already knew about Meng Shichu's connections and said that he would talk to his family and would not ask any questions that were not appropriate. After a good sleep last night, Huo Che went to bed early tonight and read a book while leaning against the head of the bed. When Meng Shichu finished the work in his hands and came up, the two fell asleep in each other's arms. It was a good night's sleep, and Huo Che didn't suffer from insomnia again. Wake up refreshed in the morning. After breakfast, the two went out together, heading in different directions. Huo Che's car was stopped outside the company. The person who stopped the car was Qianqian's mother. This person is haunting. Mother Xie came forward and knocked on the car door, and said to Huo Che inside, "Mr. Huo, Qianqian is seriously ill and is in the hospital now. Can you go see her? I'm not lying to you. She's really sick and confused. She can't recognize people anymore. She keeps calling your name. Please go see her. Mr. Huo." Huo Che said to Yimo, who was driving, "Call the police." The police on duty nearby arrived quickly, educated Xia's mother and expelled her. Mother Xia struggled and said to the police, "Mr. Huo is my daughter's boyfriend. My daughter is her best friend. You are not allowed to touch me. Let me go." At Huo Che's signal, Yimo got out of the car and negotiated with the police officer. Mother Xia thought that Yimo came to intercede for her. "Assistant Yi, tell him who I am and whether my daughter is Mr. Huo's white moonlight." Then Yimo was heard saying to the police, "Our CEO Huo is already married and has severed his relationship with this lady's daughter. Yesterday, her daughter harassed our CEO Huo's wife. This lady also came to the company to make trouble in the afternoon. We asked her to leave, but today she came to stop our car again. This has already brought a very bad impact on our CEO Huo's life." "Yimo, you are talking nonsense. What do you mean by harassment? It was your CEO Huo who was chasing my daughter. Everyone knows it." Mother Xia was shocked by Yimo's words and retorted loudly. Yimo remained calm and asked the police to handle the matter. Mother Xia looked unhappy and struggled to rush over. "No, it's not like that. Huo Che dreams of marrying our Qianqian." After Yimo finished communicating with the police, he couldn't help but say to Xia's mother before getting in the car, "Our president did want to marry Miss Xia, but Miss Xia ran away from the marriage and refused. Our president Huo has announced that he has cut ties with Miss Xia. It's been reported in the news and everyone in the city knows about it. Our president Huo's wife is an excellent and very good person. Please don't harass her again in the future." After saying this, he left the howling Xia's mother alone, got into the car and drove it into the parking space inside the company. Huo Che returned to the office, thought about it and sent a message to Meng Shichu. The Xia family was squatting at the company gate early in the morning. "I called the police." Meng Shichu had just arrived at the company at this moment, and couldn't help laughing after reading the news. Reply, "Just handle it yourself, no need to tell me." "Huo Che, I am worried that these things will be distorted when they reach your ears." Meng Shichu, "Don't worry, I don't like to believe in hearsay." "Huo Che, you are really very good." Meng Shichu, "Thank you, the meeting has started." Huo Che still sent another message, "I'll come to have lunch with you at noon." When it comes to cultivating feelings, it's always better to be earnest. In just a few days, I no longer suffered from insomnia when sleeping with Meng Shichu, which shows how comfortable it is to get along with Meng Shichu. No need to worry or feel tired at all. When I am with her, I forget a lot of unhappy things. Linshan designed and Meng Shichu held a meeting for nearly 2 hours before returning to the office to see the message from Huo Che. At this time, Huo Che had someone bring him a cup of milk tea. Today's milk tea seems to be much sweeter than the previous few days. Meng Shichu took a photo and sent it over, received, very sweet. Half an hour later, Huo Che wrote back, "I added 70% sugar today." Meng Shichu replied with a smiling emoji and asked, "Are you planning to feed me with sugar to make me fat?" Huo Che, "I will work out with you on weekends to help you lose weight." Meng Shichu, "Yes." Huo Che, "What do you want to eat for lunch?" Meng Shichu, "Just make your decision." Huo Che, "Okay." At 11:30, Huo Che was about to go out when Huo Cheng arrived. Brother, how do you have time to come here? Huo Che was very surprised. Huo Cheng walked around Huo Che's office and asked, am I here at a bad time? Yeah, I'm planning on going out. Huo nodded, not being tactful at all. Huo Cheng twitched his lips and said, I heard that the Xia family is looking for you. It was because he heard about this that he came over to take a look after the meeting. As the eldest brother, he knows very well what kind of person his younger brother is. Huo Che's obsession with Qianqian has reached the point of obsession. He was afraid that if the Xia family showed weakness and Qianqian said something soft, Huo Che would not be able to bear it and would forgive them. It was easier before, since I was alone anyway. The situation is different now. He plotted against Meng Shichu, and the He family was removed from the list of the four major wealthy families. There is no good person behind Meng Shichu. Even a kind person cannot raise a person like Meng Shichu who has a sharp character and decisive style. Huo Che did not hide it and nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, he made trouble at Meng Shichu's place yesterday. I went there to deal with him. He came to my place to make trouble in the afternoon and I drove him away. He came again this morning. How did you deal with it this morning? Huo Cheng asked. Huo Che weighed the coat in his hand and said, the police handled it. This result surprised Huo Cheng, and his look at Huo Che gradually changed from shock to admiration. He patted Huo Che's shoulder and said, I feel relieved in this case. I was just worried that you would start to act crazy again. I'm married. I'm just afraid that you don't know that you're married. Huo Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's okay. Huo Che smiled and said, don't worry, brother. I won't be the second He Xingyi. Yeah. Huo Cheng nodded and asked Huo Che, do you want to have lunch together? Huo Che shook his head and said, I'm going to eat with Meng Shichu. The one Meng Shichu asked you out. I made an appointment with her. Huo Cheng was surprised again, so positive. To cultivate a relationship, you have to be proactive and get to know each other better. Huo Cheng was relieved, you are finally awake. The two of them went out. Before Huo Che got into the car, Huo Cheng stopped him and said, to cultivate feelings, you have to not only talk about it, but also take action. When giving gifts, pay more attention to it. Huo Che had been wishful thinking for so many years, so of course he knew how to please girls. When he went to pick up Meng Shichu, he bought another bouquet of fresh flowers. Knowing where Meng Shichu's office was, he took the elevator directly there and knocked on Meng Shichu's door. Come in. Meng Shichu didn't expect that it was Huo Che who came in, and he was holding a bouquet of flowers, so openly and high profile. That attitude made her seem like a very capable wife. Chapter 29, The Small Animals Raised by Meng Shichu. On Saturday morning, Meng Shichu got up early as if he was going to work. Why so early? Huo Che still liked to stay in bed on Saturdays and Sundays, and he pulled Meng Shichu and stopped her from getting up. Before Meng Shichu could speak, Huo Che asked, are you going to handle work today as well? No work, just run 2 laps. Huo Che asked with empty eyes, aren't you still on your period? Can you run? It's almost the end, so a little exercise is fine, it's not intense. Oh. Huo Che let go and let her get up. When Meng Shichu came out of the shower, he found that Huo Che was also dressed. Before he went to wash up, he said to Meng Shichu, wait a minute, I'll go with you. Good. The two of them went out together and started jogging. After leaving Haitang courtyard, I walked along the sidewalk, and after a while I went down to the riverbank and started jogging. There are many people doing morning exercises, young and old, men and women, old and young, some practicing boxing and tai chi, and some taking a slow walk in the good morning air. It is quite lively. Meng Shichu was wearing headphones and playing music on his phone. Seeing that Huo Che was always keeping pace with her, she asked him, do you want to listen? I was just wondering if you would agree to give me one of my headphones. Sorry, I didn't react. Meng Shichu handed over the other earphone. In this way, the two people's pace became more and more consistent, and they were always on the same channel. After running a lap, I was sweating all over. I stopped near the villa and walked back slowly. After calming down, the two started chatting. Huo Che asked Meng Shichu, do you exercise on weekdays? Well, I have an annual membership card at a boxing gym. I go there every weekend and it depends on the situation during the weekdays. You practice boxing? Huo Che almost thought he had misheard. Is this a fitness program for girls? Meng Shichu said, well, it's good to keep fit and protect yourself. Huo Che laughed dryly and said, I am not as good as you in this respect. Meng Shichu, what do you mean? Huo Che, I have never practiced boxing. Fitness is just basic exercise to maintain my figure. When saying the words, maintaining figure, Huo Che felt a little embarrassed, and the outlines of his sweaty ears turned red and transparent. After breakfast, Meng Shichu began to change his clothes. Huo Che asked, where are you going? I went back to my place and bought some things. I can't go to the Huo's empty-handed. I'm going to the Huo's for lunch today. I'm ready for this, Huo Che said. I have already prepared it. Let's take it together. I'll listen to you. Huo Che didn't refuse. He knew that his parents were actually somewhat dissatisfied with Meng Shichu because of his background. But now it's a done deal and can't be changed. Huo Che only knew that Meng Shi had hardly lived in Pei's house since she first came to Kyoto, but he did not expect that the place she lived in was so luxurious. The villa complex in Qianqian Plum Garden is quite famous in Kyoto, and most of those who own properties here are powerful and wealthy people. Xiao Yunshuo, a descendant of the Hongmen family, lives here. It can be said that his residence, Haitang Villa, is more than one level lower in value compared to Meng Shichu's house. The core of the powerful and the rich is different. As soon as the door of the villa opened, a black object rushed towards them. Before Huo Che could react, the black object fell on Meng Shichu's shoulder. It was a crow as black as a coal ball. The crow jumped up and down on Meng Shichu's shoulder, calling, and rubbed its head against Meng Shichu's cheek. The man and the bird interacted with each other, and Meng Shichu called it Thor. Huo Che was stunned. He didn't expect that Meng Shichu, at his age, would raise a bird, and a crow at that. I didn't expect this crow to have such a domineering name. After Thor and Meng Shichu got along well, they discovered the existence of Huo Che. It faced Huo Che, its wings spread and feathers slightly fluffed, and the sound it made was sharp. The posture was as if facing an intruder. Thor. Meng Shichu called out and reached out to stroke its back. The crow seemed to accept this comfort, relaxed, spread its wings and flew away. You actually raise crows. Huo Che finally found his voice. Meng Shichu said, I love raising some small animals. Many people think crows are unlucky. The fallacy of cultural invasion. Meng Shichu led Huo Che inside and explained, crows are very smart. They just knew that the disaster was coming and warned people in advance, but they did not cause the disaster themselves. I've heard that before. Huo Che nodded, but some things are deeply rooted and difficult to change. Meng Shichu had no intention of changing anything, she just happened to get a pair of crows and started raising them. It's a pity that the female bird died 2 years ago, leaving only the male bird. She also thought about pairing the male bird with a female, but Thor didn't want to. Crows are monogamous birds and only have one partner in their lifetime. Huo Che had never kept a pet, except for the koi in the ponds in the villa and the backyard of the old house, so he didn't know the habits of these birds. When he heard Meng Shichu say this, he was immediately filled with respect. Coming to their hall from the front yard, Huo Che saw a huge dog and 3 or 5 cats of different colors. There were also ants in boxes and unknown reptiles at the entrance to their hall. Meng Shichu raises many small animals, and they are all very unique. He really didn't know it before. It was also the first time for him to see a girl raising these combinations, but she was obviously so busy on weekdays. He didn't know that, except when on business trips, Meng Shichu would come to check on and feed these little creatures every day whenever he was in Kyoto. No matter how busy you are, you can always find time. Assistants Jiang Wen and Jiang Wu also live here on weekdays. Butler Chiu Shu greeted them warmly, Miss, son-in-law. Meng Shichu introduced Huo Che, Uncle Chiu, the housekeeper. You know Jiang Wen and Jiang Wu, they usually live here. Huo Che nodded, hello, Uncle Chiu. Uncle Chiu turned to Meng Shichu and said, Miss, 2 falcons flew over. Jiang Zhu said that you raised them in Yuqing before, so I built a big nest for them. I'll go take a look. Meng Shichu went to the backyard. Huo Che was petrified again. He looked at Jiang Wen and Jiang Wu, falcon. The two nodded, and Jiang Wen said, it was a female falcon that the young lady rescued before. Later, the female falcon brought her husband to the young lady's house to express her gratitude and laid eggs on the rooftop of the young lady's house. The young lady built a nest for them, and then every summer these two falcons would come to eat and drink for free. After a while, it seemed like he had become Meng Shichu's pet. Because this creature is a protected animal, Meng Shichu also reported it. Unfortunately, after being taken away, it wanted to run back and blackmail people. In the end, the forestry department, fishery department and even the zoo were too lazy to take care of it. There's no way around it. After listening to this, Huo Che felt that his mind was not in the right place. He still didn't fully understand what Meng Shichu meant by raising some small animals. Is this the leader of the beast-taming sect? There are also animals that rush to her to raise. Huo Che followed them to the backyard and saw two falcons. The ferocious birds of prey in the animal world now spread their wings and allowed Meng Shichu to tickle their armpits. If that scene were played back, people would probably think it was a fake video created by technology. Huo Che knew that the falcon was a bird of prey, so he didn't get too close to it for fear of being attacked. Meng Shichu was also surprised. He had moved to Kyoto, so how did these two guys find him? Butler Chiu explained from behind. Thor was out for a few days, and when he came back they came. There is no doubt that the two ran to the place where Meng Shichu lived before in Yuchen. They were brought here by Thunder God. Meng Shichu played with the little animals for a while, then took Huo Che to move the gifts he had bought. Huo Che saw the small mountain and asked, "Why did you buy so much? Not only are the quantities large, the prices are also not cheap." After a closer look, Huo Che asked, "Have you checked my family's preferences? Ask Xiao Yunshuo for help." Meng Shichu did not hide anything. In fact, it would be more direct to ask Huo Che about this matter, but she was not in Kyoto at the time and had not contacted Huo Che yet, so she asked Xiao Yunshuo for help. Since it is a gift, it is sincere only if it touches the heart. Huo Che held Meng Shichu's hand and said, "I'm sorry, I'm not as attentive as you are. I will correct it in the future." Chapter 030, Second House's Targeting. Because there were too many things to fit in one car, Meng Shichu asked the two brothers Jiang Wen and Jiang Wu to go along as well. Every Saturday was originally the day for the Huo family's family banquet. Today was Meng Shichu's first visit, and the Huo family mansion was particularly lively. It was also specially decorated and full of festive atmosphere. The car entered the door, went around the courtyard and stopped outside the garage. The butler immediately went forward to open the door, thinking that Meng Shichu was sitting in the passenger seat, but it turned out to be Huo Che who got out. Looking up, I saw Meng Shichu getting off the main carriage. As expected of a young master, he lets his mistress drive while he rides in the car. Absolutely. Huo Cheng and Huo's mother came forward and greeted them warmly. Meng Shichu called out generously, "Mom, brother, hello, I'm sorry I came to see you so late, I was busy before. I went on a business trip on the first day of my marriage and was away for more than half a month. When I came back on a weekday, I had some work piled up, so I put it off for another week." It's okay. Xiao Che told us that you have a lot of work to do." Mother Huo held Meng Shichu's hand. This was the first time she saw her daughter-in-law. She seemed to be more beautiful than in the photo, with a more outstanding temperament. Huo Che had already opened the trunk, and the butler asked the servants to carry the things. Jiang Wen and Jiang Wu took things out of the car behind them. Huo Cheng couldn't help but ask, "Why did you buy so much?" Shichu is very well prepared. Huo Che looked at Meng Shichu, who was talking to Huo's mother, and said, "She even asked someone to find out the preferences of the Huo family members." Huo Cheng also looked over. She was a very generous and decent girl. At first glance, she gave people a calm and steady temperament, which was different from those rich girls who were raised in seclusion to learn music, chess, calligraphy and painting. It's not that other rich girls are bad, but Meng Shichu gives people a more special impression. Huo Che moved closer to Huo Cheng and said in a low voice, "Brother, she's fine." Huo Cheng glanced at Huo Che and said, "Since you know this, just live a good life and stop making trouble. The family can't afford to be hurt." "No." The group walked towards the front hall in a mighty procession. Huo Che held Meng Shichu's hand and whispered to her, "Don't be nervous. My family won't make things difficult for you, and I won't let them make things difficult for you either." "Yeah." Meng Shichu responded, although he didn't feel nervous. She has met all kinds of people, both good and bad, and can deal with them all. Xiao Yunshuo also told her that the people in the Huo family were generally good, but they might have some opinions about her background because they didn't know her. Meng Shichu was mentally prepared that if the Huo family didn't like her, she would just have to have less contact with them in the future. The marriage with Huo Che has already been concluded and cannot be divorced for the time being. For the sake of face, the Huo family cannot ask her to divorce Huo Che now. There were many people in the hall. The Huo family is large. Huo Che's father has 3 brothers. In addition to his eldest brother Huo Cheng, Huo Che has 2 cousins and a cousin. They are all present now, including his cousin who is an actor and has been in the crew for many years and is unexpectedly at home. Huo Che introduced them to Meng Shichu one by one and comforted her, "It doesn't matter if you can't remember them. There will be plenty of time in the future. You will remember them after seeing them a few more times." Meng Shichu nodded, having memorized it all. Most people in the Huo family are enthusiastic, except for the second uncle and second aunt. The second uncle didn't say much, but his eyes showed a little contempt. The second aunt was more straightforward. Since she came from a prominent family, she always felt that the pampered young master of the Huo family married an illegitimate daughter, which was not presentable and a disgrace to the family. However, with the help of Huo Che's cousins and Huo Che's protection of Meng Shichu, the situation did not get out of control. The lunch was particularly sumptuous. Huo Che had been taking care of Meng Shichu, and everyone saw it. At this moment, second aunt suddenly said, "Xiao Che is so good at taking care of people. Did he learn this from Xiao Xia?" "Mom." Second aunt. 2 names, for voices sounded at the same time. Second aunt's own children, as well as Huo Che and Huo Cheng, all spoke up. Huo Che put his chopsticks on the table, and his father said unhappily, "Second brother, control your wife. If she doesn't want to have a good meal, then cancel the family dinner on Saturday and have it at your own home." Mother Huo also chimed in, "Why bring up those past events? Are you deliberately trying to make things unpleasant for Xiao Che and Shichu?" The atmosphere at the table fell into an awkward state. Second aunt was also unhappy when she saw that everyone was targeting her. "I am also speaking the truth. The Huo family is full of descendants of famous families. Even if Qianqian is not good, she is of legitimate birth. What is this now? The history of the Huo family will be heavily stained from now on. Huo Che, second aunt is not saying anything to you. You broke off your relationship with Qianqian. Even if you wanted to get married, there were countless legitimate daughters of famous families to choose from. Why did you choose this one so foolishly?" "Mom, stop talking." Second aunt lifted up her daughter's hand and said, "Don't stop me, I want to say." Huo Che stood up suddenly, and Meng Shichu's voice suddenly rang beside him, "It's okay, let second aunt talk." Her voice was light and gentle. She gently put down the chopsticks in her hand, leaned back in the chair, stared at second aunt with a calm expression, and her aura made the air tense. She was not angry or excited, as if the person being pointed at was not her. Huo Che's face looked very ugly. He held Meng Shichu's hand and said, "It's my problem. Let's go. I'm too lazy to attend this family banquet." He had always been a rebel anyway. "It's okay." Meng Shichu smiled, so calm that Huo Che's heart tightened. "Then I'll just say it straight." Second aunt spoke quickly, as if she was afraid that Meng Shichu would go back on his word. "No rich family doesn't care about reputation. What this circle despises the most is illegitimate children. This is a lifelong stigma that can't be removed, no matter how outstanding you are. As one of the 4 great families in Kyoto, the Huo family is watched by countless eyes. Many people are waiting to see the joke. When Xiao Che marries you, everyone who mentions the Huo family will immediately think of the fact that the Huo family has an illegitimate daughter and daughter-in-law. Meng Shichu, do you think I'm wrong? Have you ever thought that marrying Huo Che will make the Huo family be stabbed in the back? Has it never occurred to you that you and Hotchkiss are not a good match? I tell you, you and Huo Che are not worthy of each other. You are not only a stain on the Pei family, but also a stain on my Huo family. If I were you, I wouldn't even have the face to enter the Huo family. I wouldn't even go back to the Pei family to be laughed at and hurt others and myself." The second aunt became more and more excited as she spoke, and her voice became louder and louder. Her daughter kept pulling her sleeve, but she couldn't stop her. Everyone at the table, except for the second uncle who was on the same side as the second aunt and sat upright with a cold expression, all the others raised their hands to their foreheads, wishing they could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. On the contrary, Meng Shichu, who was targeted, remained as calm as at the beginning and was not hurt by those words at all. After saying that, second aunt asked Meng Shichu, "Tell me yourself, am I wrong? Whether it's right or not, I'll answer Mrs. Huo later." Meng Shichu's voice didn't change much from before, and even the corners of his eyes were slightly raised as if he was smiling vaguely. However, he addressed his second aunt as Mrs. Huo. When he spoke again, Meng Shichu's voice was slightly aggressive. Chapter 031. Do you need me to calculate? I heard that the Jing family was originally named Feng 3 generations ago. They married a son-in-law named Jing. Less than 10 years after their marriage, the son-in-law's wife died. 16 years after his wife's death, the Feng family's company changed its name to Jing. Since then, the Jing family has established itself and has become a wealthy family. Meng Shichu spoke calmly, but everyone present opened their eyes wide. Shocked and unbelievable. It's because the second aunt here is the only one with the surname Zheng and the name Menghuan. Zheng Menghuan scolded, "Meng Shichu, you are talking nonsense. Don't be anxious, Madam Huo. I haven't finished yet." A daughter raised in a legitimate wealthy family should know that it is basic cultivation and courtesy to wait for someone to finish speaking before speaking, right? Meng Shichu's light question came back like the heaviest slap in the face, slapping Jing Menghuan hard. Zheng Menghuan's face turned as pale as pig liver in the blink of an eye. Counting back 3 generations of the Jing family, that was 100 years ago. This past event, which has been washed away by the torrent of time, has long been buried in the long river of time. How could it be suddenly dug out in public? The atmosphere could no longer be described as stiff and awkward. No one dared to breathe, and a storm was about to come. Father Huo wanted to stop him, but Meng Shichu spoke again. In the first generation of the Jing family, the son-in-law married into the Feng family and found another good partner. He still had 2 sons and 1 daughter outside the family. One of the concubines valued his reputation and did not return to the family. Instead, he opened a new ancestral hall and established a new Jing family. Old Master Jing Wenqian was a great man, but it's a pity that he divorced his first wife for his true love and has been criticized for many years. Meng Shichu, shut up! Zheng Menghuan shouted, her voice sharp and trembling. Meng Shichu tilted his head slightly and stared at Jing Menghuan. Now the old lady of the Jing family stays indoors all year round. The birthday banquet a few days ago was so grand. She is indeed a cherished person and is well cared for. Meng Shichu. Mrs. Jing. Meng Shichu's voice suddenly became extremely sharp, and the way he addressed Jing Menghuan changed again. Her expression was no longer warm, and her eyes were as sharp as a knife. Your mother gave birth to you less than 6 months after she ascended to the throne. Time is really terrible. Only 60 years have passed, and not only have others forgotten these things, but even the parties involved have forgotten them. To put it nicely, Zheng Menghuan's mother truly loves to ascend the throne. To put it bluntly, that means the mistress has taken over. She was made the legal wife only when she was pregnant. So, what's the difference between her, Zheng Menghuan, and an illegitimate daughter? You, Meng Shichu, you. Zheng Menghuan's face was pale and she was staggering, unable to utter a complete sentence. But Meng Shichu didn't let her go. So, Madam Zheng, since you and I have the same background, how can you have the nerve to exclude the daughter of Mr. Jing's ex-wife in the Jing family? And how can you have the nerve to marry into the Huo family? Back then, besides a mother who loved you and a father who loved you, what else was there to show off? Nowadays, besides having the declining Jing family, if you put aside your identity as the wife of the second master of the Huo family, what else do you have to be so arrogant about? Meng Shichu still did not speak in an aggressive tone, but asked in an aggressive tone. Zheng Menghuan couldn't answer. Oh. Meng Shichu chuckled, now let me answer Mrs. Jing's previous question. I think you are wrong. First of all, it was Huo Che who asked me to marry him, not me who wanted to marry him. Secondly, Huo Che and I are a good enough match, I said. Finally, let me tell you what I have. Meng Shichu sat up straight, and a sonorous and powerful voice came out of her mouth. My father is Pei Guanyan, one of the 3 major wealthy families in Kyoto. My mother is Meng Ling, the largest shareholder and chairman of Xingyu Film and Television Media. My stepfather is Ning Chuan, the founder of the well-known domestic security Boyan Group. My 2 godfathers are Li Nanchen, the richest man in Yuchun, and Chen Yi, the founder of Xinghai Technology. I have shares in both of their companies. In addition, Xiao Yanshiro and I have been friends for many years. I have shares in his company, and his fiancée, the daughter of the Jiyu family, is my best friend. The Gu family treats me as a guest of honor. Finally, I am the boss of Linshan Design. Meng Shichu rested his hands on his head, rubbing his fingertips gently. My ability is not weaker than Huo Che's, and my background is not inferior to the Huo family. Let me roughly calculate my personal assets. She didn't finish her words, but smiled and asked Jing Menghuan, Mrs. Jing, do you need me to calculate? The scene was silent, with no sound. Zheng Menghuan stared at Meng Shichu, her face pale and her eyes horrified. Her throat seemed to be strangled and she couldn't make a sound. All the secrets of the person were exposed, and the person who was exposed appeared to be an illegitimate daughter, but was actually a young lady with an amazing background. Zheng Menghuan's mind was in a mess and her heart was beating wildly. I felt darkness before my eyes and fell to the ground. Mom! Zheng Menghuan's children screamed and held her up. At this moment, Meng Shichu also stood up. She nodded slightly to Mr. and Mrs. Huo. I'm sorry for interrupting this family dinner. My mother, stepfather, and godfathers didn't teach me how to swallow my anger. My father and brother also told me not to let me suffer any grievances. It was my fault for not holding back. I'll come to apologize next time I have a chance. Goodbye, no need to see me off. After saying that, Meng Shichu walked out. The atmosphere was subtle and Huo Che looked extremely ugly. Father Huo winked at him. I'm leaving first. After saying that, Huo Che strode after Meng Shichu. As soon as Huo Che left, the atmosphere in the restaurant became increasingly gloomy. The unconscious Jing Menghuan was helped away by the housekeeper and treated by the family doctor. Father Huo threw the chopsticks in his hand onto the table. Now it's over. No one is happy. I told you many times not to cause trouble, but you just want to meet and have a meal, but you have to show off your presence. Father Huo was furious, staring at his second brother. Huo Che is my son, I have already acknowledged him, why are you so upset? At least he won't make trouble after getting married this time, which is better than chasing after Qianqian and being called a madman. The second uncle was not convinced. This Meng Shichu is not a good person. Look at what she said. Is that the attitude of a younger generation towards an elder? Are those words something she can say? Father Huo angrily slammed the table. If your wife hadn't been so mean and deliberately targeting you, would Meng Shichu have dug up so many past events? Alas, third uncle sighed, children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Why should elders worry so much? We didn't say anything when Xiao Che acted like that before. This marriage was also Xiao Che's own request. No matter what, it has nothing to do with Xiao Meng. Second sister-in-law has crossed the line today. Second uncle stopped talking. Father Huo stood up and left his seat, took a few steps and then stopped. Cancel the family dinner this weekend, don't get together anymore. Mother Huo also stood up and left. It was originally a good meeting, and she liked Meng Shichu very much during their short time together. But after the second wife's disturbance, she suddenly felt that her younger daughter-in-law had such an amazing background, but her son Huo Che was not worthy of her. Jiangwu drove the car and Jiangwen helped Meng Shichu open the door. As soon as Meng Shichu got into the car, Huo Che caught up and got in. Why did you come out? Meng Shichu asked. Huo Che said, I was the one who caused this matter in the first place, so I can't let you take the blame. If you leave, I will leave too. In the final analysis, it was his initiative in proposing marriage that caused Meng Shichu to be in such a difficult situation today. But he found that Meng Shichu didn't seem to be angry. His face was calm and his tone was gentle. He can't do it anyway. When he's angry, his expression and tone of voice will change. The car started and drove out of the Huo family mansion. Meng Shichu asked Jiang when to choose a place to eat while he answered messages on his phone. Huo Che next to him was reading the message from Huo Cheng, saying that his father was angry and scolded his second uncle and cancelled the weekly family dinner. Huo Che told Meng Shichu the result and comforted her, telling her not to be too angry and that she could scold him if she was really angry. Meng Shichu smiled, I'm out of breath. The person who made her unhappy was already even angrier, and she spat it out before she could even swallow her anger. What was there to be unhappy about now that her revenge had been taken? The phone in Huo Che's hand vibrated. He clicked on it and his face suddenly changed. Grandma is going down the mountain. Chapter 032 Try not to involve you. After lunch, Huo Che suddenly said to Meng Shichu, let's go out and play. Where are we going? Meng Shichu wasn't very interested in playing, but he didn't disturb Huo Che's interest. Is there any particular city you want to visit? Seeing that she fell silent, Huo Che suggested, let's go to Yuqing. A hint of surprise appeared on Meng Shichu's calm face. Yuqing is the city where she was born and grew up. It is also the city where her mother settled. If Pei Guangnian hadn't suddenly appeared last year, she might have settled in Yuqing. It was a very warm city for her. Huo Che said, meet my mother-in-law. Okay. Meng Shichu nodded. She hadn't been back for several months. Arrangements were made immediately, and Meng Shichu's bodyguard Jiang Wu would accompany him. While waiting to board the plane, Huo Che received a call from Huo Cheng. As soon as Huo Cheng got through, he asked, where are you? Grandma is home and asked you to bring Meng Shichu back. Huo Che glanced at Meng Shichu, who was typing on his phone, and said to Huo Cheng, Shichu and I have arrived in Yuqing. I will go to see Grandma on Monday. There was a silence on the other end of the phone. Huo Cheng was speechless. You run pretty fast. After Grandpa passed away, Grandma became the one who had the final say in the Huo family. Later, Grandma got tired of it, so she went to the mountains to live in a temple to practice Buddhism. Only then did Huo's father become the head of the Huo family. The old lady came down the mountain to go home at this critical moment, most likely because of his marriage to Meng Shichu. Huo Che's most profound memory of his grandmother was that she came from a scholarly family but had a strong personality and was always decisive. Back then, he kept a strict control over his grandfather. Huo Che was also very afraid of Grandma, and the old lady attached great importance to the concept of family status. It was said that when my second uncle and second aunt got married, if Grandpa had not insisted on helping the lovers, Grandma would never have let second aunt enter the Huo family. Now he has followed in his second uncle's footsteps, acting on impulse and having nothing to do with true love. I'm afraid Grandma will skin him alive. Huo Che thought that this matter was caused by himself. When Meng Shichu went to work, he would go home and apologize. Seeing him put down the phone, Meng Shichu didn't look up but asked, the Huo family asked you to go back. Huo Che pretended to be relaxed and said, it's okay, Grandma is back. Meng Shichu paused while typing and looked up. Hasn't the old lady been in the mountains for many years? She even knew everything about second aunt's family. Huo Che was not surprised to know that Grandma was in the mountains. She is old. We have been persuading her to come back. The mountains are too hard. Maybe Grandma has practiced enough. Yeah. Meng Shichu raised the corners of his lips and said, I heard that the grandmother of the Huo family came from a scholarly family, but her personality and temper are extremely tough. If the old lady comes down the mountain for your marriage to me, you have to deal with it yourself. When their eyes met, Huo Che's expression was awkward for a moment. He touched his nose and nodded, well, I'll handle it myself, don't worry, I'll try not to involve you. Yeah. Meng Shichu patted him on the back of his hand. If you are angry, I will comfort you, but I may not be willing to face your old lady. She couldn't stand being angry, but the old lady couldn't stand being angry either. Not meeting face to face could relatively reduce some of the anger. Otherwise, if the old lady was really angry and something bad happened, it would be hard to explain. Huo Che held Meng Shichu's hand with his backhand and said, I'll take care of it. Thank you for your hard work, husband. Meng Shichu smiled. This was the first time Meng Shichu called Huo Che husband in public after returning from a business trip. She shouted so naturally that Huo Che felt his heart tremble involuntarily as he listened. It was a very strange feeling, as if my sense of responsibility as a husband reached its peak when she called me husband. It was already past 5 when I walked out of Yuqing Airport, and the person who was picking me up was already waiting. As soon as he saw Meng Shichu, he immediately came over and said, Miss, the car is over there. After getting in the car, Meng Shichu's cell phone rang once and then hung up. I thought it was a harassing call, but it turned out to be Huo Che who was next to me. Huo Che pointed at her phone, and Meng Shichu saw that there was an unread WeChat message, also sent by Huo Che. Huo Che, where to go now? Meng Shichu, go home. Huo Che, I have to go to the mall to buy some things first. It would be rude to go empty-handed. Meng Shichu, it has been prepared. Huo Che, question mark. Meng Shichu turned over another chat page and showed it to Huo Che. Huo Che breathed a sigh of relief after reading it. Meng Shichu had already arranged for someone to buy gifts and send them to the Ning family in her name. Huo Che returned the phone to Meng Shichu and sent her a WeChat message. What should I call your stepfather later? It was a sudden decision to come to Yuchen. Before that, I only knew that Meng Shichu had a good relationship with his stepfather. When talking about him, she also called him my stepfather, so I didn't know how Meng Shichu addressed him. Meng Shichu, it's up to you. Huo Che, what do you call your stepfather? Meng Shichu, I call him dad. Meng Shichu, you can call me uncle, it's all right. Huo Che, oh, I see. The car finally pulled into a single-family villa and stopped. The housekeeper came forward to open the door and said, Miss, welcome home. Welcome son-in-law. Meng Shichu got out of the car and said, Uncle Chi, long time no see. Yes, the eldest lady hasn't been home for a long time, and the young master has asked about it many times. Uncle Chi led the two into their house with a smile, and said as he walked, We have received the things that the son-in-law sent. Arriving at the hall, Uncle Chi immediately served tea. The master is on his way back. The mistress is still attending a meeting abroad. It will take another hour for the young master to finish training. Although Meng Shichu knew all this in advance, Uncle Chi still told him everything in detail. Meng Shichu asked Huo Che, Shall I take you for a walk? Okay. There are many flowers planted in the front yard of the villa, which are blooming luxuriantly and colorfully. Meng Shichu said, My mother is a romantic person, so my father planted a garden full of flowers for her, and there will be flowers blooming all year round. Our father and mother have a really good relationship. Huo Che held Meng Shichu's hand a little tighter. What kind of flowers or plants do you like? How about I plant them for you? Although he and Meng Shichu were not together because of love, he felt that as long as both of them were working towards the same goal, they would have a loving and happy future. Love grows over time is an experience learned by our ancestors and has been confirmed by many people. Before Meng Shichu could answer, Huo Che overturned his idea and said, You like to raise small animals. It would be more practical for me to build a home zoo. Meng Shichu smiled. Huo Che gave her the feeling that he was also learning how to get along with her and fall in love with her. He had clearly been pursuing another woman for several years, and occasionally he would act very experienced, but sometimes he just gave people the feeling that he was a novice. It's quite interesting. Meng Shichu brought Huo Che to the backyard, and Huo Che was stunned. There were no flowers or plants in the backyard of the villa except for a few half-grown saplings. There were no so-called standard villa features such as rockery, pond, corridor, pavilion, etc. The backyard was divided into several plots of land, with lush green vegetables growing in them, some of which had already been pulled out. Is this also our mother's hobby? It was the first time that Huo Che saw that the backyard of the villa was a vegetable garden. Meng Shichu said, This is my father's hobby. In his spare time, he turns the land, grows some green vegetables, and then shares them with my mother. He likes to grow cabbage in the flower pots in the study. As he was speaking, a voice suddenly rang out. Huo Che looked back and saw Meng Shichu had already walked over and called out, Dad. The person who came was Meng Shichu's stepfather, Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan was holding a fruit plate in his hand and gave it to Meng Shichu as soon as he approached. Didn't you say you were going to meet the elders of the Huo family today? Did they make things difficult for you? Chapter 033 I was also surprised. When Ning Chuan said that to Meng Shichu, his eyes were looking at Huo Che. Because this matter was indeed wrong, Huo was completely out of temper and shouted awkwardly, Dad. He didn't even dare to look Ning Chuan in the eye. Ning Chuan, who is in his 50s, has a tall and straight figure. The aura of a superior in his brows and demeanor is quite different from that of an ordinary businessman. He gave people the feeling that he had experienced bullets and guns, like a general who had won battles all year round. That's right, the founder of a security company does not have the aura of an ordinary businessman. At this time, Meng Shichu spoke up, Dad, it has nothing to do with Huo Che. Okay. Ning Chuan laughed, If you say it's okay, then it's okay. Then he said to Huo Che, Xiao Hua, if you have the courage to ask to marry my girl, you must also have the ability to protect her and fulfill your responsibilities as a husband. Don't lose face as a man. Don't worry, Dad. I will. Huo Che nodded. Seeing that he seemed a little awkward in calling someone that, Ning Chuan said, If you're not used to calling me uncle, it's okay. I don't care about that much. Nothing is out of habit, Huo Che explained. It's just that having two fathers-in-law always feels a bit weird. The three of them returned to the front hall, drank tea and chatted, and soon guests arrived. Before anyone came in, a voice rang out, "Brother Chuan, I heard that Xiaochu brought her husband back. Is she here?" 2 seconds after the sound fell, the person appeared. He is a middle-aged man, tall and handsome, looking cheerful and kind. As soon as he saw Meng Shichu after entering the door, the man immediately smiled and said, "Little Chu-Chu. Uncle Yao, long time no see. I said I would go see you with Huo Che tomorrow." Meng Shichu had already stood up and turned to introduce Huo Che, my godfather Li's younger brother, the second master of the Li family. The second master of the Li family, the richest man in Yulin City, is now the head of the Li family. Huo Che followed Meng Shichu and called out, "Hello Uncle Yao, I'm Huo Che." "Well, good for you, kid. You got married to the girl who grew up in our eyes. It's a good thing for you." Li Jinyao raised his hand, and the people behind him came forward one after another. Each of them held a box in his hand, which contained many priceless treasures. "Happy wedding to you too." Li Jinyao said to Meng Shichu, "Last time you said that bastard was plotting against you and the wedding would not be a success. I thought these gifts would not be delivered to you in a short time. I didn't expect that the wedding would be held in the end. I should have attended it earlier." Meng Shichu said, "I was surprised by the result myself. Her original intention was to ruin the wedding, but who knew Huo Che would jump out. She was also going for the benefits, but after spending this week together, she felt that Huo Che was not bad. She was already looking forward to this marriage relationship." As they chatted, Huo Che gradually became less reserved. It was almost time for dinner when Ning Muren finally got home. Ning Muren is Meng Shichu's half-brother. The 16-year-old boy, youthful and lively, jumped into the hall, holding a beautiful bouquet of flowers in his hands. "Sister, my sister." Ning Muren rushed to Meng Shichu and stuffed the flowers in his hand into her hand. "Sister, happy wedding, I didn't even make it to bed with you, what a pity." Turning around, Ning Muren grinned at Huo Che, "Hello, brother-in-law." "Hello to you too." Huo Che took out a thick red envelope from his pocket and handed it to him. "Come to Kyoto when you have time." "Thank you, brother-in-law." Ning Muren took the red envelope. "Although I accepted the red envelope from my brother-in-law, you still can't bully my sister." Don't worry, don't worry. The atmosphere at the Ning family is very relaxed, everyone is enthusiastic and talkative, and the family atmosphere is harmonious and warm." In comparison, Huo Che suddenly felt that the Huo family was not so good. "The weekly family dinner is always very serious, and my second uncle likes to make a big deal out of it. He has always rejected the fixed family dinner every Saturday, and all his brothers and sisters of this generation reject it. Now it's cancelled, which is good. We have already separated, so it would be enough to get together during the holidays. There is really no need to get together 4 times a month and hold summary meetings." He didn't like it anyway. After dinner, Ning Muren dragged Meng Shichu upstairs and asked Meng Shichu to play 2 games with him, while Huo Che drank tea and chatted with Ning Chuan and Li Jinyao in the living room. Huo Che did not hide the reason why he made the sudden decision to come to Yuqing today. It was indeed the Huo family that embarrassed Meng Shichu. "Dad, Uncle Yao, don't worry. My parents like Shichu very much. Because of what happened today, my dad has cancelled the family dinner. I will also stand by Shichu. She is very good and I will protect her." Because these people watched Meng Shichu grow up, and they were the ones who taught Meng Shichu so well, he should make a promise to them and let them know his attitude. After all, his past battle record was not very good, so they had to worry that Meng Shichu would suffer injustice following him. Ning Chuan took a sip of tea and said, "Under this situation, you did not abandon Xiaochu and leave the Huo family alone, but accompanied her back to Yuqing. I know your attitude. Don't worry, Xiao Hua, we are not unreasonable people." Li Jinyao also gave Huo Che a reassurance. After a while, Meng Shichu came down and chatted with them for a while, and Li Jinyao stood up to say goodbye. Meng Shichu and Huo Che saw him off. Li Jinyao waved before getting into the car and said, "Go to bed early and come over for lunch tomorrow." "Okay, Uncle Yao." Watching Li Jinyao's car leave, Meng Shichu asked Huo Che, "Do you want to take a look around?" "Okay." This was his first time in this city, and as soon as he arrived, he had a meal with the second master of the local richest family. It's a wonderful feeling. The two of them walked along the street and unknowingly arrived at the downtown area. Just as she was about to go back, Ning Muren called, "Sister, where are you and your brother-in-law?" After Meng Shichu told him where he was, Ning Muren said, "I'll be there soon. Let's go have a barbecue." Meng Shichu asked, "Didn't you have enough for dinner?" Ning Muren said, "I haven't eaten barbecue for a long time. Dad won't let me. My sister is back. Please help me cover for her. I'm growing up now and I really want to eat it." Meng Shichu smiled, "Waiting for you, ride slowly." Meng Shichu put away his phone, and Huo Che asked, "What happened to Seran? He wants to go out for a barbecue. His dad doesn't let him eat junk food on weekdays." "I see." Huo Che couldn't help but sigh, "You siblings have a good relationship. When my mom and dad wanted to have a child, they discussed it with me for a long time. It's not that I didn't want to, but they wanted me to know what impact another child might have on me. They didn't want the child to make me unhappy." Meng Shichu said, "I do want a brother or sister. After Seran was born, I often took him with me. I took him to school when he was 3 years old." It is no exaggeration to say that Ning Muren grew up following her. The little guy has been very attached to her since he was young. Ning Muren's first fight was also for her. These were things Meng Shichu had not said before. Huo Che smiled and said, "This brother-in-law also practices boxing. It seems that I really don't dare to challenge you in the future." Meng Shichu put his arms around Huo Che's waist and said, "Don't worry, I'm not a person who likes to complain. Don't worry, I will cultivate our relationship well and strive to be as loving as our father and mother in the future." Meng Shichu raised his head, his eyes smiling, "Then I'll look forward to it." "I'm looking forward to it too." Huo Che lowered his head and kissed her on the lips, then asked in her ear, "Can we do it tomorrow night? I've thought about it. How can a good person be stopped by relatives just as he starts to eat meat? It's so terrible." Chapter 034, Can live to over 100 years old. Meng Shichu and Huo Che found a barbecue restaurant and ordered the skewers. By the time Ning Muren arrived on his electric bike, all the skewers had been grilled and served on the table. "Wow, my sister really understands me. The last time we had barbecue was last year." Ning Muren picked up a string of duck intestines and put them in his mouth before he sat down. He grinned without caring about his image, and the fragrance penetrated his bones. Huo Che opened the Coke bottle, poured one for Meng Shichu first, and then filled Ning Muren's cup. "Thank you, brother-in-law." Ning Muren sat down and said to the two of them, "Don't tell my dad. He doesn't allow me to eat these or drink Coke." "Then why are you still committing crimes?" Meng Shichu said, picking up a skewer of roasted liver and giving it to Huo Che, "Try it, it tastes different from the delicacies you usually eat." Huo Che took it and although hesitant, he still put it in his mouth. Ning Muren ate it, Meng Shichu ate it too, so it must not be fatal. Ning Muren on the other side said, "Oh, I have you to smooth things over for me. You think Dad won't tell me? That just means that I was beaten." The three of them finished their barbecue happily and walked out of the barbecue restaurant. It was almost 11 o'clock. Ning Muren handed the battery car key to Meng Shichu. "Sister, you and brother-in-law go first, I'll run back." "Sure." Ning Muren nodded, "I was so full that I couldn't sleep when I got home." "Okay, just run slowly." Meng Shichu didn't hesitate and rode on the electric bike. He said to Huo Che, "Get on." Huo Che looked closely at the back seat of the electric scooter and found it somewhat funny, but he walked over and sat astride the back. He asked, "How about I ride it?" "I'll take you for a ride." As Meng Shichu's voice fell, the car had already rushed out, and Huo Che instinctively reached out and put his arms around Meng Shichu's waist. "My wife's waist is very thin, but it doesn't seem too soft. After all, she was a girl who grew up in a security company training ground. She didn't have any extra fat on her body and every part of her body was tight. Tempting. It feels very comfortable to touch." The car was already on the road. Huo Che rested his chin on Meng Shichu's shoulder and asked, "Did you really leave Seran there?" "It's okay. He is familiar with this road. Moreover, the young master of the Ning family has bodyguards to protect him in invisible places, so he will not be in any danger." After returning home, Ning Chuan watered the flowers in the front yard. Seeing the two people come in, he asked, "Did Ning Muren eat too much again?" Meng Shichu nodded, "He took a little too much, so he'll burn it off by running a few steps." "Dad, aren't you resting yet?" Huo Che took the opportunity to change the subject. After all, Ning Muren found it so easy to call him brother-in-law. Waiting for you. Ning Chuan put down the kettle in his hand. You too, follow me. Huo Che held Meng Shichu's hand. This father-in-law looked very serious. Meng Shichu patted the back of his hand soothingly and shook his head secretly. The three of them came to the study, and Ning Chuan handed a stack of documents on the desk to Meng Shichu. Take a look. Meng Shichu took it and looked at it. There were 3 properties, 2 cars, one of which was a limited edition sports car, for factories, a joint stock company, plus a check for 66.66 million. Meng Shichu's face changed slightly, and before he could say anything, Ning Chuan said, your dowry. Quite a lot. Meng Shichu said, with no intention of refusing. Is that a lot? Ning Chuan laughed. After I die, you will also have a share of the inheritance. I told you that long ago. You must always be worthy of your daughter calling you dad. Meng Shichu frowned. Dad, if mom knew what you were talking about, she would definitely be mad at you for days. As a romantic, I hate all questions about life and death. In order to spend more time with Meng Ling, Ning Chuan quit smoking and drinking, and kept fit and had regular checkups. As soon as Ning Chuan heard Meng Shichu mention Meng Ling, his expression softened immediately. Don't tell her. Don't talk nonsense anymore. Dad can live to be over 100 years old. Ning Chuan raised his eyebrows. Who said that? Meng Shichu, I said so. Good, good, live to be 100 years old. Ning Chuan smiled and stretched out his hand, stroking Meng Shichu's head. This scene seemed particularly heartwarming to Huo Che. The next second, Ning Chuan looked at him seriously and said, at present, it seems that you are a responsible man who cares about marriage. I can rest assured about you for the time being. But I still have to make it clear to you. Although I didn't meet Xiechu's mother until she was 5 years old, she has never suffered any hardship since she was born. I raised her like my own daughter. Don't try to scheme against her or use her to bully her. Although Meng Shichu's identity seems awkward no matter where he is, it's not as if Meng Shichu has no one behind him. Of course I hope you can support each other and spend the rest of your lives together, but I also know that no marriage can be smooth sailing. If there is a problem in this marriage, don't blame her, otherwise I will not let you go. Huo Che nodded solemnly. Dad, I will definitely not hurt her. You don't need to promise. I'll watch the process and wait for the result. Ning Chuan patted Huo Che's arm. I've seen countless people and I can see that you are a responsible man. Huo Che noticed that Ning Chuan's eyes seemed a little red. He had heard people say that when a father raises his daughter, it is like caring for a pot of precious flowers. When the flower is growing well, a robber named son-in-law will take away the flower and the pot. Ning Chuan raised Meng Shichu for 18 years, and the relationship between father and daughter must be very deep. When he returned to the room, Huo Che found that there was no arrangement for him and Meng Shichu to sleep in separate rooms. It seems that he is another straightforward materialist. In this strange environment, Huo Che fell asleep holding Meng Shichu in his arms without suffering from insomnia. After breakfast, Meng Shichu and Huo Che went out and accompanied Ning Muren to the training ground. During the summer vacation, Ning Muren had very systematic training every day. Although he complained about how hard it was, he never missed a single day. After spending half the morning at the training ground, Meng Shichu and Huo Che left, took a walk around the mall, and then went to the Li family. The Li family is wealthy and powerful, but there are not many members in the family. Many years ago, the Li family was still very prosperous. But something unexpected happened and some of them left and some were scattered, leaving only Li Jinyao and his brother. It just so happens that Li Jinya's brother Li Nanchen has a special relationship, so the Li family only has Li Jinya's lineage passed down. A few years ago, Li Nanchen let go of the affairs of the Li family and the group, and Li Jinyao was extremely busy in charge. Huo Che knew some of these. Although Yuqing and Kyoto are far apart, he doesn't know much about the Li family's affairs in Yuqing, but he has heard of some things. For example, the story of the eldest son of the Li family and his young boyfriend caused a lot of controversy. At first, people laughed at it, but later it was regarded as a good story in the circle. Those two were so brave. He also heard from others that in order to be with Chen Yi, Li Nanchen not only publicly expressed his love for Chen Yi, but also threatened to give up the Li family's vast fortune. But later Chen Yi disappeared for many years, and many people said that it was Li Nanchen's boyfriend who absconded with the money and deceived Master Li's body and heart. But later the two reconciled. No wonder Meng Shichu said to He Xingyi on their wedding day, "The person I love happens to be of the same gender as me." This is another way God allows humans to express love. It is sacred and equal. Her mother and stepfather are affectionate and beautiful, and her two godfathers are brave and determined. Everything around her is so beautiful. Chapter 035, Past Life Like a Dream. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Meng Shichu and Huo Che boarded the plane, and it was already past 7 when they arrived in Kyoto. Huo Che reserved a table at the restaurant before boarding the plane and headed straight to his destination after getting in the car. In the car, Assistant Yimo talked about something. Qianqian looked for Huo Che like crazy. They even went to their Huo family mansion. Huo Che frowned. Why was this man still haunting him? It was Qianqian who didn't want to have anything to do with him. After they really broke off the relationship, she started to pester him again. Yimo wanted to say more, but Huo Che stopped him. "Don't talk about her, I don't want to hear it." Okay. Yimo didn't say anything to Qianqian, but turned around and said, "My family asked you to go back tomorrow." "I know." Yimo hesitated for a moment, then said, "Let the wife come along," saying, "Just let me know what's going on." Huo Che stopped Yimo and turned to Meng Shichu and said, "Don't worry about it. I'll be back tomorrow." Huo Che booked a couple's restaurant. From the moment he walked in, Meng Shichu was shocked by the scene in front of him. The luxurious and beautiful scene is full of romance. Even the door numbers of the private rooms are numbers or poems that look like love words. Huo Che ordered the meal in advance, which suited Meng Shichu's taste, and also opened a bottle of red wine. During the meal, Huo Che said, "This trip to Yucheng has left me with deep feelings." "What do you mean?" Meng Shichu was puzzled. This young master from a famous family had been out of the house before, so why did he feel touched during this trip? Huo Che said, "I envy the relationship between my father and mother, and I also envy the courage of my two godfathers, even though I haven't met them in person." After a pause, Huo Che continued, "My father and mother had a simple business marriage. They rarely argued throughout their lives, but their lives seemed uneventful, very smooth, and boring. My father is not romantic, and my mother doesn't need romance either. Although she gave birth to two children, there seems to be no love between them. Just by living together for many years, they went directly from strangers to love and became a family. There is no need for passion and freshness when getting along with family." Meng Shichu smiled after hearing this and said, "It's not bad at all. At least my life is not full of twists and turns. Living a stable and smooth life is also what many people pursue." Huo Che said, "But I yearn for love and know that kind of heart-pounding feeling. What does that feel like?" Meng Shichu became interested. He put down his chopsticks, supported his chin with both hands, and stared blankly at Huo Che opposite him. She had heard of and seen heart-pounding love, but she had never experienced it herself. She didn't even expect to love and be loved in love. Because she grew up in love, has always been loved and has never lacked love, she does not yearn for love. Huo Che really wanted to describe it to Meng Shichu, but after opening his mouth several times, he couldn't express it. Finally he laughed and shook his head, "I can't explain it, it's just a feeling." Well, it seems that it can only be understood but not expressed in words. Meng Shichu did not force it. Huo Che smiled and said, "It is a very lucky thing to be with the one you love. I feel that I have accumulated virtue in my previous life." "That's a pity for you," Meng Shichu said regretfully. He liked Qianqian so much, but he couldn't be with Qianqian. How could he not feel sorry? Huo Che knew she was talking about Qianqian, and said, "I know you have no ill intentions, but I really don't love her anymore. My stepfather said that once you fall in love with someone, it's very hard to forget." Meng Shichu picked up the chopsticks, took a bite of the food, and then said, "My godfather also said that if you fall in love with someone, you must be entangled with them for the rest of your life. You can never forget them." When Chen Gandai got into trouble, everyone thought he was dead, but Li Gandai refused to believe it. He spent many years not forgetting Chen Gandai, and instead waited for him to come back. "I don't mean anything else. If you can't forget Qianqian, then don't forget her. At least I don't mind for now." Meng Shichu said it frankly and calmly, but Huo Che knew very well that she didn't mind because she had no feelings for him. Not to mention that he couldn't forget Qianqian and she didn't care. Even if he died in an accident in the next second, Meng Shichu wouldn't even change his expression. Huo Che lowered his head and smiled bitterly. I can't forget it because the wound is not deep enough, and I don't know how much it will hurt both sides if I persist. If I knew, I could cut it out with a knife even if it grew on my heart. Meng Shichu thought this topic was interesting and asked, so, how do you know that insisting on this will only hurt both sides? Huo Che pursed his lips and said nothing, as if he didn't want to speak, or as if he was thinking about how to organize his words. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. I won't force you. Meng Shichu's voice was indifferent. She had never been very curious. Huo Che suddenly said, I had a dream before. At this moment, he told his wife about his experiences in his previous life in the form of a dream. Huo Che spoke slowly and leisurely. That very long sad story had a particularly sad ending. It really is a lose-lose situation. Meng Shichu didn't interrupt and just listened quietly, even though she thought it was ridiculous. After finishing his speech, Huo Che took a sip of the red wine in his glass and looked across. Unbelievable, isn't it? It's very strange. Meng Shichu did not deny it. It was indeed unbelievable. But this dream has a complete logic. From the beginning to the end, the closed loop is complete without any loopholes. The only flaw is that Huo Che is obsessed with love. I have never told anyone about this dream. Now that I tell it to you, I feel like a stone pressing on my heart has been removed. Although in Meng Shichu's view, this is just a dream, or a fictional story. But once you talk about your worries, the person involved will indeed feel a lot more relaxed. So after you woke up from the dream, you cut off all contact with Miss Xie, right? Meng Shichu did not end the topic. She could see that Huo Che wanted to talk to her. Huo Che nodded. It would be boring if the same tragedy happened a second time. And I do think that I have more problems. You are quite good for stopping the loss in time. This was Meng Shichu's only comment. Huo Che held the wine glass, stared at Meng Shichu, and asked, don't you think I'm fooling you? Meng Shichu said, I am a materialist. Although I don't believe that dreams can come true, I won't force you to be a materialist with me. You can stick to your thoughts and I can stick to my understanding. There is no conflict. Hearing these words, Huo Che's eyes were filled with smiles. That attitude of not understanding but respecting makes people feel particularly comfortable. The two clinked their glasses together, and Huo Che said, you appeared in my dream. What will be my ending then? Huo Che said without hesitation, she is as excellent as the queen, shining brightly. Meng Shichu was distracted for a moment, then raised his glass again, cheers to your keen eye for finding a gem. Huo Che, I salute you for your brilliance. Chapter 036 I want to make you cry. Meng Shichu took a bath and went to the study. Tomorrow is a working day, and because her stepfather has given her several properties, now that they are hers, she naturally needs to run them herself. Meng Shichu coordinated work with several of his assistants in advance and arranged some matters related to the entry-level management. She owns a lot of properties, many of which are managed by professional managers. Even if she doesn't have a manager, she will put people she trusts in charge. But there are always decision-making matters that require her personal review, so she is definitely busy. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door, and just as Meng Shichu looked up, the door was pushed open. Huo Che walked in wearing a bathrobe and put his arms around Meng Shichu's neck from behind the chair. You work on weekends. How long will it take? Cough. Meng Shichu coughed. Just as Huo Che was about to speak, he suddenly heard a man's voice coming from the phone that Meng Shichu had placed on the table. Boss, it's very late. You should go to bed first. I will send a detailed report to your email tomorrow. I wish you a good sleep. The call was hung up on the other end, and then the screen lit up. The Hutchers were petrified. Meng Shichu turned around and looked at Huo Che with a smile on his face. When he saw that Huo Che's cheeks were as red as cooked shrimps, his smile became even brighter. Huo Che was so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. I explained with a stiff upper lip, I saw you were holding a document, your computer was not turned on, and your phone screen was dark. You have to know that she was on a conference call with someone, and he would never say something like that in that tone. It's okay, they won't pass the ball randomly. Meng Shichu put his arm around Huo Che's neck. Sorry, I kept you waiting for so long. Once you get involved in work, it's easy to forget about time. This problem really needs to be corrected. He picked up the pen and made a few marks on the document before putting down the pen and document, standing up from the chair, turning around, and throwing himself into Huo Che's arms. Meng Shichu put his arms around Huo Che's neck, tilted his head back, and kissed him without any hesitation. Direct, proactive, and enthusiastic. Warm invitation. After just a passionate kiss, Huo Che couldn't bear it and went back to the bedroom. This study is quite nice, with a sofa, floor mats, and floor-to-ceiling windows. No matter what Huo Che wanted, Meng Shichu cooperated. They were so passionate and enjoyed one pleasure after another, as if nothing was enough. When the moon was at its zenith, light shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows, shining in the dimly lit study, making the skin of the woman in his arms look white. She is gentle, but not weak. Huo Che leaned over to her ear and said in a hoarse voice, "Shichu, your voice is so beautiful." In the erotic and confusing atmosphere, Meng Shichu felt as if there was a flame on his skin. Huo Che's words seemed to add fuel to the fire. She touched the man's cheek with her backhand, which was burning hot. "Husband." Her voice was soft and fragmented, hiding a certain affectation that was not present in her usual voice. That sound was like a sharp arrow, piercing every nerve of Huo Che. He said angrily, "Wife, what should I do if I want to make you cry?" Meng Shichu turned around, squinted his eyes and kissed Huo Che's lips, taking the opportunity to bite his lower lip. Hiss. Huo Che took a breath, but did not pull away. Instead, he held Meng Shichu's lips and bit them. Meng Shichu heard Huo Che ask her, "Wife, do you want to bite me and make me cry?" "It depends on your ability, Living a life of drunkenness and dreams." At the end, both were exhausted, but they still managed to simply wash themselves up, then hugged each other and fell into a deep sleep. Meng Shichu's biological clock has always been very punctual. When she opened her eyes, she found herself being held in Huo Che's arms, with his hands held so tightly that it was difficult for her to get up. Patting his hands, Meng Shichu said, "Huo Che, let go." As soon as I opened my mouth, I realized my voice was very hoarse. No. Huo Che didn't even open his eyes. Sleep a little longer. It's time to go to work. No. Huo Che not only did not let go, but tightened it even more. Meng Shichu patted again, "Let go quickly." "Stop it." The next second, his hands were forcibly pulled apart, and his arms were empty. Huo Che woke up suddenly and saw Meng Shichu sitting up and getting out of bed. He asked hurriedly, "What's wrong? I was confused just now. What happened? Why do I feel that Meng Shichu is angry?" Meng Shichu turned around and said calmly, "It's okay, I'll go wash up. You were so tired last night, why don't you rest for a while?" Huo Che still wanted to stay in bed for a while longer. It would be even better if Meng Shichu could accompany him. Meng Shichu said, "I told myself in my heart that I wasn't tired, so I didn't feel that tired." "No, how can you deceive yourself?" Huo Che was shocked. What's the difference between this and mind control? This is called self-encouragement. Meng Shichu had already put on his shoes and walked towards the bathroom. Looking at her back, Huo Che said, "I'm going to the Huo's old house to be criticized later. Can you stay with me for a while?" Hearing this, Meng Shichu stopped and turned around to look at Huo Che. The man half raised his body and looked at her. Perhaps he had not slept enough, his eyes were a little confused and his expression was helpless. Seeing her looking at him, he relaxed his arms and lay down again, pulling the quilt. "You have a lot of work to do, go and do it, I'll get up in a while." "Yeah." Meng Shichu responded and went to wash up. Huo Che closed his eyes, thinking about getting up after Meng Shichu finished packing. After a while, the quilt was lifted and Meng Shichu lay down again, leaning into his arms. Huo Che was puzzled. "Aren't you going to work?" Although he was asking, his hands had already embraced the person. "Meng Shichu, I suddenly feel like taking another nap wouldn't be a bad idea. You're so soft-hearted." Huo Che kissed her on the forehead, as if no matter what the matter is, as long as I pester you, speak softly, or use some self-torture tactics, you will compromise. Heh. Meng Shichu smiled lightly and said nothing else. "Huo Che, what are you laughing at? You have a deep misunderstanding of me." "No misunderstanding, it's the truth," Huo Che said. Meng Shichu said, "As long as you are happy." After lying down for more than an hour, Meng Shichu tapped Huo Che's face with his finger and said, "It's time to get up." "Why?" "Life is not easy," Huo Che sighed. "I don't want to go back to the old house. We have to face it sooner or later," Meng Shichu said calmly. Adults always have to bear the consequences of their actions, whether they are good or bad. Huo Che didn't want to open his eyes. Tell me, will my grandma make me kneel in the ancestral hall and have people beat me? Meng Shichu laughed and said two words, bad habits. However, our ancestors also said that there can be no order without rules. The reason why some big families have been passed down from generation to generation is partly due to those bad habits. Huo Che snorted, if I were the boss in the future, I would definitely abolish these. Then Meng Shichu poured a basin of cold water on him. Wake up, it's not your turn to be the head of the family. Huo Che opened his eyes suddenly. Wife, you have such a cruel heart. Just the facts. In terms of the eldest son and grandson, Huo Che is not one of them. In terms of ability and achievement, Huo Che's older brothers and sisters are all quite outstanding. Therefore, the position of the head of the Huo family could never fall to Huo Che. Huo Che buried his face in Meng Shichu's neck and kissed her neck. The tip of his tongue maliciously brushed across her skin, startling Meng Shichu so much that he wanted to hide back, but was restrained by Huo Che. My wife is Meng Shichu, and that's a fact. Meng Shichu was speechless. You're changing the concept. No. Chapter 037 Meng Ling's story. Because he got up late, Meng Shichu just drank milk and went out. Huo Che dawdled until almost 11 o'clock before heading to their Huo family mansion. Because I was always afraid of my grandma, I felt the atmosphere was not right as soon as I walked in. Stopping a servant outside the hall, Huo Che asked, what is my grandma doing now? Waiting for you, young master. Huo Che. There is absolutely no hope. I guess he can't avoid a beating. Grandma pays attention to everything. Huo Che straightened his shirt before entering the hall. The atmosphere in the hall became more solemn. Everyone in the Huo family was there, including his cousin, the movie star. In the past, this cousin would rush to the crew right after attending the family dinner, but this time he has stayed until now. Strange. It is also enough to prove the seriousness of the matter. My second uncle and my second aunt were also there. When they saw Huo Che come in, my second aunt's eyes flashed with sharp displeasure, while my second uncle had a cold face and didn't say anything. Huo Che came up, stood in the middle of the hall, and called out, Grandma. Although the old lady is old, her eyes are always sharp as she has been a strong person all her life. He raised his eyes and glanced behind Huo Che. He suddenly asked, you came back alone? Huo Che nodded. Shichu has a few more businesses and a lot of work. If she wastes the whole morning and has to work overtime until late at night, I will let her go to work. As his voice fell, the hall fell into silence, as if a storm was about to come. Huo Che was afraid that his grandmother would misunderstand that Meng Shichu was hiding on purpose. The old lady would be worried and think that Meng Shichu was ill-mannered, so she would not come to see him. So he immediately spoke again, Grandma, I was the jerk before, and what I did brought shame to the Huo family. If you want to punish me, punish me. I will admit it, but this matter has nothing to do with Shichu. It was my own idea to ask for marriage. She agreed not because of the Huo family's fortune, but because she thought I was just okay. She has her own reasons for not coming today. She is not a soft-hearted person and has never suffered any serious injustice since she was a child. She is afraid of angering you. In short, Shichu is a very good girl. I have developed some feelings for her. I am confident that I can spend my whole life with her. It is all my fault. Please punish me according to the facts and don't take your anger out on Shichu. Huo Che's sonorous and powerful voice resounded throughout the hall, demanding that one should have an attitude and take responsibility. After saying that, Huo Che turned around and said, I'm going to kneel in the ancestral hall. The Huo family must not fall into his hands, otherwise this messy family rule must be abolished immediately. In this day and age, there are national laws outside and family laws at home. Who can bear it? Stop. The old lady suddenly spoke up, and Huo Che stopped. Grandma, is there anything else you want to teach your grandson? I haven't said anything yet, but you've imagined so much. You ran all the way to Yuqing to avoid an old lady like me. Since when did you think that Grandma is a man-eating monster? The old lady spoke. There was no anger in her voice, but it didn't sound very kind either. Huo Che was stunned for a moment. Didn't Grandma come down the mountain because of my marriage to Shichu? The old lady looked over and said sternly, I really want to see how Meng Ling's daughter could be so blind as to fall for you. Huo Che was stunned, and the whole audience was shocked. All eyes in the hall fell on the old lady's face, and the word why was written in everyone's eyes. What the old lady meant was that the Huo family's grandson was not worthy of Meng Shichu. Huo Che opened his mouth slightly, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Grandma, do you know Shichu's mother? The old lady did not answer Huo Che's question, but shifted her gaze to her second uncle and aunt. He spoke again. Second brother's wife, I thought you two were brave enough for love back then, and I admired your courage. Although I didn't agree with it in my heart, I didn't strongly oppose it with the help of your father and the eldest and third brothers. You have been through the rain, and now you are thinking about tearing the umbrella of the next generation. You are doing a good job. The old lady's voice was obviously not as calm as before, and it was filled with anger. At this moment, everyone understood. The old lady had not said a word for 2 days since she came back. She called everyone together today not to hold Huo Che accountable, but to reprimand the second wife. Second uncle's face changed slightly, and second aunt was dissatisfied. Mom, the situation is completely different, Meng Shichu. It's indeed different. The old lady took over the conversation. Huo Che and his younger generation don't know about the Pei family's incident back then, don't you know about it? Second aunt, who wanted to argue, opened her mouth but her voice sounded like it was being strangled. The old lady spoke again. Are you worried that Meng Shichu will bring criticism to the Huo family, or are you afraid that when others talk about Xiao Che's wife, they will think of the fact that the Huo family has a wife who was born in an ignoble way? The words hit the most unbearable part of second aunt's heart. She stood up and said, Mom, you are biased. Shut up. Uncle Or suddenly said, don't yell at Mom like that. Second aunt was not willing to accept this. Mom is biased. It was Huo Che who caused more trouble, but she favored Huo Che and Meng Shichu, whom she had never even met. The old lady frowned, looking extremely unhappy. It seems that the second brother's wife has indeed forgotten what happened in the Pei family. Boss, please tell the younger generations about it. After the old lady spoke, Huo Che's father stood up and recounted the past events of the Pei family. Pei Guangyan and his wife had a typical business marriage. Not only was there no love between them, but the woman also had a lover named Bai Yueguang who loved her terribly. It is said that before marrying Pei Guangyan, the woman attempted suicide. In the end, she was forced by her elders to marry Pei Guangyan because of her own interests. After 2 years of marriage, they gave birth to a son, who is now the eldest son of the Pei family, Pei Jinhuai. When Pei Jinhuai was 1 year old, Mrs. Pei disappeared. The outside world said that she was missing, but everyone in the circle knew that Mrs. Pei eloped with Bai Yueguang. She left her 1-year-old son behind, abandoned her husband, and ran away without caring about anything. Everyone wanted to save face, so this matter was not widely spread. 3 years passed like this and Mrs. Pei did not come back. When Pei Jinhuai was 4 years old, Pei Guangyan also met the girl who made his heart beat for the first time in his life. This person is Meng Shichu's mother, Meng Ling. Meng Ling is not from Kyoto. Both his parents are deceased, but he has a huge inheritance and his own business. Confident, independent, beautiful and young. A successful woman like the heroine in a novel, with many suitors. Meng Ling fell in love with Pei Guangyan, who had a good reputation as an independent parent, and the two fell in love. Meng Ling is generous and treats Pei Guangyan's son Pei Jinhuai as her own son. In an accident, Meng Ling lost a finger while trying to save Pei Jinhuai. The two have a stable relationship and have been in love for more than 5 years, and Meng Ling's career is also getting bigger and bigger. Just when they were discussing marriage, Pei Guangyan's wife who had eloped came back. The court granted the divorce, but couldn't stop the couple from making a fuss. The ex-wife made a big fuss and it was too ugly, but Meng Ling was a stubborn person who could take it or let it go. She was annoyed by it, so she gave up Pei Guangyan, transferred her business and left Kyoto. The ex-wife thought that she and Pei Guangyan had a son to keep them together, and since Meng Ling was gone, they could remarry. But Pei Guangyan, who had truly loved someone, was no longer willing to compromise in terms of emotions and marriage, and has been single ever since then. The story is not long, but it is enough to subvert the imagination of the next generation. Although they all felt that Meng Shichu was a good person and that she had no choice in her own birth, they also felt that her mother was indeed a despicable mistress. I didn't realize that this was such a reasonable story that was buried by time. Huo Che was also in shock. Because these matters were too sensitive, he never asked Meng Shichu, and Meng Shichu never asked about them. She never cared about what others said about her bad background, because more people didn't care whether her background was decent or not. Huo Che was in a trance and was called away by the old lady. Under the vine trellis in the backyard, the old lady said to Huo Che, "When your grandfather was still alive, he took me out for a trip. We met Meng Ling when we were watching the sunset on the mountain. She was 3 months pregnant at the time. She must have just discovered it and was hesitating whether to give birth to the child. Grandma sighed. I handed her a tissue and she asked a stranger like me for advice. Grandma, what did you say?" Grandma's eyes widened. "It was your grandfather who told her to put aside the man and focus on the child. Can she afford to raise the child? Will it bring more unhappiness to her life? If she can't afford it, and if she is unhappy, then she should let the child go, and let herself go." The old man said to Meng Ling, "Girl, you have to be yourself first, then a daughter, a mother, a wife, and any other role." Chapter 038 Cause and Effect. Meng Shichu changed his schedule at the last minute and had to go on a business trip again. On the way to the airport, I prepared to inform Huo Che. Thinking that the Huo family was not at peace today, Meng Shichu did not call, but sent a WeChat message. "I am on a temporary business trip and will be back tomorrow." Before boarding the plane, I received a reply, "Okay, go ahead, I'm fine." Meng Shichu, okay. As he was about to board the plane, Meng Shichu was still a little worried, so he called Pei Jinhui. After hearing Meng Shichu's worry, Pei Jinhui asked with a smile, "You are really worried about him?" Meng Shichu said, "After all, he is my husband. I don't worry about him, so why should I expect others to worry about him? That makes sense. I'll go see him after get off work. If he's injured, I'll take him to see a doctor. Don't worry." Meng Shichu, thank you for your hard work, brother. It's time to board the plane. Before hanging up the phone, Pei Jinhui couldn't help but say, "Xiaochu, don't make yourself so tired, enjoy life more." Meng Shichu held the phone in silence for 2 seconds and responded, "Yeah, I know." After get off work in the afternoon, Pei Jinhui called Huo Che. I called twice before the other end answered. Huo Che was puzzled. "Is there something wrong, brother?" Pei Jinhui, "Is it convenient for you to come out for dinner tonight?" Huo Che inquired, "Anyone else?" "Just you and me." "Oh." Huo Che was nervous. "Brother, do you have anything else to ask?" Could it be that the news that Meng Shichu was targeted by his uncle and aunt at the Huo family on Saturday had reached the ears of the Pei family? Hearing his cautious voice, Pei Jinhui smiled. "Don't think too much. Shichu is not in Kyoto. She is afraid that you will be punished by the Huo family and have no one to comfort you." "Oh." Huo Che breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a hint of sweetness in his heart. My wife still cares about him very much. Huo Che agreed to have dinner with Pei Jinhui in the evening, and even handed over the final work to Huo Cheng. Seeing him in a hurry, Huo Cheng grabbed him and asked, "What are you in such a hurry for?" "My brother-in-law invited me to dinner, so I have to go there early." The smile on Huo Che's face was as bright and beautiful as a flower blooming in spring. Huo Cheng was very satisfied with the changes in Huo Che during this period. When he was chasing Qianqian before, he was half alive, but now after marrying Meng Shichu, he became visibly lively and cheerful in a short period of time. But Pei Jinhui invited Huo Che to dinner. Could it be that what happened on Saturday had spread to the Pei family, and Pei Jinhui was planning to hold him accountable? This circle is neither big nor small, and any slight disturbance will spread quickly. Pei Jinhui is no pushover, and Huo Che is definitely no match for him. Huo Cheng narrowed his eyes worriedly. "I'll go with you. My brother-in-law invited me to dinner, what are you going to do?" Huo Che's eyes widened. He also knew Huo Cheng's good intentions and comforted him. "Don't worry, my brother-in-law is not looking for me to hold him accountable. It's Shichu who is worried that I have been punished in the Huo family and asked my brother-in-law to care about me." This result was beyond Huo Cheng's expectations, so he asked, "Isn't Shichu in Kyoto? Otherwise, why would we need help from others?" The smile on Huo Che's face immediately disappeared halfway. "She's on a business trip again." Huo Cheng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "Why is she busier than me?" "That's normal." Huo Che explained for her. Her mother's business is in Liucheng, her stepfather's business base is in Yuchen, her own company is in the process of relocating, and the several factories and companies given by her stepfather are not in the same place. Of course, it's impossible for her to stay in one place forever. He explained very seriously, fearing that Huo Cheng would misunderstand something. Huo Cheng rolled his eyes at him and said, "Okay, as long as you are happy." It's not like his wife doesn't come home every day, so why should he care about it? Shichu is fine. Huo Che said. I know, you've said this 800 times, go away. Huo Che pushed the person away. It was good that there was no conflict. The low pressure at home had finally eased in the past few days, so he decided not to make trouble again. People's energy is limited. It's already hard enough to work, and it's really outrageous to act like a bully at home. Huo Che thought he arrived early, but Pei Jinwei was already there. Brother. Huo Che stepped forward, why are you here so early? I finished meeting someone nearby and came here directly. Pei Jinwei pointed to the seat opposite, sit down, I've already ordered, do you want to drink? No more drinking. Huo Che shook his head and said directly, don't worry, big brother, and don't worry, grandma didn't punish me. It was my second uncle and second aunt who were punished. Grandma is looking forward to meeting Shichu. Really? Pei Jinwei didn't quite believe it. I heard that the old lady of the Huo family has a bad temper. I already know what happened between my mother-in-law and Pei's father-in-law. Although my grandmother has a strong personality, she is not unreasonable. They are both right. Huo Che felt that his words were directed at Pei Jinwei's biological mother, and he quickly apologized, sorry, brother, I mean this is all the fault of the arranged marriage. I know. Pei Jinwei smiled and shook his head. He has always understood one thing, there is gain and loss, and one cannot have everything. Her mother wanted to be with her true love, have a good living condition, and have the relationship help the family. If you desire too much, you will end up losing more than you gain. In fact, he did have some hatred in his heart. His mother passed away when he was just learning to speak. When he found out that everyone else had a mother but he didn't, it was Aunt Meng who took care of him, accompanied him and protected him. When he finally accepted Aunt Meng, his mother couldn't stand the poverty and came back. Not only did he come back, but he also tore all the relationships to pieces and made Aunt Meng angry and leave. But his mother didn't care about him because she brought back her first love's child. He became a child with only his father again. And now, his biological mother started to make a fuss because his father took back the daughter with Aunt Meng, and she encouraged him in various ways. In short, she was crazy. He was already fed up. Too bored to even mention her. Pei Jinwei was more inclined towards Meng Ling, and therefore felt that he owed Meng Shichu more. When he heard Huo Che say that Meng Ling had hesitated whether to give birth to the child, his heart tightened. Fortunately, Aunt Meng is a brave and strong person, with both ability and capital. Otherwise, I might really give up the child. I am really fortunate to have met the kind and gentle old man and old lady of the Huo family. Pei Jinwei said, it seems that it is all destined. Grandpa Huo and Grandma Huo's words of comfort have saved their grandson's future daughter-in-law. I think so too. It's all destined. Huo Che agreed very much. He must have gone astray and that's why God let him be reborn and marry Meng Shichu without any warning. He proposed to her and she didn't refuse. It is the best arrangement given by God. After dinner, Huo Che said goodbye to Pei Jinwei and drove back to his residence. Just as he was about to enter the door, a dark shadow suddenly rushed out and blocked the car. Huo Che slammed on the brakes. The next second, a dark figure rushed over and knocked on the car window, and Huo Che recognized her voice. Chapter 039 I owe you since I was born. Hush, save me, please save me. Huo Che, can you please open the door? I was wrong. I misunderstood you before. I really know I was wrong. Huo Che, please open the car door. Qianqian kept banging on the car window and begging. In the car, Huo Che called the housekeeper and assistant in the house, and also called the police. He would never open the car door. Before the person arrived, Huo Che called Meng Shichu. The call rang twice and the other party didn't answer, so he hung up and made a WeChat video call instead. The call was quickly answered, and Meng Shichu showed a puzzled expression. Why did the call go through and then hang up? What's that sound on your end? Who's shouting? Huo Che turned the camera around, and because of the darkness, he could only see that it was a woman. Meng Shichu laughed. Why, do you mean to show me that someone will chase you as soon as I leave? Huo Che was shocked. Why is your logic so terrible? Meng Shichu raised the corner of his lips. Just kidding. Huo Che said, I didn't even dare to open the car door. Meng Shichu asked, in most cases, women are weaker than men. Are you still afraid of being attacked by the other party? Huo Che said, she doesn't look right. It's dark and windy this time of year. What if she has a knife or something on her body? I won't be able to defend myself. What if she gets stabbed? Meng Shichu nodded, your worry is not unreasonable. You should always be on guard against others, even if the other person is a woman or child who looks harmless. Huo Che suddenly said, the butler brought people out. Well, you take care of it first. I'm going to take a shower and we can talk later. Hearing her say this, Huo Che raised his eyebrows slightly, you mean, we can call or video chat later? Meng Shichu, if you want to do something else, I won't bother you. Huo Che, I never like working at night, you know. Meng Shichu smiled and said, let's talk later. When hanging up the phone, Huo Che found that the sound outside had stopped. It was the butler who had someone subdue Qianqian. Only then did Huo Che get out of the car. When the subdued Qianqian saw Huo Che, her eyes lit up. Huo Che, help me once, help me again, for the last time, please. We're already even, there's no reason for me to help you. Huo Che walked over, ignoring the tears streaming down Qianqian's face, and said, I can see that you're in some trouble, so I called the police for you. You're welcome. After saying that, Huo Che threw the car keys to the butler and walked into the door. Behind him was Qianqian's call. Huo Che, don't leave. I saved your life. You can't just ignore me. My parents want to sell me to an old man. Suzhou got engaged to someone else yesterday. I was deceived. I have been deceived all along. Huo Che, please come back, I beg you, only you can help me. Qianqian shouted at the top of her lungs, but failed to call Huo Che back. He left ruthlessly and decisively. Soon, Huo Che's assistant Yi Mo arrived with the police. Yi Mo said to the police, this lady followed our CEO Huo and even waited outside of his house. It's terrible. CEO Huo is kind-hearted and thinks she must have encountered something. Please help her solve it. Otherwise, if she comes to disturb CEO Huo again or hurts someone, the consequences will be disastrous. Listening to what Yi Mo said, Qianqian couldn't believe it. Yi Mo had always spoken politely to her before, but now he had become so cold. No matter how she yelled, Yi Mo did not change his words. In the end, Qianqian was taken away by the police in despair. Yi Mo entered the villa and waited for a while before seeing Huo Che coming downstairs in pajamas. Huo Che was holding the phone, his hair sticking to his cheek and dripping water. When I came to their hall, I asked casually, is it dealt with? The police have taken the man away. Yi Mo was sweating. Sure enough, the next second Huo Che said, I told you not to let her get close to me. Now she has come to my place to wait. What should I do? Yi Mo lowered his head, I'm sorry, Mr. Huo, I have made new arrangements, there won't be a next time. Huo Che gave a few more instructions, and Yi Mo asked hesitantly, Master, we heard that Miss Xie. You don't need to tell me anything about her, Huo Che interrupted, going upstairs. Yi Mo closed his mouth, turned around and walked back. In fact, if you think about it carefully, the young master is worthy of Miss Xie. People will not always stay in one place waiting for another person. Miss Xie deserves what she has become today, and she cannot blame anyone else. Huo Che went upstairs to his bedroom and sent a WeChat message to Meng Shichu, I have packed. The next second, the video popped up. After clicking to answer the call, Meng Shichu's face immediately appeared in the video. Meng Shichu had just finished taking a shower, his long hair was loose and half dry, and there was a black mask on his face. Huo Che had seen black masks before, so he didn't make a fuss. But he said, you need to blow dry your hair. Meng Shichu sat on the bed and leaned against the headboard. I'm too lazy to blow dry my hair. The roots of my hair are already dry. I won't catch a cold. Huo Che frowned, why are you so rough with yourself sometimes? Meng Shichu even wondered, is this rough? Huo Che nodded, it will be uncomfortable to sleep with wet hair. Meng Shichu smiled and said, then I'll blow it after I finish the mask. Huo Che was speechless, by the time you finish the mask, your hair will probably have dried up on its own. Yeah, my hair dries on its own after I'm done with the mask, so why would I bother to blow dry it? When Huo Che saw the smile in Meng Shichu's eyes, he realized that he had been tricked. Seeing that he didn't want to talk, Meng Shichu took the initiative to ask, have you dealt with your predecessor's affairs? Huo Che nodded, let the police take her away. If she has any problems, the police will help her deal with them. He was quite happy that Meng Shichu could ask. He had no intention of hiding it. After chatting for a while via video, seeing that Meng Shichu had not asked about what happened in the Huo family today, Huo Che could not help but take the initiative to bring up the topic. Why don't you ask me if I was criticized in the Huo family? Meng Shichu said, my eldest brother called me. She knew everything, including what happened when her mother met the Huo family's grandparents. After 2 seconds of silence, Meng Shichu said, I called my mother and confirmed it. It is true. It was like a closed loop of cause and effect. Meng Ling hesitated at the beginning whether to give birth to their child. What she cared about most was that the father of the child was her ex who would never look back. It was Mr. Huo's words that woke her up. Whether the presence of a child will make you happy, joyful or stressed, nothing else matters. Meng Ling has her own business and abilities, so children won't be a burden to her. She likes children, so why should she care whether the child's father is her ex or current boyfriend? And she didn't say that she must get married in this life. For Meng Ling, marriage is a pleasant surprise, not a necessity. Only then did Meng Ling make up her mind to give birth to the child. Huo Che said, my grandparents saved my wife. What a coincidence. Meng Shichu nodded, yes, I owe you since I was born. Chapter 40 Young Master Huo is angry. He was originally scheduled to return to Kyoto the next day, but due to work arrangements, it was already Friday when Meng Shichu returned to Kyoto. I landed at 3 o'clock, returned to Qianqian Design at 3:40, and had another 1-hour meeting. When it was almost time to get off work, Huo Che called Meng Shichu and asked, are you coming back today? Meng Shichu annotated the document with a pen in his hand and replied to Huo Che, I'm already in Kyoto. Huo Che was startled on the other end of the phone. When did you arrive? Why didn't you tell me before boarding the plane? Where are you now? Meng Shichu, I booked a flight back as soon as I finished arranging the work. The landing time was during working hours, so I didn't notify you. There was silence on the other end of the line. Meng Shichu finished reviewing a document and didn't hear any sound. Seeing that the call on the phone screen was still going on, he shouted, Huo Che. Yes. Huo Che responded, his tone a little stiff. Meng Shichu was very perceptive and noticed that Huo Che seemed unhappy, so he asked, are you angry? Huo Che didn't answer. Meng Shichu spoke again, I think you also have work to do. I have an assistant, so it should be okay for me not to bother you. There was silence for a while, then he asked, do you think that's a problem? Meng Shichu said, it will take you at least 2 hours to pick me up, which will affect your work. After saying that, Huo Che hung up the phone. Meng Shichu picked up the phone and glanced at the hung-up call, his eyes narrowed. I pulled up Huo Che's WeChat and sent him a message, don't wait for me for dinner, I have an appointment. Seeing that the other party was typing in the header, Meng Shichu put down his phone and continued to work on his accumulated work. After working for several days, Meng Shichu worked overtime until 6:30 before leaving Qianqian Design office. Assistant Qianqian drove her to their hotel for the social event. The dinner lasted until 8 o'clock, and the host invited us to go to the entertainment city next door to sing and chat about the detailed requirements of the project. A group of 5 people entered the box, and several young girls and boys came in immediately. Meng Shichu has attended such dinners before. It is a common phenomenon in the industry and he is not surprised by it. Besides her, there was another woman in her 40s who was a successful female boss and loved to have fun. The female boss said to Meng Shichu, Mr. Meng, you choose whichever you like first. Whatever. Meng Shichu said lightly. Upon hearing this, another CEO pointed at 2 young, fair-skinned boys and said, serve CEO Meng well. The 2 men received the order and walked towards Meng Shichu together. When he was only 1 step away, Meng Shichu looked over and winked back. The 2 young boys understood, walked around behind the sofa, and massaged her shoulders. Seeing this, the female boss called the remaining 2 boys to her side and said to Meng Shichu, don't worry, Mr. Meng, the young masters here are all clean. The marriage between Meng Shichu and the young master of the Huo family was just a temporary match and there was no love between them. Such marriages are very common among wealthy families, and each couple has their own affairs after marriage. This is how many business deals are negotiated. But Meng Shichu smiled calmly and replied, have fun, Mr. He. A few people drank some wine, talked and laughed, and the topic gradually got on track. Since it is a work-related social event, naturally we have to talk about work. Those boys and girls who come to serve can be taken away by the boss who selected them later, but at this moment they are just serving tea and water as per normal procedure. After a while, Meng Shichu turned his head and waved to the two people behind him. The two people immediately stepped back and stood there waiting to be summoned. At the same time, in another box, Huo Che was singing with a microphone. Duan Xiao came back from the bathroom, snatched Huo Che's microphone, and asked, "Are you and Meng Shichu playing your own games?" Huo Che was already in a bad mood, and Duan Xiao said this, and he was immediately displeased. "What nonsense are you talking about?" No. Duan Xiao was shocked. "I just came over and saw Meng Shichu in the box over there, with two young and tender-looking people serving him." Upon hearing this, Huo Che felt as if his acupoints were pressed and his facial expression suddenly changed. Duan Xiao's face changed drastically. "Did I say something wrong?" Although Huo Che had brought people to meet them before, it was a marriage without love after all. It was said that the parents of the two families had not met yet, and there was no sign of business cooperation between the Pei family and the Huo family. People thought that their marriage was just a superficial project and not a real life. But looking at Huo Che's expression, Duan Xiao suddenly felt that he was in trouble. "No, don't be like this. This is how you talk about projects. Maybe I saw it wrong." Someone was delivering drinks and the door was not closed, so he took a look. Although the possibility of being wrong is very small, it would be bad if it caused a rift between Huo Che and Meng Shichu. "Which box?" As he spoke, Huo picked up the bottle of wine on the table. Duan Xiao quickly pulled the person back upon seeing this. "Archer, what are you doing? Stay calm. I must have seen it wrong. Miss Meng doesn't look like someone who would go to places of entertainment." "Don't." Huo Che broke free from Duan Xiao's hand and picked up the wine glass with his other hand. "I'll go over and have a drink with her." Having said that, his tone and expression were not very good. "Archer, don't go." Duan Xiao tried to comfort Huo Che. If he went there in this state, there would probably be a big fight. "I don't hit anyone." Huo Che pulled the corner of his mouth. "Do you want to join us?" "It's not appropriate. They are discussing business. Forget it. I'll go by myself." Huo Che was holding his breath. Things had been going badly since the afternoon. "I have been with Meng Shichu for such a long time, sleeping in the same bed, hugging him, kissing him, and having sex with him. On weekdays, Meng Shichu also tried his best to care for him and treat him well. But there is an invisible sense of distance in between. He didn't know why, but he just felt very uncomfortable for no apparent reason. It felt like Meng Shichu was trying very hard to live a good life with him, but no matter how hard he tried, they were still distant and estranged." Huo Che walked out carrying a bottle and a glass of wine. Duan Xiao followed him because he was afraid that he might cause trouble. In the box, Meng Shichu was discussing the details of the project with the female boss when there was a sudden knock on the door. The door was pushed open and Huo Che walked in from outside. "Good evening, bosses." With a wine bottle in one hand and a wine glass in the other, Huo Che saw Meng Shichu, who was close to the female boss, at first sight. There were 3 men and 2 women in the room. Each man was surrounded by 1 or 2 girls serving him. There were also 2 little boys sitting next to the female boss next to Meng Shichu. There were only 2 people standing behind Meng Shichu, some distance away. Most of the pent-up emotions in Huo Che's heart dissipated in an instant, and Duan Xiao, who came in behind him, was also a little surprised. "Sorry to bother you. I'm here to offer a glass of wine to all the bosses." Huo Che smiled as he walked in and came to Meng Shichu's side. "I'll leave after we finish drinking. I won't disturb you from talking about business." Duan Xiao wished he could dig a hole in the ground. This is indeed his fault. "Young Master Huo, are you here to support Mr. Meng?" the female boss couldn't help but tease. "Definitely. It seems that Mr. Meng and Mr. Huo have a good relationship." "Don't worry, Mr. Huo. We didn't lead Mr. Meng astray. We were just discussing business normally. Mr. Meng didn't even drink." The other people started talking, and Huo Che added more wine to his glass. "Don't get me wrong, I just came to see my wife and ask when it's over so we can go home together." Several people raised their glasses. Being toasted by young Master Huo and young Master Duan was enough for them to brag about for days. Meng Shichu stared at Huo Che leisurely. Meeting her gaze, Huo Che touched his nose and asked, "How long will it take to end?" Chapter 041 I will change in the future. In response to Huo Che's questioning, Meng Shichu just stared at him without saying a word. She knew better than anyone why Huo Che came. Moreover, Huo Che spent a long time typing on the WeChat message she sent in the afternoon, but there was no reply. Although she didn't know why, she knew that Huo Che was angry. It's strange that I got angry. Seeing that she remained silent, Huo Che awkwardly said, I'm in box 312. Call me when you've made the deal. Then Huo Che and Duan Xiao turned around and walked out. The atmosphere is weird. Wait. Meng Shichu's voice suddenly sounded, and when Huo Che turned around, he saw Meng Shichu standing up. Everyone, I'm a little tired after a few days of business trip, so I'll excuse myself first. There are still many details of this project, we will discuss it later. Okay, it's getting late. Mr. Meng, go ahead and we'll talk later. Before Meng Shichu picked up her bag and walked out, she turned back to look at the two little boys who had massaged her shoulders before. The two boys immediately understood and followed her out. After walking out of the box, Duan Xiao said hello to Meng Shichu and left first. Meng Shichu took out a check from his bag and signed it, one for each boy. Thank you, Mr. Meng. The two accepted the thank you and left happily. Let's go. Meng Shichu said to Huo Che. The two walked out of the entertainment city in silence. At the gate, Meng Shichu stopped and asked Huo Che, did you drive? It's open. Huo Che nodded. Meng Shichu stared at the wine bottle and glass in his hands and asked, how are you going to drive back after drinking? Huo Che looked away, his ears red, didn't you say you didn't drink? Meng Shichu, drowsy driving is unsafe. Every business trip is tiring. Then I'll call a designated driver. Just as Huo Che was about to make a call, he suddenly saw a familiar car driving over and stopping on the side of the road. Qianqian got out of the car and said, Miss, your uncle is here too. Qianqian was still thinking that he would not have to drive himself, but he heard Meng Shichu say to Huo Che, get in the car. Qianqian has been with Meng Shichu for 3 years and knows that the eldest lady is not in a good mood at the moment. The son-in-law was also holding a wine bottle and a wine glass in his hands. Could it be that he was caught by the eldest lady while fooling around in the entertainment city? They were silent all their way. The bottle and glass in Huo Che's hand became hot potatoes. It was inappropriate to hold it in his hand, but it also seemed inappropriate to put it down. Meng Shichu next to him was tapping on his phone. Huo Che leaned over to take a look and found that he was replying to an email. She is really busy. The car arrived at Haitang Villa, Qianqian drove away, and Meng Shichu walked inside. Back in the hall, Huo Che quickly put down the bottle and glass in his hands. When he went upstairs, Meng Shichu was already taking a shower. Huo Che ran a hand through his hair, becoming even more annoyed. In his opinion, this is cold violence. But it happened that he was the one who started what happened today. For some unknown reason, such a conflict arose. Not long after, Meng Shichu came out of the shower. She wiped her wet hair with a towel, and Huo Che came over and handed her a hairdryer. Meng Shichu reached out to take it, and Huo Che said, I'll help you blow it. Go take a shower, we'll talk later. As he spoke, Meng Shichu had already taken the hairdryer from his hand. Huo Che hesitated and did not go to the bathroom immediately. Instead, he came to Meng Shichu's side and said, what happened in the box just now? Go take a shower. Meng Shichu looked at him, his face unusually calm, wash off the smell of cigarettes and alcohol on your body. It's still early, enough time for us to talk clearly. All right. I know that she is calm and indifferent most of the time, but when something happens, she acts like this, which makes people feel uneasy. Because the most terrifying people are those who explode in calmness. Huo Che took a quick shower. When he came out, Meng Shichu had already dried his hair and sat on the bed, still busy with his phone. Huo Che walked over and slowly sat on the bed. At the beginning of the time. As soon as he spoke, he was interrupted. Huo Che, are you angry with me? Meng Shichu put down her phone, and the page that was not turned off still showed the email she was replying to. It's my problem. Huo Che was about to explain, but Meng Shichu stopped him again. Don't be so quick to take the blame. I don't understand why you suddenly got angry. Explain clearly before we find out who is at fault. Huo Che clenched his jaw, and thinking back now, he realized that the thing that made him angry at the time was so insignificant. But why did I feel so angry at that time? He didn't even know how to express it at this moment, because at this moment, he already felt that he had been making a big deal out of nothing. Seeing that he had no intention of speaking, Meng Shichu said, "Maybe I didn't tell you my schedule before I got on the plane. It's my fault. I will change it in the future. But I think your anger is not just because I didn't tell you in advance. You hung up when I said I didn't want to bother you. I don't understand why you're so angry." After a pause, Meng Shichu continued, "I've talked to people about this before. If we don't make a fuss or cause trouble to others, won't everyone be happy? That's different." Huo Che finally spoke up. "The people you dated before were all bad. Those people think that the best partners are those who don't make trouble or cause trouble. We are married and we are cultivating our relationship." Meng Shichu frowned. "Does it mean that in order to cultivate feelings, I have to trouble the other person as much as possible?" Huo Che was stunned and shook his head. "No, it's not what you think." Meng Shichu was even more confused. Huo Che reached out and held her hand. "Shichu, we are husband and wife. I am serious about cultivating feelings with you. Feelings are a mutual need. There is no distinction between the two. What you said about not wanting to trouble me is just pushing me away. The invisible sense of distance makes me feel that you don't need me. You usually do a good job and care about me a lot, but I always feel like you are just doing your job. The distance and alienation that should exist has not improved at all. I tried very hard to develop feelings for you, but you actually don't need me. I feel so powerless." After listening to what Huo Che said, Meng Shichu also fell into deep thought. After a long silence, Meng Shichu said, "I thought not causing you any trouble was also a way to maintain this relationship." "No." Huo Che shook his head, but sighed the next second, "I suddenly feel that it's not your problem. I'm just being a little hypocritical." Meng Shichu said, "I will pay attention next time. This matter is resolved." Next one. She then asked Huo Che, "Why did you come into the box? Do you think I was cheating on you? Did I cheat on you? To be honest, you may not believe it, but I was holding my breath before, so." Even though he didn't say the rest, Meng Shichu knew what it meant. She smiled and said, "Huo Che, remember, if I wanted to mess around, I wouldn't give you a chance to find out, and you wouldn't have to wait until now." Huo Che's expression suddenly changed. He turned over and sat astride her waist. He leaned over and said in a low voice, "No. I don't allow you to play those games. If you want to play, come back and play with me. I'll play with you in any way you want." Chapter 042 I Like You a Little Bit. Huo Che was crazy that night, completely different from the previous ones. He said he was apologizing. Meng Shichu was speechless. Is there anyone who apologizes like you? Is this to satisfy his crazy XP or to apologize? Doesn't he have any idea? Huo Che bit her ear and said, "Isn't your wife feeling well?" "It's almost there." Meng Shichu pushed. She always felt that some things were too much, and this was a bit too crazy. Or maybe she is a little too conservative. But Huo Che did not stop. "What are you afraid of? Tomorrow is Saturday and I don't have to go to work." It was a dark night, the room was charming, and the two of them made love for a long, long time, full of passion. Meng Shichu's biological clock rang on time as always. He stood up and got out of bed. Before he could even walk, he was pulled back into his arms and said, "Sleep a little longer." Meng Shichu turned his head to look at Huo Che, who didn't even open his eyes, and said, "Exercise." "It's okay to miss a day of exercise," Huo Che muttered, "I'll join you later." Meng Shichu didn't respond, so Huo Che continued, "People should learn to enjoy life and not be so rigid." Meng Shichu asked, "When I'm 30 or 40 years old and have a big waist and loose skin, will you still say that?" Huo Che chuckled, "If you become like that, I will probably also gain weight and look different. Let's stop disliking each other." Before Meng Shichu could speak, Huo Che said, "Oh, I didn't sleep enough last night. It's not a crime to sleep a little longer." "Okay." Meng Shichu reluctantly pulled the quilt to cover himself. "I only experienced this kind of undisciplined life after I married Huo Che. I don't think it's good, nor do I think it's bad." Suddenly, Meng Shichu turned around and faced Huo Che. "The Pei family and the Huo family elders are having a meal together on Sunday. Can you arrange it?" A last-minute decision. Huo Che opened his eyes suddenly. This was very sudden. Meng Shichu said, I planned this with my eldest brother on the phone before I boarded the plane yesterday. I was going to tell you tonight, but I didn't. After taking a shower last night, I started to review the conflict, and then I made a fuss about it for a long time, and then I completely forgot about it. Huo Che thought for a while with his eyes half closed, and said, after dinner at the old house today, I'll talk to them. It should be fine. It has been more than a month since he got married to Meng Shichu, but the two families have not yet had a formal meeting. It is indeed rumored in the circle that his marriage with Meng Shichu was just a joke. This matter needs to be implemented, and the union of the two companies should also be put on the table. Pursue profit together. Huo Che's reaction made Meng Shichu's lips curl up, and then he asked, from now on. Get up, get up. As he spoke, he sat up. After washing up, the two of them went downstairs in their sportswear, ran a lap, took a shower, and then had breakfast. After cleaning up for a while, it was almost 10 o'clock. Huo Che, wearing a shirt and trousers, asked Meng Shichu, how do I look like this? You go back to your own house, so you can wear whatever you want, right? Huo Che explained, last time doesn't count. This is the first time I bring you home, so I have to be more formal. If I'm too casual, it will seem like I don't value you. His words made Meng Shichu raise his eyebrows. I haven't heard of this statement before. However, the Huo family has many rules, so Meng Shichu nodded and said, it's very formal, just like speaking on stage at a meeting. Your description is absolutely perfect. In contrast, Meng Shichu dressed more simply. A white t-shirt, wide leg pants, and half-high heels, simple and neat, yet exudes a sense of elegance and competence. Huo Che touched his chin and commented, she looks like the kind and friendly office worker sister next door. This is the first time I've heard such an evaluation. No one ever said she looked like the girl next door. The two of them went out and Huo Che drove. At Meng Shichu's request, Huo Che drove to the Qianqian Maiyuan Villa area where Meng Shichu was. Maybe she wants to come back to see her little animals. Just like last time, as soon as I entered the door, I was greeted by the crow and thunder god, and then there were cats and dogs fluttering around happily, and ants and bugs in the boxes at the entrance of the hall. In the backyard, two falcons were walking as if no one was around. When they saw Meng Shichu coming, they excitedly spread their wings and came closer, allowing Meng Shichu to tickle their armpits. After feeding the babies, Meng Shichu went upstairs and came down soon with a red box in his hand. Huo Che asked curiously, what is this? Meng Shichu did not answer, but handed the box to him. I took it and opened it, and inside lay a string of bracelets wrapped in several circles, and a strange fragrance wafted into my nose. Sandalwood. Huo Che guessed. This smell was very special. He was not old enough to play with wood, but he had smelled a similar smell at his grandfather's house a long time ago, but it seemed different. Meng Shichu said, 108 old sandalwoods. After a closer look, Huo Che asked, Buddhist things. Well, it should be worthy of being given to grandma, right? Are you really willing to give it up? Some things may not be valuable in themselves, but they are hard to come by. Meng Shichu explained, I am not old enough to bear such sacred things, and sandalwood can soothe nerves, relax the body and mind, and help with sleep. My grandmother has been in the temple for many years, so she should be able to use it. After hearing her words, Huo Che's heart seemed to be filled with something dense. The last time she went to the Huo family, she also prepared gifts very carefully. In comparison, the gift he brought to the Pei family when he visited them before didn't seem to be that thoughtful. Thinking about how I got upset for no apparent reason yesterday, I felt even more guilty. Seeing him staring at him without saying anything, Meng Shichu frowned and asked, what's with that expression? I am sorry for you. Huo Che said and hugged Meng Shichu. Meng Shichu was confused and had a big question mark in his mind. Isn't it said on the internet that women have changeable emotions? Why is Huo Che also so moody? It's really confusing. Huo Che let go of Meng Shichu and put the box in his hand. Shichu, I will learn to treat you well in the future. It's incomprehensible. Meng Shichu couldn't guess and didn't try to guess. He walked around Huo Che and went out. Huo Che followed her. I'm not kidding, I'm serious. Well, okay, I believe it. Huo Che thought her answer was just a casual response, so he quickened his pace to catch up, reached out to hold her wrist, and walked out side by side. I already like you a little bit, really, I'm not kidding. Okay. Meng Shichu nodded. She was very calm, without any emotion, and her face didn't even turn red. "You don't believe me," Huo Che said. "I believe it." Huo Che. I don't think she believed it that much. Forget it, this kind of thing needs time to prove. He would let Meng Shichu know that he was not joking. This time when he got in the car, Huo Che thought he was going to the Huo family, but Meng Shichu directed him to a gold shop. "Do you want to buy jewelry?" "Yeah." Meng Shichu nodded, indicating that he really wanted to buy it. After parking the car, Huo Che took Meng Shichu's hand and walked into the gold shop. "Whatever you like, your husband will buy it for you." Meng Shichu took a quick look around and finally stopped at the bracelet area. He chose a single loop bracelet with large black beads and a crystal clear jade pishio on it. Huo Che saw the bracelet on his wrist and looked confused. "Didn't you want to buy it?" "I'm buying it." Meng Shichu took out the card and handed it to the teller. "Swipe the card." Huo Che was distracted for a moment, then curiously asked, "Why did you buy it for me? Didn't I say that if you fall in love with me one day, I would celebrate for you?" Meng Shichu smiled and said it so frankly. Huo Che was stunned again. He did say this not long ago, but he had forgotten it. Because Meng Shichu seemed to have said it casually at the time, but she always remembered it and put it into action with strong execution ability. Very shocking. It makes people feel like their hearts are filled with freshly harvested spring honey, fresh and sweet. It's touching. Huo Che also wants to buy one for Meng Shichu. Meng Shichu stopped him. "When I find out that I like you too, you can buy it for me. Then you must hurry up." Huo Che whispered. Meng Shichu calmly soothed, "Be patient." Chapter 043, Giving Valuable Things to Important People. It was already 11:30 when we arrived at the Huo family's old house. This time the old house was relatively quiet, and no one from the second and third rooms came. Huo's father, Huo's mother, Huo Cheng and the old lady were at home. Meng Shichu called for help generously. The old lady took Meng Shichu's hand and asked kindly, "Xiaochu, were you scared the last time you came? Grandma apologizes to you. I have already punished your bad-mouthed second aunt. She won't dare to bully you in the future. Don't worry. Grandma, you're too polite. It's okay." Meng Shichu presented the gift he brought with both hands. "It's just a small gift. I hope you like it. Girl, why bother giving me a gift? We are destined to be a family." The old lady smiled with joy. Huo Che assisted from the side and said, "Grandma, please open it and take a look. This is something that Shichu treasured. It came from the Buddhist sect and was obtained by fate. The old lady has trusted these things extremely over the years, and she immediately opened the box when she heard this. The mellow aroma comes with a comfortable and heavy feeling. This is good stuff. If you look closely, you can see Buddhist marks on the beads. It is indeed a rare treasure that is hard to come by." The old lady said excitedly, "Xiaochu, this is too valuable." Meng Shichu smiled and said, "That's why we have to send important people." These words were really beautifully said. The old lady smiled happily, pulled Meng Shichu to sit next to her, and started chatting enthusiastically. As they chatted, the old lady suddenly said, "Xiaochu, you don't know, a few years ago, I met your mother. She is still as beautiful as she was back then. Grandma still remembers what my mom looked like back then." "Of course." The old lady said proudly, "Your mother likes romance and believes in everything. She and her husband copy scriptures in the temple and pray together. They are very loving." It was Meng Ling who recognized her and they chatted for a while. Meng Ling was very grateful for what she and her husband said to her 20 years ago, which made her decide to keep the child without hesitation. Now she has a son and a daughter, and she has obtained beautiful love and a happy marriage. She also said that her daughter is very outstanding and her existence makes her happier. The old lady was very pleased at the time and never expected that the girl would eventually become her granddaughter-in-law. This is all God's will. During lunch, the old lady also asked Meng Shichu to sit next to her. She is older now and is not as obsessed with fame and fortune as she was when she was young. Instead, she values family harmony and success more. I also believe more that as long as the family is harmonious, everything will go smoothly. After lunch, Huo Che got down to business. In order to get rid of Meng Shichu, Huo Che said, "My schedule is a bit tight, Grandma, please don't punish me." Mr. and Mrs. Huo looked at each other and understood each other tacitly. It can be seen that Meng Shichu is busier, so this meeting must have been arranged by Meng Shichu. However, seeing their son defending his wife so much made them feel more at ease. This time, their silly son really learned his lesson. Meng Shichu had already booked the meeting place. Huo Che suddenly looked embarrassed. As for my second uncle, don't worry about them. The old lady said, just call the third child, and don't worry about the second child. The old lady punished second aunt by making her go up the mountain to copy Buddhist scriptures for 3 months so that she could cultivate her character and avoid causing trouble in the future. With the old lady in charge, Huo Che felt relieved. He was really angry with his uncle and aunt about what happened last time. It was really too much. The old lady, who is not yet old, is open-minded. Huo Che called his third uncle, and his third uncle came over soon. She even brought a gift to Meng Shichu. I prepared it last time, but didn't have time to give it to you. I'll make it up to you this time. Xiaochu, please don't mind. That's not what third uncle said. The old lady was old and needed to rest regularly in the afternoon. Huo Che and Meng Shichu wanted to stay for dinner, so at the suggestion of Huo's mother, they organized a game of mahjong. Because there were so many people, Huo Che couldn't sit at the table and just watched from the side. After several rounds, Meng Shichu lost badly. Mother Huo said, Xiaochu, don't always think about giving us water. Uncle San also said, yes, it's family entertainment, show your true skills. Huo Che put his hand on his forehead, leaned close to Meng Shichu and asked in a low voice, are you really at this level? Meng Shichu smiled awkwardly, I just simply know how to do it. Not very good. And the poker table has never been used for social events. Whether it's mahjong or poker, she only has a basic understanding of them. It's okay, it's okay. Huo comforted him, adding, if you lose, it's my fault. After playing for an entire afternoon, Meng Shichu kept losing. At the end, Huo Che scanned the QR code for his parents and uncle to pay one by one, without being polite to them at all. The dinner was sumptuous, and Huo Che drank some wine with his father and third uncle. That night, the two of them simply stayed at the old house. The last time he stayed in the old house for a short while, Meng Shichu did not enter Huo Che's room. Meng Shichu discovered that the style of Huo Che's room in the old house was much brighter, unlike the room in the villa, which was monotonous in color and had a typical cool style. Huo Che explained, I told you not to be angry. The villa was renovated in the first place because of a word from Qianqian. She said, Huo Che, can you be more mature? You don't have to marry me just because I saved your life. I don't like immature guys like you. He had simple ideas at the time and thought he was behaving too childishly, so he transformed himself. Wear dark clothes, comb a mature hairstyle, and even move out and decorate the new house in a simple dark style, showing your maturity everywhere. Now that I think about it, he is no different from a mentally retarded person. After listening to it, Meng Shichu just thought it was very interesting. Are you laughing at me? Huo Che pulled Meng Shichu to sit on the sofa. Meng Shichu shook his head and just said, it should be a cool thing to change for one person. This answer is unexpected. It can be said that many absurd behaviors will become very special once interpreted by Meng Shichu. Her thinking is always out of the ordinary and unexpected. After being surprised, Huo Che asked, have you ever changed for anyone? No. Meng Shichu shook his head without hesitation. Seeing Huo Che staring at her without saying anything, Meng Shichu continued, from childhood to adulthood, no one has ever asked me to change anything. Everyone told me to just be myself, and I am the best. Huo Che said, I've really never met anyone like you. It's not a derogatory statement, it's just that you are very special. Meng Shichu curled his lips and said, I have been living a life of luxury since I was born. I have no shortage of food, clothing, money, or love. Therefore, small favors and small contributions cannot move me. Because of this, she doesn't know what it feels like to love someone, nor does she know how to change herself for someone. This seems to be a complex and contradictory proposition. It may take longer to find the answer. Huo Che felt a little disappointed, but still said magnanimously, it's okay, just be yourself. Meng Shichu didn't love him, but she had never loved anyone else, but she married him anyway. He earned it. Chapter 44, Father and Mother Huo talk about love. Meng Shichu got up early. Huo's mother was watering the flowers, while Huo's father and Huo Cheng were exercising in the gym at the back. Meng Shichu walked towards Mrs. Huo and said, Good morning, Mom. Xiaochu, why did you get up so early? Sleep a little longer. Mother Huo came to Meng Shichu with a kettle in her hand. Did you not sleep well because you are in an unfamiliar environment? I'm used to getting up early. Meng Shichu reached out to take the kettle and help Mrs. Huo water the flowers. Mom, I'll do it. I'll do it, you take a rest. Mother Huo declined politely. These were very precious flowers and plants that she raised. If you water them too much or not enough, they would die immediately. Meng Shichu recognized these flowers and plants and knew they were valuable, so he did not force her. My mother also likes to grow flowers and plants, but she spends most of her time outside, so it is mostly my stepfather who takes care of them. Mother Huo was stunned when she heard this, and said, "Your stepfather must be a very gentle man. Anyway, her man just likes playing chess and fishing, and thinks that her growing flowers and plants is a waste of time and pure boredom, and he never helps her fertilize and irrigate the plants." But she didn't think it was a big deal. There weren't many business marriages where the couple remained respectful to each other for so many years. At least she and her husband rarely had any conflicts. Plain and stable. Fine. Half an hour later, Huo Che came down from upstairs, wearing loose home clothes, with his hair hanging down, looking like a good boy. He came to Meng Shichu and said, "I have no idea when you got up. I just knew that as soon as I opened my eyes, the place around me was cold. It's been a while. I didn't call you because you were sleeping so soundly. It seems like I'm not as obedient as you." Huo Che stood in front of Meng Shichu and scratched the back of his head, trying to be as obedient as possible. Meng Shichu burst out laughing. Mother Huo came over, reached out and tapped Huo Che's head, pretending to blame, "You are not as obedient as Xiaochu. Xiaochu even accompanies me to water the flowers. Xiaochu knows all my flowers and knows their habits. Unlike you, you are just like your father and don't care about anything about me." Originally, Huo's mother just wanted to take the opportunity to give Huo Che a warning. After all, her son had been so stupid before. However, as soon as she said this, Huo Che's expression changed slightly, and Huo's father and Huo Cheng, who had just come from the backyard, also stopped suddenly. Huo Cheng immediately turned around to look at his father and found that his father had a sweaty face and an indescribably ugly expression. Huo Che also felt uneasy. Just as he was about to speak to Meng Shichu, Huo's mother smiled and said, "What are you all standing there for? Why don't you wash up and get ready for dinner?" After saying that, he went out with the kettle for watering the flowers. The atmosphere was still a little awkward. Father Huo walked up with a cold face, but did not go upstairs. Instead, he walked towards Mother Huo. Huo Cheng followed behind and winked at Huo Che. I'm afraid that Mr. Huo would feel that what Mrs. Huo said was an embarrassment to him, which would lead to a conflict between the two of them. In the blink of an eye, Father Huo had come to Mother Huo, reached out to take the kettle from her hand, and said stiffly as if to save face, "I'll help you water it. Give it back to me." "How can you do that? These are all delicate flowers and plants. What if you ruin them by watering them? I can just compensate you if I damage it. Can't I afford it?" Mr. Huo forcefully snatched the kettle and raised it high up. Mrs. Huo wanted to grab it but failed. Mother Huo was angry, "You are really inexplicable. Xiaochu is here today, and I don't want to quarrel with you." After saying that, he turned around and walked back. Father Huo reached out and pulled her back, "You've never quarreled with me before. Let go." Mother Huo was unhappy, but she still suppressed her temper and did not lose it. Father Huo did not let go, but softened his tone, "Why are you leaving? You didn't tell me how much to water it. What if I really ruin it?" Huo's mother was about to tell him not to water the flowers, but Huo Che suddenly said, "Mom, just teach my dad. When Shichu and I take you out for a trip in the future, Dad will be able to help you take care of those beautiful flowers and plants." Mother Huo had a smile on her face. Father Huo turned to Huo Che and said, "Besides sleeping in, you talk too much." Humph. Huo Che dragged Meng Shichu to the restaurant and said in a deliberately loud voice, "It's really strange that my dad actually blushed. This is the first time I've seen that." Meng Shichu lowered his voice and said, "Say less." Sure enough, behind him was the roar of Mr. Huo, "You little bastard, do you deserve a beating?" Huo Che didn't dare to speak louder, but whispered to Meng Shichu, "My dad is embarrassed." In the back, Mrs. Huo pulled her husband, whose face was red, and said unhappily, "Why are you yelling at the child so early in the morning? He's itchy." "Just be quiet," Huo's mother said in a low voice. "Father Huo, just spoil him. Was mother, Huo Che and Shichu have become much better since they got married. You should encourage them more. Father Huo, that's because Shichu was able to control her. Try someone else, Huo Che will definitely make a big fuss. Huo's mother said, he and Shichu are destined to be together. People will always change when they meet their destined other half. Are you envious? Our marriage that has lasted for decades is not destined. You are always so dishonest. After a while, Huo Che took a shower, put on home clothes and came down to eat. Seeing that his parents had not come yet, he asked Huo Che, have mom and dad eaten? They are just having a love affair, Huo Che said, laughing as he ate his food. In the past, my father was not so attached to my mother, and watering the flowers was even more impossible for him. Huo Che moved closer to Meng Shichu and said, you are the lucky star of my family. The parents, whose marriage has always been stagnant, seem to have changed. If this isn't a blessing, then what is? After breakfast, Huo Che and Meng Shichu took a walk nearby and reached the deepest artificial pond. When this wealthy area was first built, there were 2 huge artificial ponds. The property management would put fish fry into the ponds every year, and the owners could come to fish on weekdays. The ponds would be turned over every 2 years, and all the grown-up fish would be distributed to the owners. Because these fish can only grow big because of the feeding by the fishing owners. Mr. Huo would spend an afternoon here on weekends. My dad used to love asking me to go fishing with him, but I couldn't bear it, so he scolded me many times. After I moved out, I didn't want to come back. At that time, if there was a family dinner, I would run away after the meal. Huo Che said, feeling guilty. Even though he was so disobedient, when he was caught in his previous life, his family still wanted to save him at all costs. It's his own fault. No wonder after he became so popular, people in the circle evaluated him from a crazy young master to a useless young master. Meng Shichu held Huo Che's hand and comforted him, it's not too late. She didn't know how much of a jerk Huo Che was in the past. She only knew that from the first time she met Huo Che, he was a good person. Pure, kind, sunny and helpful. You're right. Huo Che nodded, his expression improving rapidly, everything will get better. Meng Shichu smiled and looked far away, suddenly pointing to the willow tree in front of him, is that third uncle? Really? Let's go over and say hello. The Huo family all live in this area, except for the eldest son who lives in the old house. They see each other every day. The 2 men walked over, and Huo Che patted Uncle San's shoulder from behind. Uncle San turned around and saw that it was him. Hey, are you 2 here to fish? Just walk around and play, and help Shichu get familiar with the environment. Uncle San stood up and gave up his chair, Xiaochu, you sit down. No need to sit down, Uncle San. Sit down for a while. Uncle San smiled and said, don't go any further. Huo Che was puzzled, why? Your second uncle is fishing in the pond over there. He's like a firecracker that catches fire at a touch. Don't go and offend him. When Huo Che heard this, he was indeed scared. My second uncle loves to exaggerate things, as if he came from a feudal dynasty. The division of the family was also caused by my second uncle. In short, they don't have any bad intentions, but they have a lot of messy rules that always make people defenseless. Seeing Meng Shichu studying the bait, the uncle asked Meng Shichu if he knew how to fish. Meng Shichu shook his head, no. Godfather Li liked fishing. She followed him a few times when she was in her teens, but found it boring, so Godfather Li stopped asking her to go fishing with him. This project is really boring. She prefers to work up a sweat in the boxing gym. Come, I'll teach you. I'll give you a pole. Meng Shichu was slightly interested and started tinkering with it with Huo Che. In a blink of an eye, an hour passed. Meng Shichu and Huo Che put in a lot of bait, but didn't catch any fish. But Uncle San started laughing after a while and then started playing with the fish after a while. There are already 4 big fish in the fish basket, one of which is a silver carp and bighead carp that was caught by accident. Not only did Uncle San feel very happy, but people who were fishing nearby also came over. You can catch silver carp and bighead carp with this hook. You are so lucky. I fished for a week straight before and didn't catch a single fish. I'm so jealous. Give me half of your luck. A bunch of Air Force guys were envious, and the third uncle was also very proud. He even called his eldest brother and said loudly, brother, I will go to your place for lunch at noon. I caught a big fish. We will have fish for lunch. You don't know, ever since Huo Che and Huo Chu came to my place, I have been catching fish non-stop, even though Huo Che and his wife didn't catch any fish. Over there, Huo Che looked at the motionless pole and said to Meng Shichu, shall we move to another place? The fish here all bit Uncle San's hook, and they couldn't catch any fish at all. Fishing depends on luck. We may just not have that luck. Meng Shichu said, my godfather Li often comes up empty-handed as well. Her stepfather and godfather Li have a group, and she is also in it. Every time godfather Li goes fishing in a big way, a few hours later her stepfather will ask in the group how much he has caught, and then godfather Li will tell her stepfather to shut up and stop asking. For fishermen, fishing is not just to kill time, but more importantly to feed the fish. No more fishing. Huo Che put down the fishing rod, took Meng Shichu's hand and prepared to leave, and did not forget to say to the complacent uncle, Uncle, let's go. Take the fish away. Okay. Huo Che didn't hesitate to pour the fish in the fish basket into the bucket and took it away. At noon, Uncle San entered the old house carrying fishing gear. Meng Shichu smiled and nudged Huo Che with his elbow. Huo Che understood and asked, how many big fish did Uncle San catch again? Uncle San pursed his lips and looked over, asking, weren't the 4 pieces enough for you to eat? Huo Che pretended to understand, Shichu and I left, and Uncle San didn't catch any fish. The third uncle was depressed, Huo Chu, you should take care of Huo Che. It's ridiculous to wash away the third uncle. Huo Che smiled. This was what Meng Shichu taught him. Wife's English name. As a result, during the meal, Father Huo asked the same question, Old third, how many big fish did you catch after my son and daughter-in-law left? Third uncle. Chapter 045, The Novel of Huo Che and Qianqian. After lunch, the Huo family drank tea in their hall. Soon it was time for the old lady to rest. Before going upstairs, the old lady took Meng Shichu's hand and gave him the glass bracelet she had worn for many years. Without giving Meng Shichu a chance to speak, the old lady said, this was given to me by my mother-in-law when I got married. It's a family heirloom, but it's not given to whoever runs the household. It's not passed down to whoever gets married first. You and Huo Che got married first, so naturally it should be given to you. The old lady paused and continued, I am old and have long since stopped taking care of the family. I will not go to the meeting between the 2 families in the evening, so as not to make you feel uncomfortable. The old man's voice was gentle and his face was kind, Huo Chu, you and Huo Che should be well. Turning to Huo Che, he said, people should learn to be content and cherish the people around them, do you understand? I know, Grandma. Huo Che nodded repeatedly and stood beside Meng Shichu. The old lady put the bracelet on Meng Shichu's hand, and then put Meng Shichu's hand in Huo Che's hand. Then she nodded and was helped by the housekeeper to rest. After the old lady left, Huo's father and mother also talked to Meng Shichu about the etiquette of this marriage. Although I have to talk to the Pei family in the evening, I still have to talk to Meng Shichu first. According to Huo Che's previous promise, we will give 5 times the amount, which is equivalent to 8% of the company's shares. 2 companies, an entertainment city, and a hotel. After Mr. Huo finished speaking, he asked Meng Shichu, these will all be registered in your name. Do you think there is anything else you need to add, such as real estate, cars, jewelry, antiques, or other requirements? We can discuss it. Mother Huo also spoke up, don't worry, Shichu, if you and Huo Che didn't get the marriage certificate, we wouldn't acknowledge it. The divorce rate in modern marriages is too high. Meng Shichu has a brave mother who has everything she needs. If she couldn't even meet the basic conditions, she might dump Huo Che in a minute. Given Huo Che's previous, glorious achievements, which girl would dare to marry him easily? Meng Shichu smiled and said, I don't have much objection. When I agreed to marry Huo Che at the wedding, I thought that the cooperation between the 2 families would be beneficial to the development of the family and take it to the next level. What a kid with a big picture perspective. With Meng Shichu's words, Huo's father and mother felt much more relieved. After 3 o'clock, Meng Shichu and Huo Che went out early and headed for the Pei family. Pei Jinhui led the 2 of them inside, not forgetting to say, Dad has been choosing clothes for an hour. Pei Guangnian attached great importance to this meeting with his in-laws. After all, it concerned his daughter's marriage, even though the marriage had already been decided. Upon learning that Meng Shichu and Huo Che had returned, Pei Guangnian came down from upstairs with 3 ties in his hand. Xiaochu, which tie do you think I should wear? Pei Guanyin asked Meng Shichu for his opinion. He hadn't done this formally for many years, and he felt inexplicably excited, afraid that he would mess things up. Meng Shichu picked out a light-colored tie and said, "This one is handsome." "Okay, I'll listen to Xiaochu." When Pei Guanyin went upstairs, he called Meng Shichu up, but said to Huo Che, "Son-in-law, have some tea with Jinwei first." "Okay, Dad." Pei Guanyin brought Meng Shichu to the study room. "Xiaochu, do you have any thoughts or opinions about the amount of the betrothal gift given by the Huo family?" Afraid that Meng Shichu would think too much, Pei Guanyin quickly explained, "Of course everything the Huo family gives is for you. Dad is afraid that they won't give you enough, and if I ask for more, you'll be unhappy. They can't just deduct and reduce the amount just because you're married to Huo Che. That's not fair, and your mother will definitely not agree to it." When talking about Meng Shichu's mother, Pei Guanyin's expression became much gentler. Meng Shichu did not hide it, the Huo family did not intend to give less. It is 5 times what Huo Che publicly promised to the He family before, plus the long-term cooperation between the two families. Just give them enough. If they dare to shortchange me, I will definitely get angry. Pei Guanyin breathed a sigh of relief, for he was afraid that his daughter would be wronged. Then, Pei Guanyin took out the documents and said, "Dad has prepared a dowry for you." "Dad, didn't you say that the previous shares were considered a dowry? That should have been given to you. I also bought you a manor, a car, and 2 cruise ships. Your brother knows about it and he has no objection. These things were agreed upon before you and He Xingyi got married. They weren't given to you because the marriage didn't take place. Don't refuse." Without giving her a chance to refuse, Pei Guanyin added, "I know you've taken everything Ning Chuan gave you. If you don't want what your father gave you, people will talk about it." Meng Shichu curled the corners of his mouth, indicating that he would take it. Now she has completely given up and will never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of her life. At 6:30 in the evening, Pei Guanyin and Pei Jinwei arrived at the hotel and met the Huo family. Pei Guanyin shook hands with Huo's father, Pei Jinwei shook hands with Huo Cheng, Huo Che and Meng Shichu acted as the link in the middle, and the group greeted each other before entering the box. Because Meng Shichu's opinion had been discussed in advance, the meeting went very smoothly and everyone was happy. At the end, Mr. Pei and Mr. Huo shook hands several times. When they parted, Father Pei said to Huo Che, "Be good to my daughter. If you bully her, I won't forgive you." Father Huo said from the side, "Don't worry, dear relative. If that kid dares to bully Shichu, I won't let him off. Our whole family likes Xiaochu very much and we will not bully her." The third uncle of the Huo family promised with a smile. Of course, this was except for his second brother and sister-in-law who became more and more unreasonable as they got older. It was really hard for the 2 children, who were also scolded by the old lady. The 2 families parted happily. That night, everyone in the business circle knew that the Pei and Huo families had met, and that both sides were very happy when they parted. Many friendly small groups are discussing whether the 2 companies have reached a cooperation. The most anxious among them is the Duan family. Of the 3 great families, only the Duan family remains alone. Duan's father came to Duan Xiao's villa late at night and asked directly, "Have the Huo family and the Pei family reached a cooperation?" "That's normal." Duan Xiao said, "Huo Che and Meng Shichu are already married, and they have a good relationship. Cooperation between the 2 families is a foregone conclusion. Why aren't you in a hurry at all?" Father Duan poked Duan Xiao's head angrily. Now that the He family is in decline, the Pei and Huo families are banding together for warmth. Aren't they deliberately trying to squeeze out our Duan family? What's the use of being anxious? Duan Xiao looked helpless. Who would have thought that the marriage between the Pei family and the He family would bring the He family to ruin? Who would have thought that Huo Che would suddenly propose to Meng Shichu? Who else would have thought that Meng Shichu would agree? It's just a coincidence that everything happened. Father Duan saw that Duan Xiao was not panicking at all. After a moment of silence, he said, "I will find a marriage for you. You can settle down when it's almost time." Duan Xiao was surprised. "Is it so sudden? Is this so sudden?" Father Duan scolded, "You and Huo Che hang out together all day long, and suddenly Huo Che and Meng Shichu get married, and they exclude you. Are you still stupid?" Duan Xiao. The next day, the alliance between the Pei family and the Huo family became a hot topic in the business circle, causing quite a stir. Meng Shichu came to the company. He spent a lot of time on business trips last week and had no chance to work over the weekend, so today was destined to be very busy. Near noon, Assistant Qianqian delivered a package containing a document bag. It was a letter from the same city, with the words, written by Meng Shichu himself, written on it. Who sent it? It's not written there. Meng Shichu didn't answer and said calmly, tear it down. Jiangwen opened the file envelope and took out a stack of papers. After reading it, the corners of his mouth twitched. Miss, it's a novel. Meng Shichu, ? Jiangwen handed it to Meng Shichu. The protagonists are the son-in-law and Miss Xia. Meng Shichu frowned. Why is this Miss Xia still lingering around? As it turned out, the name was Rebirth.